Section 0 of The Diamond Lens with Other Stories by William Fitz O'Brien. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Sketch of O'Brien. That the facts of a man's life which can be stated are but poorly adequate to convey a full sense of what that life really was is a truth that receives additional illustration in this imperfect biography. Yet this record is as nearly complete as careful research and conscientious labor can now make it. The more important part of the life of its subject was his intellectual and spiritual experience. The history of his mind, however, is written in his works. It is only attempted in this place to set down the incidents of his career. Fitz-James O'Brien was born in the county of Limerick, Ireland, about the year 1828. His father was an attorney at law. His mother was a lady of remarkable beauty. He received a good education at Dublin University. He was not trained, however, to either of the learned professions, but it is remembered that he claimed to have been at one time a soldier in the British service. He very early evinced a taste and aptitude for writing verses, and among his first works are two poems entitled Loch Een and Irish Castles, which appear without an author's name in the Ballads of Ireland, collected and edited by Edward Hayes, 1856. On leaving college, he went up to London, where, in the course of about 2 years, he spent his inheritance, stated at £8,000. In 1851, according to a somewhat dubious report, he edited in London a periodical devoted to the World's Fair. Late in that year, or early 1852, he found it essential to seek his fortune in the New World. One of his friends was Dr. Collins, brother to the Roman Catholic Bishop of Cloyne, and through his influence O'Brien obtained letters of introduction from Dr. R. Shelton Mackenzie, then editor of a newspaper in Liverpool and correspondent for the New York Evening Star, addressed to Major Noah, General George P. Morris, and other prominent citizens of the American capital. With these, on his arrival here, the adventurous young poet made an auspicious entrance into society and literature, and it was not long before his singularly brilliant abilities were recognized and he became a general favorite. In that way his American career began, which was destined, within the brief period of 10 years, to be signalized by the production of some of the most original and beautiful poems and stories in the literature of his time, to flow through many painful vicissitudes and much trouble, and to end abruptly in a soldier's grave. The chronicle of his literary life must necessarily be discursive. It was in no sense more eventful than such lives usually are, except that it was more painfully irregular and more startlingly productive. His earliest writings here were published by John Brougham in The Lantern. When I first knew him, says his old comrade Thomas Bailey Aldrich, he was trimming the wick of the lantern, which went out shortly afterwards. In that paper appeared, among other of his productions, the touching poem of An Old Story, the Ballad of Sir Brown, the Gory Gnome, and the Wonderful Adventures of Mr. Papplewick. At one of Brougham's weekly dinners in Windust's old place, near the original Park Theatre, at which the writers and artists of his Lantern were regularly convened and at which everything but the paper was discussed, O'Brien made the acquaintance of the artist and author, Mr. Frank H. Bellew, who became one of his intimate friends. The New York residences were, in those days, much further downtown than they are now, and O'Brien and Bellew at one time lodged together in Leonard Street, and subsequently in Broadway, immediately opposite to what is now the Metropolitan Hotel, and on the site of the building afterwards locally famous as Stanwix Hall. That, of course, was the season of the light heart and the foaming flagon, where the chimes are heard at midnight and the bloom is on the rye. O'Brien's associations then were largely with the circles that eddied around Willis and Morris, and at that time he wrote a few sketches and verses for the Home Journal. A poem afterward published as The Demon of the Gibbet originally appeared in that paper under the inexpressive title of What Befell. He contributed also in a fitful and miscellaneous way to the Evening Post and to the New York Times, and he wrote for the American Whig Review, his Fragments from an Unpublished Magazine. He was in brief a literary soldier of fortune, and with his expensive tastes and already settled habits of extravagance, it is needless to say that in time he found the Grub Street pathway an exceedingly weary road. The most important literary association that he ever formed was that which made him a regular contributor to Harper's Magazine. His first paper in that publication appeared in the number for February 1853, and is entitled The Two Skulls. It is scientific and philosophical. He contributed to 52 numbers, and there are 66 of his productions in that periodical. His pen appears to have been in its most prolific period during the years 1855, 56, and 57. His last paper in Harper, a story entitled How I Overcame My Gravity, was not published till May 1864, more than 2 years after he was dead. He never saw in print either, for they were posthumous publications, his excellent story of Tommatoo, or his sad poem of Down in the Glen at Idlewild. He wrote copiously for Harper's Weekly as well as for the magazine. His noble ode on Cain was first printed in that journal, and there likewise first appeared his richly fanciful, inventive, picturesque poem of The Zouaves, a work which conspicuously illustrates his remarkable faculty for giving an imaginative application to an idea or topic of the passing hour. He wrote stories, too, for Harper's Weekly, and he wrote a series of familiar letters called The Man About Town, which even at this distance of time can be read with pleasure for the liveliness of their spirit and the grace of their style. All this while he was writing, as capricious fancy prompted, or as the spur of necessity compelled, in other quarters. The veteran James W. Wallack was one of his dearest friends, and for Wallack's Theatre he wrote several bright little pieces, spirited in idea, impetuous in spirit, and clean and polished in mechanism, which were acted well and which found a ready acceptation. One of these, A Gentleman from Ireland, still keeps the stage, and will long be found serviceable to the dashing light comedian. For Laura Keene's Theatre, at the instance of Jefferson, then its stage manager and principal actor, he adapted one of Brau's burlesques, and this piece, under the title of The Tycoon, was produced during the visit of the first Japanese embassy to this country. He was possessed of a strong dramatic sense and had a good knowledge of the stage, the latter having been acquired in his London days, and although he was inclined to push the theory of natural acting much too far, as may be seen in his tale of Mother of Pearl, he could write with incisive judgment and informing taste on the acted drama. He did so in the autumn of 1858 in the New York Saturday Press, and one of his dramatic articles in particular, a disquisition upon the tragedy of Hamlet, with Mr. Barry Sullivan as the melancholy Dane, is remarkable equally for poetic intelligence, acute analysis, and fine description. To Putnam's Magazine, that noble monument to the exquisite taste of George William Curtis, he was a contributor in the first number and for several years, and several of the gems of this collection have been taken from that source. He was a diligent writer for Vanity Fair, and from those sparkling columns are gathered his grisly fancy of the Wharf Rat, his athletic and sonorous Song of the Locomotive, and his idyll of Strawberries. Two of his most remarkable stories belong to the period of nomadic labor, The Diamond Lens and The Wondersmith, published in The Atlantic Monthly in January 1858 and October 1859. They electrified magazine literature, and they set up a model of excellence which, in this department, has made it better than ever had been in this country before those tales were printed. O'Brien had a great admiration for the strange, wild, passionate genius of Matilda Heron, and it once suited his fancy to travel, as a literary assistant, with H.L. Bateman, that iron-willed yet genial Boanerges of managers, who was then directing a professional tour for that actress. Miss Heron was acting in Camille, which had but recently been introduced upon the American stage, and in a drama by Mrs. Bateman entitled Geraldine. On this trip O'Brien visited Boston, and he remained for some time in that city and its neighborhood, and I remember that he considerably astonished some of the quiet literary circles of that staid and decorous region by his utter and unaffected irreverence for various camphorated figureheads, which were then an incubus upon American letters. It was there and then that I first met him and first observed that stalwart mind and that formidable frankness of temperament for which he was remarkable. He was now considerably changed from what he had been when he came to America. Mental toil and bodily privation, the hardships of a gypsy life, the reactionary sense of being in false positions and of being misunderstood, which often will embitter natural sweetness and turn amiability to proud and glittering defiance, had done their work upon his nature, and made him, in some of his moods, as lawless, arrogant, and truculent, as in others he was gentle, resigned, affectionate, and almost forlorn. In his face and carriage there was the strong and splendid freedom of the wild woods. Yet at times there came into his eyes a weary look of unrest, and a quiet, indescribable light of dangerous, half-slumbering wrath, as of a soul that was a hunted vagabond standing sentinel over its own desolation. I was attracted toward him by a profound sympathy, and we became comrades and friends, and so remained to the end. I have heard that when he first established himself in New York, he dwelt in comfortable quarters and surrounded himself with appliances of luxury. His raiment was superb, his library was excellent, his furniture was tasteful, and like de Mauprat, he was splendid in banquets. His personal appearance in those days, before, as happened in June 1858, his nose had been broken by the blow of a pugilist, was singularly attractive. He had a fair and glowing complexion and waving brown hair. His eyes were gray-blue, large, brilliant, and expressive. His smile was honest and sweet, and his countenance frank and winning. He was of the middle stature, an athlete in person, and he moved with negligent grace. His voice was rich in quality, loud and clear, and he had a bluff and breezy manner of speech, tending at times to a joyous turbulence. In a general way he retained these characteristics, but at the time of our companionship he had emerged from his condition of elegance, and his fortunes were low. He had no property. He was at variance with many old acquaintances. His face had suffered disfigurement. He lived nowhere in particular, and he was thoroughly well acquainted with hard times. I found him in those gypsy days a delightful associate. His animal spirits were prodigious. His literary invention was alert, vigorous, and almost incessant. His enjoyment of the passing hour was so keen that it gave a zest to the enjoyment of all around him. No matter how close poverty might pinch, or how dark the clouds might lower over the portal of the future, the laugh of O'Brien blew care away from the cup of life, as the foam is blown from the white caps of the sea. His habits of literary composition, as will be surmised, were erratic. A man less buoyant than he would have been paralyzed by the hardships through which he drifted and labored, but amid chaos or tempest he was always seeing, always thinking, always at work. Perhaps he liked best to drift in the sunshine and to make merry with genial companions, but he could nerve himself to effort when the occasion demanded it, and he could execute prodigious tasks with amazing celerity. Times of indolence and times of tremendous exertion checkered his life along the whole of its course. He was not a fluent writer, because he thought deeply and wrote logically and was fastidious in taste, but his creative literary impulse was exceedingly strong, and his feeling was earnest. He possessed an ample and ready command of the resources of literary art. His mind was replete with what it had absorbed in hours of apparent idleness, and he worked with relentless purpose and absorbing zeal. In this way it chanced that he could accomplish a formidable task in a surprisingly short time, yet always deliver his work rounded and finished, as if with the scrupulous labor of weeks. His poem of A Fallen Star, for example, was written in my lodging, between midnight and morning at one sitting, and he left the original draft upon the table, having made a clean copy of it for the press. His poem of The Sowing Bird was also written in my lodging, within the course of 2 nights, and I have kept the pen with which it was written as a relic of a remarkable effort. I never saw him so deeply depressed as he was then, and with good reason, for he was destitute, cheerless, and hungry, and whenever that was his case he would not share with a comrade, and even when food was left in his way he would not take it. He sold The Sowing Bird for $100, and a few hours later he was as merry as a brook in springtime. One of his favorite haunts was the old Hone House in Broadway at the southeast corner of Great Jones Street, and there, under very similar circumstances, in the course of an evening he produced the ringing poem of The Lost Steamship. His story of What Was It was written at odd moments in the lodging of his friend Aldrich in Clinton Place. These details have a trivial sound, but somehow they help to give a lifelike picture of the man. Displaying, back of the strange circumstances under which his literature was produced, the still stranger nature that produced it. The burden laid upon the poet is that he must feel and express the great and varied elemental passions of humanity, yet never himself depart from the perfect poise of a sane and decorous life. All literary history is the narrative of his endeavor, with a greater or less degree of failure to achieve this perfect result. All literary criticism abounds in censure of him, because, being a man and not a god, he falls short of his object. Yet through the everlasting march of the ages, he still strives onward, still obeys his inexorable fate, still tries to utter for all mankind the voice of the universal heart, and still, amid the flying echoes of his own celestial music, he may stray into sin and sorrow. He may faint and falter by the way, and so drop into a lamentable grave. O'Brien was in no wise more successful than some others of his kind. He fulfilled his destiny as well he could. The attrition of his character with his circumstances developed faults and impelled to errors. He was personally very far from being a perfect creature. He was not deficient in moral sense. On the contrary, his perception of right and wrong was uncommonly keen. But he was deficient in moral courage and in stability of principle. And what was originally noble in his moral nature had been to some extent marred, though not spoiled, by conviviality and chronic improvidence. His conduct was never intentionally wrong, but it was sometimes marked by a heedless irregularity in the ordinary affairs of life, such as, to many persons, is almost as culpable as bad intention. He knew this, and his realization of it only enraged him against his own defects. He was at times haughty and combative, partly because of his Hibernian blood, and partly, no doubt, because of his resentful conviction that he deserved, by his powers, his achievements, and the possibilities of his mind and future, a higher position in literature than had ever been accorded to him. But so far as I could ever learn, his faults and errors did serious injury to no one but himself, while for the creation of literature he was, in the hands of fate, a magnificent instrument. There was such a breezy audacity in his genius that, thinking of him after all these years, I feel a thrill of barbaric joy, as if youth itself were come back. He was like a giant oak, responsive to the midnight gale, and exultant in its rage. He was like the ocean swept by the tempest, that answers with clarion tumult and savage delight. He never paltered with life, nor fawned on the tedious little self-constituted potentates with whom the avenues of society are infested. He did not approach literature with timid deprecation, but he fronted his work royally, and he performed it. He spoke his mind, and he neither valued life nor feared death. Thus constituted, sensitive to the grandest influences of nature and the tenderest touch of art, the mystic spirit that is in creation could play upon him at its will, and sound what stops it pleased. Time, no doubt, would have improved this organ of the muse, would have broadened and mellowed its tones, and made it vocal with yet more heavenly emotion. The noble instrument was too soon broken. The life that promised so much was too soon quenched in the darkness of the grave. Nevertheless, in what was uttered, and is now preserved, there lives a rich and buoyant power, and a wonderful soul of beauty. Here, garnered in his pages, are rich creations of the imagination, splendid or somber pictures, original conceptions of character, rare bits of description, fine strokes of analysis of life, strong paeans of joy, and sad wails of grief. Here is the eloquent and beautiful manifestation of a genius, broad in its scope, affluent in its tide, adequate in its strength, brilliant in its splendor, gentle and humane in its teaching and influence. Such works are the best interpreters of their own beneficence. There is no end and no measure to the good that literature accomplishes when, through the ministration of beauty, it helps to free our souls from the hard conditions under which life is imposed upon the human race. The venerable Shelton Mackenzie, in a gracious and tender letter, responsive to inquiries of mine, refers to O'Brien's death in these words: "To die on the field of honor, under the flag of his adopted country, was just the doom his gallant spirit would have craved." It was the doom reserved for him, and he met it bravely and well. He was a lover of liberty and the rights of man, and a staunch, unfaltering advocate of the principle of union in the American Republic. When the war broke out in 1861, accordingly, he joined the 7th Regiment of the National Guard of New York, in the hope of being sent to the front, and he was in camp with that regiment at Washington for 6 weeks. "A brilliant, dashing fellow," writes Colonel Emmons Clark, "very brave and a universal favorite. He never in any way did anything to hurt the good name of the regiment. He held the rank of captain, and is so entered on our regimental roll of honor. When the 7th came home, he left it, and for a time was occupied in gathering recruits for a volunteer regiment, to be called the McClellan Rifles. He subsequently received an appointment on the staff of General Lander." Footnote. There is but a meager and imperfect record at the War Department in Washington, though a strictly official one, and no doubt correct as far as it goes, of O'Brien's military career. T.B. Aldrich and O'Brien applied at nearly the same time for a place on General Lander's staff, The application of Aldrich, an old friend of General Lander's, was a few days in advance of that of O'Brien. General Lander sent a telegram to Aldrich at Portsmouth, New Hampshire, offering to him a staff appointment with the rank of lieutenant. In the meanwhile, Aldrich had left Portsmouth, and the telegram remained there, unopened and unregarded. Thereupon General Lander, receiving no answer, gave the post to O'Brien, who shortly afterwards was killed. Old Henry Clapp used dryly to say that Aldrich was shot in O'Brien's shoulder. That O'Brien received this appointment is certain, but being already in the field, he was not formally mustered in, and he was killed before his commission had been signed, hence the meagerness of the official record at the War Department. Writing from Camp Kelly, Virginia, January 21, 1862, to his friend Mr. Thomas E. Davis, O'Brien writes, "I am in harness, and am staff officer of parade, and am already entrusted with that rather arduous but important duty of posting the pickets all through this devil of a wilderness, addressed to me always as ADC, General Lander's brigade. My impression is," writes General McClellan, "that Mr. O'Brien served with Lander as a volunteer aide. This, in the absence of a regular commission, would be his rank. He gave his life without price." In the New American Cyclopedia, annual volume for 1862, on page 543, occurs the following reference to the exploits at Bloomery Gap in which O'Brien participated. In this brilliant dash, the Confederate commander and his staff surrendered to General Lander, who, with a single aide, had outridden the rest of the force, and coming upon them at full gallop, demanded their swords. The single aide was O'Brien. End of footnote. And at once repaired to the scene of conflict in Virginia. His period of active military service was brief, but he distinguished himself by energy and valor. On the 26th of February, 1862, in a skirmish with Colonel Ashley's cavalry, he was shot and severely wounded. He lingered till the 6th of April, when he died. His death occurred at Cumberland, Virginia. His body was brought home and buried with military honors. The last time I saw him in life, he took from my hand a copy of Shirley Brooks' novel of The Silver Cord. He was going to the front. The next time I saw him, he was in his coffin. The silver cord had been loosed, and the stormy heart of the poet-soldier was at rest. Even in his death, his countenance wore its old expression of defiant endurance. His funeral was held in the armory of the 7th Regiment. The silver-haired veteran Wallack, leaning on Lester's arm, his pale, handsome face wet with tears, stood beside the bier, and round them were clustered many of O'Brien's comrades, now likewise dead and gone. With muffled drums and martial dirges we bore him to Greenwood Cemetery, and there a guard of honor fired its volley over his tomb, and with a few flowers from the loving hand of poor Matilda Heron, we left him forever. There his ashes still rest. Footnote. The remains of O'Brien were placed at first in the receiving tomb at Greenwood, but on November 27, 1874, were moved and buried in the earth. His grave is number 1183 in lot number 17,263 in that cemetery. At the funeral of O'Brien, Frank Wood, T.B. Aldrich, Edward F. Mullen, the quaint original artist of Vanity Fair, and I rode in a coach together, and Wood, now dead, carried O'Brien's sword. End footnote. And there, in time to come, will many a pilgrim to the shrine of the genius and of noble valor lay the chaplet of remembrance on the grave of Fitz-James O'Brien. William Winter, Fort Hill, New Brighton, Staten Island, October 19, 1880. End of section 0. Section 1 of The Diamond Lens with Other Stories by Fitz-James O'Brien. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Diamond Lens. 1. The Bending of the Twig. From a very early period of my life, the entire bent of my inclinations had been toward microscopic investigations. When I was not more than 10 years old, a distant relative of our family, hoping to astonish my inexperience, constructed a simple microscope for me by drilling in a disc of copper a small hole in which a drop of pure water was sustained by capillary attraction. This very primitive apparatus, magnifying some 50 diameters, presented, it is true, only indistinct and imperfect forms, but still sufficiently wonderful to work up my imagination to a preternatural state of excitement. Seeing me so interested in this rude instrument, my cousin explained to me all that he knew about the principles of the microscope, related to me a few of the wonders which had been accomplished through its agency, and ended by promising to send me one regularly constructed immediately on his return to the city. I counted the days, the hours, the minutes that intervened between that promise and his departure. Meantime, I was not idle. Every transparent substance that bore the remotest resemblance to a lens I eagerly seized upon, and employed in vain attempts to realize that instrument, the theory of whose construction I as yet only vaguely comprehended. All panes of glass containing those oblate, spheroidal knots familiarly known as bull's eyes were ruthlessly destroyed in the hope of obtaining lenses of marvelous power. I even went so far as to extract the crystalline humor from the eyes of fishes and animals, and endeavored to press it into the microscopic service. I pled guilty to having stolen the glasses from my Aunt Agatha's spectacles, with a dim idea of grinding them into lenses of wondrous magnifying properties, in which attempt it is scarcely necessary to say that I totally failed. At last the promised instrument came. It was of that order known as Field's simple microscope, and had cost perhaps about $15. As far as educational purposes went, a better apparatus could not have been selected. Accompanying it was a small treatise on the microscope, its history, uses, and discoveries. I comprehended then for the first time the Arabian Nights entertainments. The dull veil of ordinary existence that hung across the world seemed suddenly to roll away, and to lay bare a land of enchantments. I felt towards my companions as the seer might feel toward the ordinary masses of men. I held conversations with nature in a tongue which they could not understand. I was in daily communication with living wonders, such as they never imagined in their wildest visions. I penetrated beyond the external portal of things, and roamed through the sanctuaries. Where they beheld only a drop of rain slowly rolling down the window glass, I saw a universe of beings animated with all the passions common to physical life, and convulsing their minute sphere with struggles as fierce and protracted as those of men. In the common spots of mold, which my mother, good housekeeper that she was, fiercely scooped away from her jam-pots, there abode for me, under the name of mildew, enchanted gardens, filled with dells and avenues of the densest foliage and most astonishing verdure, while from the fantastic boughs of these microscopic forests hung strange fruits glittering with green and silver and gold. It was no scientific thirst that at this time filled my mind. It was the pure enjoyment of a poet to whom a world of wonders has been disclosed. I talked of my solitary pleasures to none. Alone with my microscope, I dimmed my sight, day after day and night after night, poring over the marvels which it unfolded to me. I was like one who, having discovered the ancient Eden still existing in all its primitive glory, should resolve to enjoy it in solitude, and never betray to mortal the secret of its locality. The rod of my life was bent at this moment. I destined myself to be a microscopist. Of course, like every novice, I fancied myself a discoverer. I was ignorant at the time of the thousands of acute intellects engaged in the same pursuit as myself, and with the advantage of instruments 1,000 times more powerful than mine. The names of Leeuwenhoek, Williamson, Spencer, Ehrenberg, Schultz, Dujardin, Schacht, and Schleiden were then entirely unknown to me, or if known, I was ignorant of their patient and wonderful researches. In every fresh specimen of cryptogamia which I placed beneath my instrument, I believed that I discovered wonders of which the world was as yet ignorant. I remember well the thrill of delight and admiration that shot through me the first time that I discovered the commonweal animalcule, Rotifera vulgaris, expanding and contracting its flexible spokes, and seemingly rotating through the water. Alas, as I grew older and obtained some works treating of my favorite study, I found that I was only on the threshold of a science to the investigation of which some of the greatest men of the age were devoting their lives and intellects. As I grew up, my parents, who saw but little likelihood of anything practical resulting from the examination of bits of moss and drops of water through a brass tube and a piece of glass, were anxious that I should choose a profession. It was their desire that I should enter the counting-house of my uncle, Ethan Blake, a prosperous merchant who carried on business in New York. This suggestion I decisively combated. I had no taste for trade. I should only make a failure. In short, I refused to become a merchant. But it was necessary for me to select some pursuit. My parents were staid New England people, who insisted on the necessity of labor, and therefore, although thanks to the bequest of my poor Aunt Agatha, I should on coming of age inherit a small fortune sufficient to place me above want, it was decided that, instead of waiting for this, I should act the nobler part, and employ the intervening years in rendering myself independent. After much cogitation, I complied with the wishes of my family, and selected a profession. I determined to study medicine at the New York Academy. This disposition of my future suited me. A removal from my relatives would enable me to dispose of my time as I pleased without fear of detection. As long as I paid my academy fees, I might shirk attending the lectures if I chose, and, as I never had the remotest intention of standing an examination, there was no danger of my being plucked. Besides, a metropolis was the place for me. There I could obtain excellent instruments, the newest publications, intimacy with men of pursuits kindred with my own. In short, all things necessary to ensure a profitable devotion of my life to my beloved science. I had an abundance of money, few desires that were not bounded by my illuminating mirror on one side and my object glass on the other. What, therefore, was to prevent my becoming an illustrious investigator of the veiled worlds? It was with the most buoyant hope that I left my New England home and established myself in New York. 2. The longing of a man of science. My first step, of course, was to find suitable apartments. These I obtained after a couple of days' search in 4th Avenue, a very pretty second floor unfurnished, containing sitting room, bedroom, and a smaller apartment which I intended to fit up as a laboratory. I furnished my lodgings simply but rather elegantly, and then devoted all my energies to the adornment of the temple of my worship. I visited Pike, the celebrated optician, and passed in review his splendid collection of microscopes, Field's compound, Hingham's, Spencer's, Nanchet's binocular, that founded on the principles of the stereoscope, and at length fixed upon that form known as Spencer's trunnion microscope, as combining the greatest number of improvements with an almost perfect freedom from tremor. Along with this, I purchased every possible accessory: draw tubes, micrometers, a camera lucida, lever stage, achromatic condensers, white cloud illuminators, prisms, parabolic condensers, polarizing apparatus, forceps, aquatic boxes, fishing tubes, with a host of other articles, all of which would have been useful in the hands of an experienced microscopist, but, as I afterwards discovered, were not of the slightest present value to me. It takes years of practice to know how to use a complicated microscope. The optician looked suspiciously at me as I made these wholesale purchases. He evidently was uncertain whether to set me down as some scientific celebrity or a madman. I think he inclined to the latter belief. I suppose I was mad. Every great genius is mad upon the subject in which he is greatest. The unsuccessful madman is disgraced and called a lunatic. Mad or not, I set myself to work with a zeal which few scientific students have ever equaled. I had everything to learn relative to the delicate study upon which I had embarked. A study involving the most earnest patience, the most rigid analytic powers, the steadiest hand, the most untiring eye, the most refined and subtle manipulation. For a long time, half my apparatus lay inactively on the shelves of my laboratory, which was now most amply furnished with every possible contrivance for facilitating my investigations. The fact was that I did not know how to use some of my scientific implements, never having been taught microscopics, and those whose use I understood theoretically were of little avail until, by practice, I could attain the necessary delicacy of handling. Still, such was the fury of my ambition, such the untiring perseverance of my experiments, that, difficult of credit as it may be, in the course of 1 year I became theoretically and practically an accomplished microscopist. During this period of my labors, in which I submitted specimens of every substance that came under my observation to the action of my lenses, I became a discoverer. In a small way, it is true, for I was very young, but still a discoverer. It was I who destroyed Ehrenberg's theory that the Volvox globator was an animal, and proved that his monads, with stomachs and eyes, were merely phases of the formation of a vegetable cell, and were, when they reached their mature state, incapable of the act of conjugation, or any true generative act, without which no organism rising to any stage of life higher than vegetable can be said to be complete. It was I who resolved the singular problem of rotation in the cells and hairs of plants into ciliary attraction, in spite of the assertions of Mr. Wenham and others that my explanation was the result of an optical illusion. But, notwithstanding these discoveries, laboriously and painfully made as they were, I felt horribly dissatisfied. At every step I found myself stopped by the imperfections of my instruments. Like all active microscopists, I gave my imagination full play. Indeed, it is a common complaint against many such that they supply the defects of their instruments with the creations of their brains. I imagined depths beyond depths in nature which the limited power of my lenses prohibited me from exploring. I lay awake at night constructing imaginary microscopes of immeasurable power, with which I seemed to pierce through all the envelopes of matter down to its original atom. How I cursed those imperfect mediums which necessity through ignorance compelled me to use. How I longed to discover the secret of some perfect lens, whose magnifying power should be limited only by the resolvability of the object, and which at the same time should be free from spherical and chromatic aberrations, in short, from all the obstacles over which the poor microscopist finds himself continually stumbling. I felt convinced that the simple microscope, composed of a single lens of such vast yet perfect power, was possible of construction. To attempt to bring the compound microscope up to such a pitch would have been commencing at the wrong end, this latter being simply a partially successful endeavor to remedy those very defects of the simple instrument, which, if conquered, would leave nothing to be desired. It was in this mood of mind that I became a constructive microscopist. After another year passed in this new pursuit, experimenting on every imaginable substance, glass, gems, flints, crystals, artificial crystals formed of the alloy of various vitreous materials, in short, having constructed as many varieties of lenses as Argus had eyes, I found myself precisely where I started, with nothing gained save an extensive knowledge of glass-making. I was almost dead with despair. My parents were surprised at my apparent want of progress in my medical studies. I had not attended one lecture since my arrival in the city, and the expenses of my mad pursuit had been so great as to embarrass me very seriously. I was in this frame of mind one day, experimenting in my laboratory on a small diamond, that stone, from its great refracting power, having always occupied my attention more than any other, when a young Frenchman, who lived on the floor above me, and who was in the habit of occasionally visiting me, entered the room. I think that Jules Simon was a Jew. He had many traits of the Hebrew character, a love of jewelry, of dress, and of good living. There was something mysterious about him. He always had something to sell, and yet went into excellent society. When I say sell, I should perhaps have said peddle, for his operations were generally confined to the disposal of single articles, a picture, for instance, or a rare carving in ivory, or a pair of dueling pistols, or the dress of a Mexican caballero. When I was first furnishing my rooms, he paid me a visit, which ended in my purchasing an antique silver lamp, which he assured me was a Cellini. It was handsome enough, even for that, and some other knickknacks for my sitting room. Why Simon should pursue this petty trade I never could imagine. He apparently had plenty of money, and had the entree of the best houses in the city, taking care, however, I suppose, to drive no bargains within the enchanted circle of the upper ten. I came at length to the conclusion that this peddling was but a mask to cover some greater object, and even went so far as to believe my young acquaintance to be implicated in the slave trade. That, however, was none of my affair. On the present occasion, Simon entered my room in a state of considerable excitement. "Oh, mon ami," he cried, before I could even offer him the ordinary salutation. "It has occurred to me to be the witness of the most astonishing things in the world. I promenade myself to the house of Madame. How does the little animal, Le Renard, name himself in Latin?" "Vulpes," I answered. "Ah, yes, Vulpes. I promenade myself to the house of Madame Vulpes." "The spirit medium?" "Yes, the great medium. Great heavens, what a woman! I write on a slip of paper many of the questions concerning affairs the most secret, affairs that conceal themselves in the abysses of my heart the most profound, and behold by example what occurs. This devil of a woman makes me replies the most truthful to all of them. She talks to me of things that I do not love to talk of to myself. What am I to think? I am fixed to the earth." "Am I to understand you, Monsieur Simon, that this Mrs. Vulpes replied to questions secretly written by you, which questions related to events known only to yourself?" "Ah, more than that," he answered, with an air of some alarm. "She related to me things But," he added after a pause and suddenly changing his manner, "why occupy ourselves with these follies? It was all the biology, without doubt. It goes without saying that it has not my credence. But why are we here, mon ami? It has occurred to me to discover the most beautiful thing as you can imagine. A vase with green lizards on it, composed by the great Bernard Palissy. It is in my apartment. Let us mount. I got to show it to you." I followed Simone mechanically, but my thoughts were far from Palissy and his enameled ware, although I, like him, was seeking in the dark a great discovery. This casual mention of the spiritualist, Madame Vulpes, set me on a new track. What if this spiritualism should be really a great fact? What if, through communication with more subtle organisms than my own, I could reach at a single bound the goal, which perhaps a life of agonizing mental toil would never enable me to attain? While purchasing the Palissy vase from my friend Simon, I was mentally arranging a visit to Madame Vulpes. 3. The Spirit of Leeuwenhoek. 2 evenings after this, thanks to an arrangement by letter and the promise of an ample fee, I found Madame Vulpes awaiting me at her residence alone. She was a coarse-featured woman with keen and rather cruel dark eyes, and an exceedingly sensual expression about her mouth and underjaw. She received me in perfect silence in an apartment on the ground floor, very sparely furnished. In the center of the room, close to where Mrs. Vulpes sat, there was a common round mahogany table. If I had come for the purpose of sweeping her chimney, the woman could not have looked more indifferent to my appearance. There was no attempt to inspire the visitor with awe. Everything bore a simple and practical aspect. This intercourse with the spiritual world was evidently as familiar an occupation with Mrs. Vulpes as eating her dinner or riding in an omnibus. "You come for a communication, Mr. Linley?" said the medium, in a dry, business-like tone of voice. "By appointment, yes." "What sort of communication do you want? A written one?" "Yes, I wish for a written one." "From any particular spirit?" "Yes." "Have you ever known this spirit on this earth?" "Never. He died long before I was born. I wish merely to obtain from him some information, which he ought to be able to give better than any other." "Will you seat yourself at the table, Mr. Linley?" said the medium, "and place your hands upon it." I obeyed, Mrs. Vulpes being seated opposite to me, with her hands also on the table. We remained thus for about a minute and a half, when a violent succession of raps came on the table, on the back of my chair, on the floor immediately under my feet, and even on the window panes. Mrs. Vulpes smiled composedly. "They are very strong tonight," she remarked. "You are fortunate." She then continued, "Will the spirits communicate with its gentleman?" Vigorous affirmative. "Will the particular spirit he desires to speak with communicate?" A very confused rapping followed this question. "I know what they mean," said Mrs. Vulpes, addressing herself to me. "They wish you to write down the name of the particular spirit that you desire to converse with. Is that so?" she added, speaking to her invisible guests. That it was so was evident from the numerous affirmatory responses. While this was going on, I tore a slip from my pocket-book and scribbled a name under the table. "Will this spirit communicate in writing with this gentleman?" asked the medium once more. After a moment's pause, her hand seemed to be seized with a violent tremor, shaking so forcibly that the table vibrated. She said that a spirit had seized her hand and would write. I handed her some sheets of paper that were on the table and a pencil. The latter she held loosely in her hand, which presently began to move over the paper with a singular and seemingly involuntary motion. After a few moments had elapsed, she handed me the paper, on which I had found written in large, uncultivated hand the words, "He is not here, but has been sent for." A pause of a minute or so now ensued, during which Mrs. Vulpes remained perfectly silent, but the raps continued at regular intervals. When the short period I mentioned had elapsed, the hand of the medium was again seized with its convulsive tremor, and she wrote, under this strange influence, a few words on the paper which she handed me. They were as follows: "I am here. Question me. Leeuwenhoek." I was astounded. The name was identical with that I had written beneath the table and carefully kept concealed. Neither was it at all probable that an uncultivated woman like Mrs. Vulpes should know even the name of the great father of microscopics. It may have been biology, but this theory was soon doomed to be destroyed. I wrote on my slip, still concealing it from Mrs. Vulpes, a series of questions which To avoid tediousness, I shall place with the responses in the order in which they occurred. I. Can the microscope be brought to perfection? Spirit. Yes. I. Am I destined to accomplish this great task? Spirit. You are. I. I wish to know how to proceed to attain this end. For the love which you bear to science, help me. Spirit. A diamond of 140 carats, submitted to electromagnetic currents for a long period, will experience a rearrangement of its atoms inter se, and from that stone you will form the universal lens. I. Will great discoveries result from the use of such a lens? Spirit. So great that all that has gone before is as nothing. I. But the refractive power of the diamond is so immense that the image will be formed within the lens. How is that difficulty to be surmounted? Spirit. Pierce the lens through its axis, and the difficulty is obviated. The image will be formed in the pierced space, which will itself serve as a tube to look through. Now I am called. Good night. I cannot at all describe the effect that these extraordinary communications had upon me. I felt completely bewildered. No biological theory could account for the discovery of the lens. The medium might, by means of biological rapport with my mind, have gone so far as to read my questions and reply to them coherently. But biology could not enable her to discover that magnetic currents would so alter the crystals of the diamond as to remedy its previous defects and admit of its being polished into a perfect lens. Some such theory may have passed through my head, it is true, but if so, I had forgotten it. In my excited condition of mind, there was no course left but to become a convert, and it was in a state of the most painful nervous exaltation that I left the medium's house that evening. She accompanied me to the door, hoping that I was satisfied. The raps followed us as we went through the hall, sounding on the balusters, the flooring, and even the lintels of the door. I hastily expressed my satisfaction, and escaped hurriedly into the cool night air. I walked home with but one thought possessing me: how to obtain a diamond of the immense size required. My entire means multiplied 100 times over would have been inadequate to its purchase. Besides, such stones are rare and become historical. I could find such only in the regalia of Eastern or European monarchs. 4. The Eye of Morning. There was a light in Simone's room as I entered my house. A vague impulse urged me to visit him. As I opened the door of his sitting room unannounced, he was bending with his back toward me over a carcel lamp, apparently engaged in minutely examining some object which he held in his hands. As I entered, he started suddenly, thrust his hand into his breast pocket, and turned to me with a face crimson with confusion. "What?" I cried. "Poring over the miniature of some fair lady? Well, don't blush so much, I won't ask to see it." Simone laughed awkwardly enough, but made none of the negative protestations usual on such occasions. He asked me to take a seat. "Simone," said I have just come from Madame Vulpes." This time Simone turned white as a sheet and seemed stupefied, as if a sudden electric shock had smitten him. He babbled some incoherent words and went hastily to a small closet where he usually kept his liquors. Although astonished at his emotion, I was too preoccupied with my own idea to pay much attention to anything else. "You say truly when you call Madame Vulpes a devil of a woman," I continued. "Simone, she told me wonderful things tonight, or rather, was the means of telling me wonderful things. Ah, if I could only get a diamond that weighed 140 carats. Scarcely had the sigh with which I uttered this desire died upon my lips, when Simone, with the aspect of a wild beast, glared at me savagely, and rushing to the mantelpiece where some foreign weapons hung on the wall, caught up a Malay creese and brandished it furiously before him. "No!" he cried in French, into which he always broke when excited. "No, you shall not have it. You are perfidious. You've consulted with that demon, and desire my treasure. But I will die first. Me, I am brave. You cannot make me fear." All this, uttered in a loud voice, trembling with excitement, astounded me. I saw at a glance that I had accidentally trodden upon the edges of Simone's secret, whatever it was. It was necessary to reassure him. "My dear Simone," I said, "I am entirely at a loss to know what you mean. I went to Madame Vulpes to consult with her on a scientific problem, to the solution of which I discovered that a diamond of the size I just mentioned was necessary. You were never alluded to during the evening, nor, so far as I was concerned, even thought of. What can be the meaning of this outburst? If you happen to have a set of valuable diamonds in your possession, you need fear nothing from me. The diamond which I require you could not possess, or if you did possess it, you would not be living here." Something in my tone must have completely reassured him, for his expression immediately changed to a sort of constrained merriment, combined, however, with a certain suspicious attention to my movements. He laughed and said that I must bear with him, that he was at certain moments subject to a species of vertigo which betrayed itself in incoherent speeches, and that the attacks passed off as rapidly as they came. He put his weapon aside while making this explanation, and endeavored with some success to assume a more cheerful air. All this did not impose on me in the least. I was too much accustomed to analytical labors to be baffled by so flimsy a veil. I determined to probe the mystery to the bottom. "Simone," I said gaily, "let us forget all this over a bottle of Burgundy. I have a case of La Sieuse Clos Vosgios downstairs, fragrant with the odors and ruddy with the sunlight of the Côte d'Or. Let us have a couple of bottles, what say you?" "With all my heart," answered Simone smilingly. I produced the wine, and we seated ourselves to drink. It was of a famous vintage, that of 1848, a year when war and wine throve together, and its pure but powerful juice seemed to impart renewed vitality to the system. By the time we had half finished the second bottle, Simone's head, which I knew was a weak one, had begun to yield, while I remained calm as ever, only that every draught seemed to send a flush of vigor through my limbs. Simone's utterance became more and more indistinct. He took to singing French chansons of a not very moral tendency. I rose suddenly from the table just at the conclusion of one of those incoherent verses, and fixing my eyes on him with a quiet smile, said, "Simone, I have deceived you. I learned your secret this evening. You may as well be frank with me. Mrs. Vulpes, or rather one of her spirits, told me all." He started with horror. His intoxication seemed for the moment to fade away, and he made a movement toward the weapon that he had a short time before laid down. I stopped him with my hand. "Monster!" he cried passionately. "I am ruined! What shall I do? You shall never have it! I swear by my mother!" "I don't want it," I said. "Rest secure, but be frank with me. Tell me all about it." The drunkenness began to return. He protested with maudlin earnestness that I was entirely mistaken, that I was intoxicated, then asked me to swear eternal secrecy and promise to disclose the mystery to me. I pledged myself, of course, to all. With an uneasy look in his eyes and hands unsteady with drink and nervousness, he drew a small case from his breast and opened it. Heavens! How the mild lamplight was shivered into 1,000 prismatic arrows as it fell upon a vast rose diamond that glittered in the case. I was no judge of diamonds, but I saw at a glance that this was a gem of rare size and purity. I looked at Simone with wonder, and, must I confess it, with envy. How could he have obtained this treasure? In reply to my questions, I could just gather from his drunken statements, of which I fancy half the incoherence was affected, that he had been superintending a gang of slaves engaged in diamond washing in Brazil. That he had seen one of them secrete a diamond, but instead of informing his employers, had quietly watched the Negro until he saw him bury his treasure. That he had dug it up and fled with it, but that as yet he was afraid to attempt to dispose of it publicly, so valuable a gem being almost certain to attract too much attention to its owner's antecedents. And he had not been able to discover any of those obscure channels by which such matters are conveyed away safely. He added that, in accordance with Oriental practice, he had named his diamond with the fanciful title of the Eye of Morning. While Simone was relating this to me, I regarded the great diamond attentively. Never had I beheld anything so beautiful. All the glories of light, ever imagined or described, seemed to pulsate in its crystalline chambers. Its weight, as I learned from Simone, was exactly 140 carats. Here was an amazing coincidence. The hand of destiny seemed in it. On the very evening when the spirit of Leeuwenhoek communicates to me the great secret of the microscope, the priceless means which he directs me to employ start up within my easy reach. I determined, with the most perfect deliberation, to possess myself of Simone's diamond. I sat opposite to him while he nodded over his glass, and calmly revolved the whole affair. I did not for an instant contemplate so foolish an act as a common theft, which would of course be discovered, or at least necessitate flight and concealment, all of which must interfere with my scientific plans. There was but one step to be taken: to kill Simone. After all, what was the life of a little peddling Jew in comparison with the interests of science? Human beings are taken every day from the condemned prisons to be experimented on by surgeons. This man, Simon, was by his own confession a criminal, a robber, and I believed on my soul a murderer. He deserved death quite as much as any felon condemned by the laws. Why should I not, like government, contrive that his punishment should contribute to the progress of human knowledge? The means for accomplishing everything I desired lay within my reach. There stood upon the mantelpiece a bottle half full of French laudanum. Simon was so occupied with his diamond, which I had just restored to him, that it was an affair of no difficulty to drug his glass. In a quarter of an hour he was in a profound sleep. I now opened his waistcoat, took the diamond from the inner pocket in which he had placed it, and removed him to the bed on which I had laid him so that his feet hung down over the edge. I had possessed myself of the Malay crease which I held in my right hand, while with the other I discovered, as accurately as I could by pulsation, the exact locality of the heart. It was essential that all the aspects of his death should lead to the surmise of self-murder. I calculated the exact angle at which it was probable that the weapon, if leveled by Simon's own hand, would enter his breast. Then with one powerful blow I thrust it up to the hilt in the very spot which I desired to penetrate. A convulsive thrill ran through Simon's limbs. I heard a smothered sound issue from his throat, precisely like the bursting of a large air bubble sent up by a diver when it reaches the surface of the water. He turned half round on his side, and, as if to assist my plans more effectually, his right hand, moved by some mere spasmodic impulse, clasped the handle of the crease, which it remained holding with extraordinary muscular tenacity. Beyond this there was no apparent struggle. The laudanum, I presume, paralyzed the usual nervous action. He must have died instantly. There was yet something to be done. To make it certain that all suspicion of the act should be diverted from any inhabitant of the house to Simon himself, it was necessary that the door should be found in the morning locked on the inside. How to do this, and afterwards escape myself? Not by the window. That was a physical impossibility. Besides, I was determined that the windows also should be found bolted. The solution was simple enough. I descended softly to my own room for a peculiar instrument which I had used for holding small slippery substances, such as minute spheres of glass, etc. This instrument was nothing more than a long, slender hand vise, with a very powerful grip and a considerable leverage, which last was accidentally owing to the shape of the handle. Nothing was simpler than, when the key was in the lock, to seize the end of its stem in this vise through the keyhole from the outside, and so lock the door. Previously, however, to doing this, I burned a number of papers on Simon's hearth. Suicides almost always burn papers before they destroy themselves. I also emptied some more laudanum into Simon's glass, having first removed from it all traces of wine, cleaned the other wine glass, and brought the bottles away with me. If traces of 2 persons drinking had been found in the room, the question naturally would have arisen, who was the second? Besides, the wine bottles might have been identified as belonging to me. The laudanum I poured out to account for its presence in his stomach in case of a post-mortem examination. The theory naturally would be that he first intended to poison himself, but after swallowing a little of the drug was either disgusted with its taste or changed his mind from other motives and chose the dagger. These arrangements made, I walked out, leaving the gas burning, locked the door with my vise, and went to bed. Simon's death was not discovered until nearly 3 in the afternoon. The servant, astonished at seeing the gas burning, the light streaming on the dark landing from under the door, peeped through the keyhole and saw Simon on the bed. She gave the alarm. The door was burst open, and the neighborhood was in a fever of excitement. Everyone in the house was arrested, myself included. There was an inquest, but no clue to his death beyond that of suicide could be obtained. Curiously enough, he had made several speeches to his friends the preceding week that seemed to point to self-destruction. One gentleman swore that Simon had said in his presence that he was tired of life. His landlord affirmed that Simon, when paying him his last month's rent, remarked that he should not pay him rent much longer. All the other evidence corresponded: the door locked inside, the position of the corpse, the burnt papers. As I anticipated, no one knew of the possession of the diamond by Simon, so that no motive was suggested for his murder. The jury, after a prolonged examination, brought in the usual verdict, and the neighborhood once more settled down into its accustomed quiet. 5. Animula. The 3 months succeeding Simon's catastrophe, I devoted night and day to my diamond lens. I had constructed a vast galvanic battery, composed of nearly 2,000 pairs of plates. A higher power I dared not use, lest the diamond should be calcined. By means of this enormous engine, I was enabled to send a powerful current of electricity continually through my great diamond, which it seemed to me gained in luster every day. At the expiration of a month, I commenced the grinding and polishing of the lens, a work of intense toil and exquisite delicacy. The great density of the stone, and the care required to be taken with the curvatures of the surface of the lens, rendered the labor the severest and most harassing that I had yet undergone. At last the eventful moment came. The lens was completed. I stood trembling on the threshold of new worlds. I had the realization of Alexander's famous wish before me. The lens lay on the table, ready to be placed upon its platform. My hand fairly shook as I enveloped a drop of water with a thin coating of oil of turpentine, preparatory to its examination, a process necessary in order to prevent the rapid evaporation of the water. I now placed the drop on a thin slip of glass under the lens, and throwing upon it, by the combined aid of a prism and a mirror, a powerful stream of light, I approached my eye to the minute hole drilled through the axis of the lens. For an instant I saw nothing save what seemed to be an illuminated chaos, a vast luminous abyss. A pure white light, cloudless and serene, and seemingly limitless as space itself, was my first impression. Gently, and with the greatest care, I depressed the lens a few hair's breadths. The wondrous illumination still continued, but as the lens approached the object, a scene of indescribable beauty was unfolded to my view. I seemed to gaze upon a vast space, the limits of which extended far beyond my vision. An atmosphere of magical luminousness permeated the entire field of view. I was amazed to see no trace of animalculous life. Not a living thing apparently inhabited that dazzling expanse. I comprehended instantly that by the wondrous power of my lens I had penetrated beyond the grosser particles of aqueous matter, beyond the realms of infusora and protozoa, down to the original gaseous globule, into whose luminous interior I was gazing, as into an almost boundless dome filled with a supernatural radiance. It was, however, no brilliant void into which I looked. On every side I beheld beautiful inorganic forms of unknown texture and colored with the most enchanting hues. These forms presented the appearance of what might be called, for want of a more specific definition, foliated clouds of the highest rarity. That is, they undulated and broke into vegetable formations, and were tinged with splendors compared with which the gilding of our autumn woodlands is as dross compared with gold. Far away into the illimitable distance stretched long avenues of these gaseous forests, dimly transparent, and painted with prismatic hues of unimaginable brilliancy. The pendant branches waved along the fluid glades until every vista seemed to break through half-lucent ranks of many-colored, drooping, silken pennons. What seemed to be either fruits or flowers, pied with 1,000 hues, lustrous and ever-varying, bubbled from the crowns of this fairy foliage. No hills, no lakes, no rivers, no forms, animate or inanimate, were to be seen, save those vast auroral copses that floated serenely in the luminous stillness, with leaves and fruits and flowers gleaming with unknown fires, unrealizable by mere imagination. How strange, I thought, that this sphere should be thus condemned to solitude. I had hoped at least to discover some new form of animal life, perhaps of a lower class than any with which we are at present acquainted, but still some living organism. I found my newly discovered world, if I may so speak, a beautiful chromatic desert. While I was speculating on the singular arrangements of the internal economy of nature, with which she so frequently splinters into atoms our most compact theories, I thought I beheld a form moving slowly through the glades of one of the prismatic forests. I looked more attentively, and found that I was not mistaken. Words cannot depict the anxiety with which I awaited the nearer approach of this mysterious object. Was it merely some inanimate substance held in suspense in the attenuated atmosphere of the globule? Or was it an animal endowed with vitality and motion? It approached, flitting behind the gauzy colored veils of cloud foliage, for seconds dimly revealed, then vanishing. At last, the violet pennons that trailed nearest to me vibrated. They were gently pushed aside, and the form floated out into the broad light. It was a female human shape. When I say human, I mean it possessed the outlines of humanity. But there the analogy ends. Its adorable beauty lifted it illimitable heights beyond the loveliest daughter of Adam. I dare not attempt to inventory the charms of this divine revelation of perfect beauty. Those eyes of mystic violet, dewy and serene, evade my words. Her long, lustrous hair following her glorious head in a golden wake, like the tracks sown in heaven by a falling star, seems to quench my most burning phrases with its splendors. If all the bees of Hybla nestled upon my lips, they would still sing but hoarsely the wondrous harmonies of outline that enclosed her form. She swept out from between the rainbow curtains of the cloud trees into the broad sea of light that lay beyond. Her motions were those of some graceful naiad, cleaving by a mere effort of her will the clear, unruffled waters that filled the chambers of the sea. She floated forth with the serene grace of a frail bubble, ascending through the still atmosphere of a June day. The perfect roundness of her limbs formed suave and enchanting curves. It was like listening to the most spiritual symphony of Beethoven the Divine, to watch the harmonious flow of lines. This, indeed, was a pleasure cheaply purchased at any price. What cared I if I had waded to the portal of this wonder through another's blood? I would have given my own to enjoy one such moment of intoxication and delight. Breathless with gazing on this lovely wonder, and forgetful for an instant of everything save her presence, I withdrew my eye from the microscope eagerly. Alas, as my gaze fell on the thin slide that lay beneath my instrument, the bright light from mirror and from prism sparkled on a colorless drop of water. There, in that tiny bead of dew, this beautiful being was forever imprisoned. The planet Neptune was not more distant from me than she. I hastened once more to apply my eye to the microscope. Animula. Let me now call her by that dear name which I subsequently bestowed upon her. Had changed her position. She had again approached the wondrous forest, and was gazing earnestly upwards. Presently one of the trees, as I must call them, unfolded a long ciliary process, with which it seized one of the gleaming fruits that glittered on its summit, and sweeping slowly down, held it within reach of Animula. The sylph took it in her delicate hand and began to eat. My attention was so entirely absorbed by her that I could not apply myself to the task of determining whether this singular plant was or was not instinct with volition. I watched her as she made her repast with the most profound attention. The suppleness of her motions sent a thrill of delight through my frame. My heart beat madly as she turned her beautiful eyes in the direction of the spot in which I stood. What would I not have given to have had the power to precipitate myself into that luminous ocean and float with her through those groves of purple and gold? While I was thus breathlessly following her every movement, she suddenly started, seemed to listen for a moment, and then, cleaving the brilliant ether into which she was floating, like a flash of light, pierced through the opaline forest and disappeared. Instantly a series of the most singular sensations attacked me. It seemed as if I had suddenly gone blind. The luminous sphere was still before me, but my daylight had vanished. What caused this sudden disappearance? Had she a lover or a husband? Yes, that was the solution. Some signal from a happy fellow being had vibrated through the avenues of the forest, and she had obeyed the summons. The agony of my sensations, as I arrived at this conclusion, startled me. I tried to reject the conviction that my reason forced upon me. I battled against the fatal conclusion, but in vain. It was so. I had no escape from it. I loved an animalcule. It is true that thanks to the marvelous power of my microscope, she appeared of human proportions. Instead of presenting the revolting aspect of the coarser creatures that live and struggle and die in the more easily resolvable portions of the water drop, she was fair and delicate and of surpassing beauty. But of what account was all that? Every time that my eye was withdrawn from the instrument, it fell on a miserable drop of water, within which I must be content to know dwelt all that could make my life lovely. Could she but see me once, could I for one moment pierce the mystical walls that so inexorably rose to separate us, and whisper all that filled my soul, I might consent to be satisfied for the rest of my life with the knowledge of her remote sympathy. It would be something to have established even the faintest personal link to bind us together, to know that at times, when roaming through those enchanted glades, she might think of the wonderful stranger who had broken the monotony of her life with his presence and left a gentle memory in her heart. But it could not be. No invention of which human intellect was capable could bring down the barriers that nature had erected. I might feast my soul upon her wondrous beauty, yet she must always remain ignorant of the adoring eyes that day and night gazed upon her, and even when closed beheld her in dreams. With a bitter cry of anguish I fled from the room, and flinging myself on my bed, sobbed myself to sleep like a child. 6. The spilling of the cup. I arose the next morning almost at daybreak and rushed to my microscope. I trembled as I sought the luminous world in miniature that contained my all. Animula was there. I had left the gas lamp, surrounded by its moderators, burning when I went to bed the night before. I found the sylph bathing, as it were, with an expression of pleasure animating her features in the brilliant light which surrounded her. She tossed her lustrous golden hair over her shoulders with innocent coquetry. She lay at full length in the transparent medium, in which she supported herself with ease, and gambolled with the enchanting grace that the nymph Salmacis might have exhibited when she sought to conquer the modest Hermaphroditus. I tried an experiment to satisfy herself if her powers of reflection were developed. I lessened the lamplight considerably. By the dim light that remained I could see an expression of pain flit across her face. She looked upward suddenly, and her brows contracted. I flooded the stage of the microscope again with a full stream of light, and her whole expression changed. She sprang forward like some substance deprived of all weight. Her eyes sparkled and her lips moved. Ah, if science had only the means of conducting and reduplicating sounds as it does the rays of light, what carols of happiness would then have entranced my ears? What jubilant hymns to Adonis would have thrilled the illumined air? I now comprehended how it was that the Count de Gabalis peopled his mystic world with sylphs, beautiful beings whose breath of life was lambent fire, and who sported forever in regions of purest ether and purest light. The Rosicrucian had anticipated the wonder that I had practically realized. How long this worship of my strange divinity went on thus I scarcely know. I lost all note of time. All day, from early dawn and far into the night, I was to be found peering through that wonderful lens. I saw no one, went nowhere, and scarce allowed myself sufficient time for my meals. My whole life was absorbed in contemplation, as rapt as that of any of the Romish saints. Every hour that I gazed upon the divine form strengthened my passion, a passion that was always overshadowed by the maddening conviction that, although I could gaze on her at will, she never could behold me. At length I grew so pale and emaciated from want of rest and continual brooding over my insane love and its cruel conditions that I determined to make some effort to wean myself from it. "Come," I said, "this is at best but a fantasy. Your imagination has bestowed on Animula charms which in reality she does not possess. Seclusion from female society has produced this morbid condition of mind. Compare her with the beautiful women of your own world, and this false enchantment will vanish." I looked over the newspapers by chance. There I beheld the advertisement of a celebrated danseuse, who appeared nightly at Niblo's. The Signorina Caradolce had the reputation of being the most beautiful as well as the most graceful woman in the world. I instantly dressed and went to the theater. The curtain drew up. The usual semicircle of fairies in white muslin were standing on the right toe around the enameled flower bank of green canvas on which the belated prince was sleeping. Suddenly a flute is heard. The fairies start. The trees open. The fairies all stand on the left toe, and the queen enters. It was the Signorina. She bounded forward amid the thunders of applause, and, lighting on one foot, remained poised in the air. Heavens! Was this the great enchantress that had drawn monarchs at her chariot wheels? Those heavy, muscular limbs, those thick ankles, those cavernous eyes, that stereotyped smile, those crudely painted cheeks? Where were the vermeil blooms, the liquid expressive eyes, the harmonious limbs of Animula? The signorina danced. What gross, discordant movements! The play of her limbs was all false and artificial. Her bounds were painful, athletic efforts. Her poses were angular and distressed the eye. I could bear it no longer. With an exclamation of disgust that drew every eye upon me, I rose from my seat in the very middle of the signorina's pas de fascination, and abruptly quitted the house. I hastened home to feast my eyes once more on the lovely form of my sylph. I felt that henceforth to combat this passion would be impossible. I applied my eye to the lens. Animula was there. But what could have happened? Some terrible change seemed to have taken place during my absence. Some secret grief seemed to cloud the lovely features of her I gazed upon. Her face had grown thin and haggard. Her limbs trailed heavily. The wondrous luster of her golden hair had faded. She was ill, and I could not assist her. I believed at that moment I would have gladly forfeited all claims to my human birthright, if I could have only been dwarfed to the size of an animalcule, and permitted to console her from whom fate had forever divided me. I racked my brain for the solution of this mystery. What was it that afflicted the sylph? She seemed to suffer intense pain. Her features contracted, and she even writhed, as if with some internal agony. The wondrous forests appeared also to have lost half their beauty. Their hues were dim, and in some places faded away altogether. I watched Animula for hours with a breaking heart, and she seemed absolutely to wither away under my very eye. Suddenly I remembered that I had not looked at the water drop for several days. In fact, I hated to see it, for it reminded me of the natural barrier between Animula and myself. I hurriedly looked down on the stage of the microscope. The slide was still there, but, great heavens, the water drop had vanished. The awful truth burst upon me. It had evaporated, until it had become so minute as to be invisible to the naked eye. I had been gazing on its last atom, the one that contained Animula, and she was dying. I rushed again to the front of the lens and looked through. Alas, the last agony had seized her. The rainbow-hued forests had all melted away, and Animula lay struggling feebly in what seemed to be a spot of dim light. Ah, the sight was horrible. The limbs, once so round and lovely, shriveling up into nothings. The eyes, those eyes that shone like heaven, being quenched into black dust. The lustrous golden hair now lank and discolored. The last throe came. I beheld that final struggle of the blackening form, and I fainted. When I awoke out of a trance of many hours, I found myself lying amid the wreck of my instrument, myself as shattered in mind and body as it. I crawled feebly to my bed, from which I did not rise for months. They say now that I am mad, but they are mistaken. I am poor, for I have neither the heart nor the will to work. All my money is spent, and I live on charity. Young men's associations that love a joke invite me to lecture on optics before them, for which they pay me, and laugh at me while I lecture. Linley, the mad microscopist, is the name I go by. I suppose that I talk incoherently while I lecture. Who could talk sense when his brain is haunted by such ghastly memories, while ever and anon among the shapes of death I behold the radiant form of my lost Animula. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Diamond Lens with Other Stories by Fitz-James O'Brien. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Wondersmith. 1. Galosh Street and its people. A small lane, the name of which I have forgotten, or do not choose to remember, slants suddenly off from Chatham Street, before that headlong thoroughfare rushes into the park, and retreats suddenly down toward the East River, as if it were disgusted with the smell of old clothes and had determined to wash itself clean. This excellent intention it has, however, evidently contributed toward the making of that imaginary pavement mentioned in the old adage, for it is still emphatically a dirty street. It has never been able to shake off the Hebraic taint of filth which it inherits from the ancestral thoroughfare. It is slushy and greasy, as if it were a twin brother of the Roman ghetto. I like a dirty slum, not because I am naturally unclean. I have not a drop of Neapolitan blood in my veins, but because I generally find a certain sediment of philosophy precipitated in its gutters. A clean street is terribly prosaic. There is no food for thought in carefully swept pavements, barren kennels, and vulgarly spotless houses. But when I go down a street which has been left so long to itself that it has acquired a distinct outward character, I find plenty to think about. The scraps of sodden letters lying in the ash barrel have their meaning. Desperate appeals, perhaps, from Tom, the baker's assistant, to Amelia, the daughter of the dry goods retailer, who is always selling at a sacrifice in consequence of the late fire. That may be Tom himself, who is now passing me in a white apron, and I look up at the windows of the house, which does not, however, give any signs of a recent conflagration, and almost hope to see Amelia wave a white pocket handkerchief. The bit of orange peel lying on the sidewalk inspires thought. Who will fall over it? Who but the industrious mother of 6 children, the youngest of which is only 9 months old, all of whom are dependent on her exertions for support? I see her slip and tumble. I see the pale face convulsed with agony, and the vain struggle to get up, the pitying crowd closing her off from all air, the anxious young doctor who happened to be passing by, the manipulation of the broken limb, the shake of the head, the moan of the victim, the litter borne on men's shoulders, the gates of the New York hospital unclosing, the subscription taken up on the spot. There is some food for speculation in that 3-year-old tattered child masked with dirt, who is throwing a brick at another 3-year-old tattered child masked with dirt. It is not difficult to perceive that he is destined to lurk, as it were, through life. His bad flat face, or at least what can be seen of it, does not look as if it were made for the light of day. The mire in which he wallows now is but a type of the moral mire in which he will wallow hereafter. The feeble little hand lifted at this instant to smite his companion, half in earnest, half in jest, will be raised against his fellow beings forevermore. Galosh Street, as I will call this nameless lane before alluded to, is an interesting locality. All the oddities of trade seem to have found their way thither and made an eccentric mercantile settlement. There is a bird shop at one corner wainscoted with little cages containing linnets, waxwings, canaries, blackbirds, minnow birds with 100 other varieties, known only to naturalists. Immediately opposite is an establishment where they sell nothing but ornaments made out of the tinted leaves of autumn, varnished and gummed into various forms. Further down is a second-hand bookstall which looks like a sentry box mangled out flat, and which is remarkable for not containing a complete set of any work. There is a small chink between 2 ordinary-sized houses, in which a little Frenchman makes and sells artificial eyes, specimens of which, ranged on a black velvet cushion, stare at you unwinkingly through the window as you pass, until you shudder and hurry on, thinking how awful the world would be if everyone went about without eyelids. There are junk shops in Galosh Street that seem to have gotten hold of all of the old nails in the ark and all the old brass of Corinth. Madame Philomel, the fortune-teller, lives at number 12 Galosh Street, 2nd Street front. Pull the bell on the left-hand side. Next door to Madame is the shop of Herr Heap, commonly called the Wondersmith. Herr Heap's shop is the largest in Galosh Street, and to all appearance is furnished with the smallest stock. Beyond a few packing cases, a turner's lathe, and a shelf laden with dissected maps of Europe, the interior of the shop is entirely unfurnished. The window, which is lofty and wide, but much begrimed with dirt, contains the only pleasant object in the place. This is a beautiful little miniature theater, that is to say, the orchestra and stage. It is fitted with charmingly painted scenery and all the appliances for scenic changes. There are tiny traps and delicately constructed lifts, and real footlights fed with burning fluid. And in the orchestra sits a diminutive conductor before his desk, surrounded by musical mannequins, all provided with the smallest of violoncellos, flutes, oboes, drums, and such like. There are characters also on the stage. A Templar in a white cloak is dragging a fainting female form to the parapet of a ruined bridge, while behind a great black rock on the left one can see a man concealed who, kneeling, levels an arquebus at the knight's heart. But the orchestra is silent. The conductor never beats the time. The musicians never play a note. The Templar never drags his victim an inch nearer to the bridge. The masked avenger takes an eternal aim with his weapon. This repose appears unnatural. For so admirably are the figures executed that they seem replete with life. One is almost led to believe, in looking on them, that they are resting beneath some spell which hinders their motion. One expects every moment to hear the loud explosion of the arquebuse, to see the blue smoke curling, the Templar falling, to hear the orchestra playing the requiem of the guilty. Few people know what Herr Heap's business or trade really was. That he worked at something was evident, else why the shop? Some people inclined to the belief that he was an inventor, or mechanician. His workshop was in the rear of the store, and into that sanctuary no one but himself had admission. He arrived in Galosh Street 8 or 10 years ago, and one fine morning the neighbors, taking down their shutters, observed that number 13 had got a tenant. A tall, thin, sallow-faced man stood on a ladder outside the shop entrance, nailing up a large board on which Herr Heap, Wondersmith, was painted in black letters on a yellow background. The little theatre stood in the window where it stood ever after, and Herr Heap was established. But what was a wondersmith? People asked each other. No one could reply. Madame Philomel was consulted, but she looked grave and said that it was none of her business. Mr. Pipple, the bird-fancier, who was a German, and ought to know best, thought it was the English for some singular Teutonic profession, but his replies were so vague that Galosh Street was as unsatisfied as ever. Solon, the little humpback, who kept the odd-volume book-stall at the lowest corner, could throw no light upon it, and at length people had to come to the conclusion that Herr Heap was either a coiner or a magician, and opinions were divided. 2. A Bottle Full of Souls. It was a dull December evening. There was little trade doing in Galosh Street, and the shutters were up at most of the shops. Heap's store had been closed at least an hour, and the minnow birds and Bohemian waxwings at Mr. Pipple's had their heads tucked under their wings in their first sleep. Herr Heap sat in his parlor, which was lit by a pleasant wood fire. There were no candles in the room, and the flickering blaze played fantastic tricks on the pale gray walls. It seemed the festival of shadows. Processions of shapes, obscure and indistinct, passed across the leaden-hued panels and vanished in the dusk corners. Every fresh blaze flung up by the wayward logs created new images. Now it was a funeral throng, with the bowed figures of mourners, the shrouded coffin, the plumes that waved like extinguished torches. Now a nightly cavalcade with flags and lances and weird horses that rushed silently along until they met the angle of the room, when they pranced through the wall and vanished. On a table close to where Herr Heap sat was placed a large square box of some dark wood, while over it was spread a casing of steel, so elaborately wrought in an open arabesque pattern that it seemed like a shining blue lace which was lightly stretched over its surface. Herr Heap lay luxuriously in his armchair, looking meditatively in the fire. He was tall and thin, and his skin was of a dull saffron hue. Long straight hair, sharply cut, regular features, a long thin mustache that curled like a dark asp around his mouth, the expression of which was so bitter and cruel that it seemed to distill the venom of the ideal serpent, and a bony, muscular form were the prominent characteristics of the Wondersmith. The profound silence that reigned in the chamber was broken by a peculiar scratching at the panel of the door, like that which, at the French court, was formerly substituted for the ordinary knock, when it was necessary to demand admission to the royal apartments. Herr Heap started, raised his head, which vibrated on his long neck like the head of a cobra when about to strike, and after a moment's silence uttered a strange guttural sound. The door unclosed, and a squat, broad-shouldered woman with large, wild, oriental eyes entered softly. "Ah, Philomel, you are come," said the Wondersmith, sinking back in his chair. "Where are the rest of them?" "They will be here presently," answered Madame Philomel, seating herself in an armchair much too narrow for a person of her proportions, and over the sides of which she bulged like a pudding. "Have you brought the souls?" asked the Wondersmith. "They are here," said the fortune-teller, drawing a large pot-bellied black bottle from under her cloak. "Ah, I have had such trouble with them." "Are they of the right brand? Wild, tearing, dark, devilish fellows. We want no essence of milk and honey, you know. None but souls bitter as hemlock or scorching as lightning will suit our purpose." You will see, Grand Duke of Egypt. They are ethereal demons, every one of them. They are the pick of 1,000 births. Do you think that I, old midwife that I am, don't know the squall of the demon child from that of the angel child the very moment they're delivered? Ask a musician how he knows, even in the dark, a note struck by Thalberg from one struck by Liszt. "I long to test them," cried the Wondersmith, rubbing his hands joyfully. "I long to see how the little devils will behave when I give them their shapes.
Ah, it will be a proud day for us when we let them loose upon the cursed Christian children. Through the length and breadth of the land they will go. Wherever our wandering people set foot, and wherever they are, the children of the Christians shall die. Then we, the despised Bohemians, the gypsies, as they call us, will be once more lords of the earth, as we were in the days when the accursed things called cities did not exist, and men lived in the free woods and hunted the game of the forest. Toys, indeed. Aye, we will give the little dears toys. Toys that all day will sleep calmly in their boxes, seemingly stiff and wooden and without life, but at night when the souls enter them, will arise and surround the cots of the sleeping children, and pierce their hearts with their keen, envenomed blades. Toys, indeed. Oh, yes, I will sell them toys. And the Wondersmith laughed horribly, while the snaky mustache on his upper lip writhed as if it had truly a serpent's power and could sting. "Have you got your first batch, Herr Heap?" asked Madame Philomel. "Are they all ready?" "Oh, aye, they are ready," answered the Wondersmith with gusto, opening as he spoke the box covered with the blue steel lacework. "They are here."
The box contained a quantity of exquisitely carved wooden mannequins of both sexes, painted with great dexterity so as to present a miniature resemblance to nature. They were, in fact, nothing more than admirable specimens of those toys which children delight in placing in various positions on the table, in regiments, or sitting at meals, or grouped under the stiff green trees which always accompany them in the boxes in which they are sold at the toy shops. The peculiarity, however, about the mannequins of Herr Heap was not alone the artistic truth with which the limbs and features were gifted, but on the countenance of each little puppet the carver's art had wrought an expression of wickedness that was appalling. Every tiny face had its special stamp of ferocity. The lips were thin and brimful of malice. The small black bead-like eyes glittered with the fire of universal hate. There was not one of the mannequins, male or female, that did not hold in his or her hand some miniature weapon. The little men, scowling like demons, clasped in their wooden fingers swords delicate as a housewife's needle. The women, whose countenances expressed treachery and cruelty, clutched infinitesimal daggers, with which they seemed about to take some terrible vengeance. "Good," said Madame Philomel, taking one of the mannequins out of the box and examining it attentively. "You work well, Duke Balthazar. These little ones are of the right stamp. They look as if they had mischief in them. Ah, here comes our brothers." At this moment the same scratching that preceded the entrance of Madame Philomel was heard at the door, and Herr Heap replied with a hoarse guttural cry. The next moment 2 men entered. The first was a small man with very brilliant eyes. He was wrapped in a long, shabby cloak and wore a strange nondescript species of cap on his head, such a cap as one sees only in the low billiard rooms in Paris. His companion was tall, long-limbed, and slender, and his dress, although of the ordinary cut, either from the disposition of colors or from the careless, graceful attitudes of the wearer, assumed a certain air of picturesqueness. Both the men possessed the same marked oriental type of countenance which distinguished the Wondersmith and Madame Philomel. True gypsies they seemed, who would not have been out of place telling fortunes or stealing chickens in the green lanes of England, or wandering with their wild music and their sleight of hand tricks through Bohemian villages.
"Welcome, brothers," said the Wondersmith. "You are in time. Sister Philomel has brought the souls, and we are about to test them. Monsieur Coplon, take off your cloak. Brother Oaksmith, take a chair. I promise you some amusement this evening, so make yourselves comfortable. Here is something to aid you."
And while the Frenchman, Coplon, and his tall companion, Oaksmith, were obeying Heap's invitation, he reached over to a little closet let into the wall and took thence a squat bottle and some glasses which he placed on the table.
"Drink, brothers," he said. "It is not Christian blood, but good stout wine of Oporto. It goes right to the heart, and warms one like the sunshine of the south."
"It is good,"
said Coplon, smacking his lips with enthusiasm.
"Why don't you keep brandy? Hang wine!" cried Oaksmith, after having swallowed 2 bumpers in rapid succession. "Bah! Brandy has been the ruin of our race. It made us sots and thieves. It shall never cross my threshold," cried the Wondersmith, with a somber indignation.
"A little of it is not bad, though, Duke," said the fortune-teller. "It consoles us for our misfortunes. It gives us the crowns we once wore. It restores us to the power we once wielded. It carries us back, as if by magic, to that land of the sun from which fate has driven us. It darkens the memory of all the evils that we have for centuries suffered."
"It is a devil! May it be cursed!"
cried Herr Heap passionately.
"It is a demon that stole from me my son, the finest youth in all Courland. Yes, my son, the son of the wayward Balthazar, Grand Duke of Lower Egypt, died raving in a gutter, with an empty brandy bottle in his hands. Were it not that the plant is a sacred one in our race, I would curse the grape and the vine that bore it."
This outburst was delivered with such energy that the three gypsies kept silence. Oaksmith helped himself to another glass of port, and the fortune-teller rocked to and fro in her chair, too much overawed by the Wondersmith's vehemence of manner to reply. The little Frenchman, Kerplon, took no part in the discussion, but seemed lost in admiration of the mannequins, which he took from the box in which they lay, handling them with the greatest care. After the silence had lasted for about a minute, Herr Heap broke it with the sudden question,
"How does your eye get on, Kerplon?"
"Excellently, Duke. It is finished. I have it here."
And the little Frenchman put his hand into his breeches pocket and pulled out a large artificial human eye. Its great size was the only thing in this eye that would lead anyone to suspect its artificiality. It was at least twice the size of life, but there was a fearful speculative light in its iris, which seemed to expand and contract like the eye of a living being that rendered it a horrible staring paradox. It looked like the naked eye of the Cyclops torn from his forehead, and still burning with wrath and the desire for vengeance. The little Frenchman laughed pleasantly as he held the eye in his hand, and gazed down on that huge dark pupil that stared back at him, it seemed, with an air of defiance and mistrust.
"It is a devil of an eye,"
said the little man, wiping the enameled surface with an old silk pocket handkerchief.
"It reads like a demon. My niece, the unhappy one, has a wretch of a lover, and I have a long time feared that she would run away with him. I could not read her correspondence, for she kept her writing desk closely locked, but I asked her yesterday to keep this eye in some very safe place for me. She put it, as I knew she would, into her desk, and by its aid I read every one of her letters. She was to run away next Monday, the ungrateful, but she will find herself disappointed."
And the little man laughed heartily at the success of his stratagem, and polished and fondled the great eye until that optic seemed to grow sore with rubbing.
"And you have been at work too, I see, Herr Heap. Your mannequins are excellent. But where are the souls?" "In that bottle,"
answered the Wondersmith, pointing to the pot-bellied black bottle that Madame Philomel had brought with her.
"Yes, Monsieur Kerplon,"
he continued.
"My mannequins are well made. I invoked the aid of Abigor, the demon of soldiery, and he inspired me. The little fellows will be famous assassins when they are animated. We will try them tonight."
"Good,"
cried Kerplon, rubbing his hands joyously.
"It is close upon New Year's Day. We will fabricate millions of the little murderers by New Year's Eve, and sell them in large quantities. And when the households are asleep, and the Christian children are waiting for Santa Claus to come, the small ones will troop from their boxes, and the Christian children will die. It is famous. Health to Abigor."
"Let us try them at once," said Oaksmith. "Is your daughter, Zonella, in bed, Herr Heap? Are we secure from intrusion?"
"No one is stirring about the house,"
replied the Wondersmith gloomily. Philomel leaned over to Oaksmith and said in an undertone, "Why do you mention his daughter? You know he does not like to have her spoken about."
"I will take care that we are not disturbed,"
said Kerplon, rising.
"I will put my eye outside the door to watch."
He went to the door and placed his great eye upon the floor with tender care. As he did so, a dark form, unseen by him or his second vision, glided along the passage noiselessly and was lost in the darkness. "Now for it!" exclaimed Madame Philomel, taking up her fat black bottle. "Herr Heap, prepare your mannequins." The Wondersmith took the little dolls out one by one and set them upon the table. Such an array of villainous countenances was never seen. An army of Italian bravos, seen through the wrong end of a telescope, or a band of prisoners at the galleys in Lilliput, will give some faint idea of the appearance they presented. While Madame Philomel uncorked the black bottles, Herr Heap covered the dolls with a species of linen tint, which he took also from the box. This done, the fortune-teller held the mouth of the bottle to the door of the tent, gathering the loose cloth closely round the glass neck. Immediately tiny noises were heard inside the tent. Madame Philomel removed the bottle, and the Wondersmith lifted the covering in which he had enveloped his little people. A wonderful transformation had taken place. Wooden and inflexible no longer, the crowd of mannequins were now in full motion. The bead-like eyes turned, glittering on all sides. The thin, wicked lips quivered with bad passions. The tiny hands sheathed and unsheathed little swords and daggers. Episodes common to life were taking place in every direction. Here 2 martial mannequins paid court to a pretty, sly-faced female, who smiled on each alternately, but gave her hand to be kissed to a 3rd mannequin, an ugly little scoundrel who crouched behind her. There a pair of friendly dolls walked arm in arm, apparently on the best terms, while all the time one was watching his opportunity to stab the other in the back.
"I think they'll do," said the Wondersmith, chuckling as he watched these various incidents. "Treacherous, cruel, bloodthirsty, all goes marvelously well. But stay, I will put the grand test to them."
So saying, he drew a gold dollar from his pocket and let it fall on the table, in the very midst of the throng of mannequins. It had hardly touched the table when there was a pause on all sides. Every head was turned towards the dollar. Then about 20 of the little creatures rushed towards the glittering coin. One, fleeter than the rest, leaped upon it and drew his sword. The entire crowd of little people had now gathered round this new center of attraction. Men and women struggled and shoved to get nearer to the piece of gold. Hardly had the first Lilliputian mounted upon the treasure, when 100 blades flashed back a defiant answer to his, and a dozen men, sword in hand, leaped upon the yellow platform, and drove him off at the sword's point. Then commenced a general battle. The miniature faces were convulsed with rage and avarice. Each furious doll tried to plunge dagger or sword into his or her neighbor, and the women seemed possessed by 1,000 devils. "They will break themselves into atoms," cried Philomel as she watched with eagerness the savage melee. "You had better gather them up, Herr Heap. I will exhaust my bottle and suck all the souls back from them."
"Oh, they are perfect devils. They are magnificent little demons,"
cried the Frenchman with enthusiasm.
"Heap, you are a wonderful man. Brother Oaksmith, you have no such man as Heap among your English gypsies."
"Not exactly," answered Oaksmith rather suddenly. "Not exactly. But we have men there who can make a 12-year-old horse look like a 4-year-old, and who can take you and Herr Heap with one hand and throw you over their shoulders."
"The good God forbid,"
said the little Frenchman.
"I do not love such play. It is incommodious."
While Oaksmith and Kerplon were talking, the Wondersmith had placed the linen tent over the struggling dolls, and Madame Philomel, who had been performing some mysterious manipulations with her black bottle, put the mouth once more to the door of the tent. In an instant the confused murmur within ceased. Madame Philomel corked the bottle quickly. The Wondersmith withdrew the tent, and, lo, the furious dolls were once more wooden-jointed and inflexible. And the old sinister look was again frozen on their faces.
"They must have blood, though,"
said Herr Heap, as he gathered them up and put them into their box.
"Mr. Pipple, the bird fancier, is asleep. I have a key that opens his door. We will let them loose among the birds. It will be rare fun."
"Magnificent,"
cried Kerplon.
"Let us go on the instant, but first let me gather up my eye."
The Frenchman pocketed his eye, after having given it a polish with the silk handkerchief. Herr Heap extinguished the lamp. Oaksmith took a last bumper of port, and the 4 gypsies departed for Mr. Pipple's, carrying the box of mannequins with them. 3. Salon. The shadow that glided along the dark corridor at the moment that Monsieur Kerplon deposited his sentinel eye outside the door of the Wondersmith's apartment sped swiftly through the passage and ascended the stairs to the attic. Here the shadow stopped at the entrance to one of the chambers and knocked at the door. There was no reply.
"Zonela, are you asleep?"
said the shadow softly.
"Oh, Salon, is it you?"
replied a sweet low voice from within.
"I thought it was Herr Heap. Come in."
The shadow opened the door and entered. There were neither candles nor lamp in the room, but through the projecting window which was open there came the faint gleams of the starlight, by which one could distinguish a female figure seated on a low stool in the middle of the floor.
"Has he left you without light again, Zonela?"
asked the shadow, closing the door of the apartment.
"I've brought my little lantern with me, though." "Thank you, Salon,"
answered she called Zanella.
"You are a good fellow. He never gives me any light of an evening, but bids me to go to bed. I like to sit sometimes and look at the moon and the stars. The stars more than all, for they seem all the time to look right back into my face, very sadly, as if they would say, 'We see you, and pity you, and would help you if we could.' But it is so mournful to be always looking at such myriads of melancholy eyes, and I long so to read those nice books that you lend me, Salon."
By this time the shadow had lit the lantern and was a shadow no longer. A large head covered with a profusion of long blonde hair which was cut after that fashion known as a l'enfant d'Edouard. A beautiful pale face lit with wide blue dreamy eyes, long arms and slender hands, attenuated legs, and an enormous hump. Such was Salon, the shadow. As soon as the humpback had lit the lamp, Zonella arose from the low stool on which she had been seated, and took Salon's hand affectionately in hers. Zonella was surely not of gypsy blood. That rich auburn hair, that looked almost black in the lamplight, that pale transparent skin tinged with an underglow of warm rich blood, the hazel eyes, large and soft as those of a fawn, were never begotten of a Zingaro. Zonella was seemingly about 16. Her figure, although somewhat thin and angular, was full of the unconscious grace of youth. She was dressed in an old cotton print which had once been of an exceedingly boisterous pattern, but was now a mere suggestion of former splendor, while round her head was twisted in fantastic fashion a silk handkerchief of green ground spotted with bright crimson. This strange headdress gave her an elfish appearance.
"I have been out all day with the organ, and I am so tired, Solon. Not sleepy, but weary, I mean. Poor Furbellow was sleepy, though, and he's gone to bed."
"I am weary too, Zonella. Not weary as you are, though, for I sit in my little bookstall all day long, and do not drag round an organ and a monkey and play old tunes for pennies. But weary of myself, of life, of the load that I carry on my shoulders." And as he said this, the poor humpback glanced sideways, as if to call attention to his deformed person.
"Well, but you ought not to be melancholy amidst your books, Solon. Gracious, if I could only sit in the sun and read as you do, how happy I should be. But it's very tiresome to trudge round all day with that nasty organ, and look up at the houses, and know that you are annoying the people inside, and then the boys play such bad tricks on poor Furbellow, throwing him hot pennies to pick up, and burning his poor little hands. And oh, sometimes, Solon, the men in the street make me so afraid. They speak to me and look at me so oddly. I'd a great deal rather sit in your bookstall and read."
"I have nothing but odd volumes in my stall," answered the humpback. "Perhaps that's right, though, for, after all, I'm nothing but an odd volume myself."
"Come, don't be melancholy, Solon. Sit down and tell me a story. I'll bring Furbellow to listen."
So saying, she went to a dusky corner of the cheerless attic room, and returned with a little Brazilian monkey in her arms, a poor, mild, drowsy thing that looked as if it had cried itself to sleep. She sat down on her little stool with Furbellow in her lap, and nodded her head to Solon, as much to say, "Go on, we are attentive." "You want a story, do you?" said the humpback with a mournful smile. "Well, I'll tell you one. Only what will your father say if he catches me here?"
"Herr Heap is not my father," cried Zonella indignantly. "He's a gypsy, and I know I'm stolen, and I'd run away from him if only I knew where to run to. If I were his child, do you think that he would treat me as he does, make me trudge round the city all day long with a barrel organ and a monkey, though I love poor dear Furbellow, and keep me up in a garret and give me ever so little to eat? I know I'm not his child, for he hates me."
"Listen to my story, Zonella, and we'll talk of that afterwards. Let me sit at your feet." And having coiled himself up at the dark maiden's feet, he commenced. "There once lived in the great city, just like this city of New York, a poor little hunchback. He kept a second-hand bookstall where he made barely enough money to keep body and soul together. He was very sad at times, because he knew scarce anyone, and those that he did know did not love him. He had passed a sickly, secluded youth. The children of his neighborhood would not play with him, for he was not made like them, and the people in the streets stared at him with pity, or scoffed at him when he went by. Ah, Zonella, how his poor heart was wrung with bitterness when he beheld the procession of shapely men and fine women that every day passed him by in the thoroughfares of the great city. How he repined and cursed his fate as the torrent of fleet-footed firemen dashed past him to the toll of the bells, magnificent in their overflowing vitality and strength. But there was one consolation left him, one drop of honey in the jar of gall, so sweet that it ameliorated all the bitterness of life. God had given him a deformed body, but his mind was straight and healthy. So the poor hunchback shut himself into the world of books, and was, if not happy, at least contented. He kept company with courteous paladins and romantic heroes and beautiful women, and this society was of such excellent breeding that it never so much as once noticed his poor crooked back or his lame walk. The love of books grew upon him with his years. He was remarked for his studious habits, and when one day the obscure people that he called father and mother, parents only in name, died, a compassionate book-vendor gave him enough stock in trade to set up a little stall of his own. Here, in his bookstall, he sat in the sun all day, waiting for the customers that seldom came, and reading the fine deeds of the people of the ancient time, or the beautiful thoughts of the poets that had warmed millions of hearts before that hour, and still glowed for him with undiminished fire. One day when he was reading some book that, small as it was big enough to shut the whole world out from him, he heard some music in the street. Looking up from his book, he saw a little girl with large eyes playing an organ, while a monkey begged for alms from a crowd of idlers who had nothing in their pockets but their hands. The girl was playing, but she was also weeping. The merry notes of the polka were ground out to a silent accompaniment of tears. She looked very sad, this organ girl, and her monkey seemed to have caught the infection, for his large brown eyes were moist, as if he also wept. The poor hunchback was struck with pity, and called the little girl over to give her a penny, not, dear Zonella, because he wished to bestow alms, but because he wanted to speak with her. She came, and they talked together. She came the next day, for it turned out that they were neighbors, and the next, and in short, every day. They became friends. They were both lonely and afflicted, with this difference that she was beautiful, and he was a hunchback.
"Why, Solon," cried Zonella, "that's the very way you and I met."
It was then, continued Solon with a faint smile, that life seemed to have its music. A great harmony seemed to the poor cripple to fill the world. The carts that took the flour barrels from the wharves to the storehouses seemed to emit joyous melodies from their wheels. The hum of the great business streets sounded like grand symphonies of triumph. As one who has been travelling through a barren country without much heed feels with singular force the sterility of the lands he has passed through when he reaches the fertile plains that lie at the end of his journey, so the humpback, after his vision had been freshened with this blooming flower, remembered for the first time the misery of the life that he had led. But he did not allow himself to dwell upon the past. The present was so delightful that it occupied all his thoughts. Zonella, he was in love with the organ girl.
"Oh, that's so nice,"
said Zonella innocently, pinching poor Furbellow as she spoke in order to dispel a very evident snooze that was creeping over him.
"It's going to be a love story."
Ah, but, Zonella, he did not know whether she loved him in return. You forget that he was deformed.
"But,"
answered the girl gravely,
"he was good."
A light like the flash of an aurora illuminated Solon's face for an instant. He put out his hand suddenly as if to take Zonella's and press it to his heart, but an unaccountable timidity seemed to arrest the impulse, and he only stroked Furbellow's head, upon which that individual opened one large brown eye to the extent of the eighth of an inch, and seeing that it was only Solon, instantly closed it again, and resumed his dream of a city where there were no organs, and all the copper coin of the realm was iced. He hoped and feared, continued Solon, in a low, mournful voice, but at times he was very miserable, because he did not think it possible that so much happiness was reserved for him as the love of this beautiful, innocent girl. At time when he was in bed and all the world was dreaming, he lay awake, looking up at the old books against the walls, thinking how he could bring about the charming of her heart. One night when he was thinking of this, with his eyes fixed upon the mouldy backs of the odd volumes that lay on their shelves, and looked back at him wistfully as if they would say, "We are also like you and wait to be completed," it seemed as if he heard a rustle of leaves. Then, one by one, the books came down from their places to the floor, as if shifted by invisible hands, opened their worm-eaten covers, and from between the pages of each the hunchback saw issued forth a curious throng of little people that danced here and there through the apartment. Each one of these little creatures was shaped so as to bear resemblance to some of the letters of the alphabet. One tall, long-legged fellow seemed like the letter A. A burly fellow with a big head and a paunch was the model of B. Another leering little chap might have passed for a Q, and so on through the whole. These fairies, for fairies they were, climbed upon the hunchback's bed and clustered thick as bees upon his pillow.
"Come," they cried to him, "we will lead you into fairyland."
So saying, they seized his hand, and he suddenly found himself in a beautiful country, where the light did not come from sun or moon or stars, but floated round and over and in everything like the atmosphere. On all sides he heard mysterious melodies sung by strange musical voices. None of the features of the landscape was definite. Yet, when he looked on the vague harmonies of color that melted one into another before his sight, he was filled with a sense of inexplicable beauty. On every side of him fluttered radiant bodies, which darted to and fro through the illumined space. They were not birds, yet they flew like birds. and as each one crossed the path of his vision he felt a strange delight flash through his brain, and straightway an interior voice seemed to sing beneath the vaulted dome of his temples a verse containing some beautiful thought. The little fairies were all this time dancing and fluttering around him, perching on his head, on his shoulders, or balancing themselves on his fingertips. "Where am I?" he asked at last of his friends, the fairies.
"Ah, Salon,"
he heard them whisper, in tones that sounded like the distant tinkling of silver bells.
"this land is nameless, but those whom we lead hither, who tread its soil, and breathe its air, and gaze on its floating sparks of light, are poets forevermore."
Having said this, they vanished, and with them the beautiful, indefinite land, and the flashing lights, and the illumined air, and the hunchback found himself again in bed with the moonlight quivering on the floor, and the dusty books on their shelves grim and mouldy as ever.
"You have betrayed yourself. You called yourself Solon," cried Zanella. "Was it a dream?"
"I do not know," answered Solon, "but since that night I have been a poet."
"A poet?" screamed the little organ girl. "A real poet who makes verses which everyone reads and everyone talks of?"
"The people call me a poet," answered Solon with a sad smile. "They do not know me by the name of Solon, for I write under an assumed title, but they praise me and repeat my songs. But, Zonella, I can't sing this load off my back, can I?"
"Oh, bother the hump,"
said Zonella, jumping up suddenly.
"You're a poet, and that's enough, isn't it? I'm so glad you're a poet, Solon. You must repeat all your best things to me, won't you?"
Solon nodded assent. "You don't ask me," he said, "who was the little girl that the hunchback loved?" Zonella's face flushed crimson. She turned suddenly away and ran into a dark corner of the room. In a moment she returned with an old hand-organ in her arms.
"Play, Solon, play," she cried. "I'm so glad that I want to dance. Fur below, come and dance in honor of Solon the poet."
It was her confession. Solon's eyes flamed as if his brain had suddenly ignited. He said nothing, but a triumphant smile broke over his countenance. Zonella, the twilight of whose cheeks was still rosy with the setting blush, caught the lazy furbelow by his little paws. Solon turned the crank of the organ, which wheezed out as merry a polka as its asthma would allow, and the girl and the monkey commenced their fantastic dance. They had taken but a few steps when the door suddenly opened, and the tall figure of the Wondersmith appeared on the threshold. His face was convulsed with rage, and the black snake that quivered on his upper lip seemed to rear itself as if about to spring upon the hunchback. 4. The Mannikins and the Minnows. The four gypsies left Herr Heap's house cautiously and directed their steps toward Mr. Pipple's bird shop. Galosh Street was asleep. Nothing was stirring in that tenebrous slum save a dog that savagely gnawed a bone which lay on a dust heap, tantalizing him with the flavor of food without its substance. As the gypsies moved stealthily along in the darkness, they had a sinister and murderous air that would not have failed to attract the attention of the policeman of the quarter, if that worthy had not at the moment been comfortably ensconced in the neighboring Rainbow Bar-room, listening to the improvisations of that talented vocalist, Mr. Harrison, who was making impromptu verses on every possible subject, to the accompaniment of a cithern, which was played by a sad little Italian in a large cloak, to whom the host of the Rainbow gave so many toddies and $1 for his nightly performance. Mr. Pipple's shop was but a short distance from the Wondersmith's house. A few moments, therefore, brought the gypsy party to the door, when by the aid of a key, which Herr Heap produced, they silently slipped into the entry. Here the Wondersmith took a dark lantern from under his cloak, removed the cap that shrouded the light, and led the way into the shop, which was separated from the entry only by a glass door that yielded, like the outer one, to a key which Heap took from his pocket. The four gypsies now entered the shop and closed the door behind them. It was a little world of birds. On every side, whether in large or small cages, one beheld balls of various colored feathers standing on one leg and breathing peacefully. Lovebirds nestling shoulder to shoulder with their heads tucked under their wings and all their feathers puffed out, so that they looked like globes of malachite. English bullfinches with ashen-color backs in which their black heads were buried, and corselets of a rosy down. Java sparrows, fat and sleek and cleanly. Troupials, so glossy and splendid in plumage that they looked as if they were dressed in the celebrated armor of the Black Prince, which was jet, richly damascened with gold. A cock of the rock, gleaming, a ball of tawny fire like a setting sun. The campanero of Brazil, white as snow, with his dilatable tolling tube hanging from his head, placid and silent. These, with a humbler crowd of linnets, canaries, robins, mockingbirds, and phoebes, slumbered calmly in their little cages that were hung so thickly on the wall as not to leave an inch of it visible.
"Splendid little morsels, all of them," exclaimed Monsieur Kerplon. "Ah, we are going to have a rare beating."
"So Pipple does not sleep in his shop," said the English gypsy Oaksmith. "No, the fellow lives somewhere up one of the avenues," answered Madame Philomel. "He came the other evening to consult me about his fortune. I did not tell him," she added with a laugh, "that he was going to have so distinguished a sporting party on his premises."
"Come,"
said the Wondersmith, producing the box of mannikins.
"Get ready with souls, Madame Philomel. I am impatient to see my little men letting out lives for the first time."
Just at the moment that the Wondersmith uttered this sentence, the 4 gypsies were startled by a hoarse voice issuing from a corner of the room, and propounding in the most guttural tones the intemperate query of,
"What'll you take?"
The Scottish invitation had scarce been given, when a second extremely thick voice replied from an opposite corner, in accents so rough that they seemed to issue from a throat torn and furrowed by the liquid lava of many barrooms.
"Brandy and water." "Hallo, who's here?"
muttered Herr Heap, flashing the light of his lantern round the shop. Oaksmith turned up his coat cuffs as if to be ready for a fight. Madame Philomel glided, or rather rolled, towards the door, while Kerplon put his hand into his pocket, as if to assure himself that his supernumerary optic was all right.
"What'll you take?"
croaked the voice in the corner once more.
"Brandy and water,"
rapidly replied the second voice in the other corner. And then, as if by a concerted movement, a series of bibular invitations and acceptances were rolled backwards and forwards, with a volubility of utterance that threw patter versus clatter into the shade.
"What the devil can it be?"
muttered the Wondersmith, flashing his lantern here and there.
"Ah, it is those minos."
So saying, he stopped under one of the wicker cages that hung high up on the wall, and raised the lantern above his head so as to throw the light upon that particular cage. The hospitable individual who had been extending all these hoarse invitations to partake of intoxicating beverages was an inhabitant of the cage. It was a large minnow bird, who now stood perched on his crossbar with his yellowish-orange bill sloped slightly over his shoulder, and his white eye cocked knowingly upon the Wondersmith. The respondent voice in the other corner came from another minnow bird, who sat in the dusk in a similar cage, also attentively watching the Wondersmith. These minnow birds have a singular aptitude for acquiring phrases.
"What'll you take?"
repeated the minnow, cocking his other eye upon Herr Heap.
"Mon Dieu, what a bird!"
exclaimed the little Frenchman.
"He is in truth polite."
"I don't know what I'll take,"
said Heap, as if replying to the minnow bird.
"but I know what you'll get, old fellow. Philomel, open the cage doors and give me the bottle."
Philomel opened one after another the doors of the numberless little cages, thereby arousing from slumber their feathered occupants, who opened their beaks and stretched their claws, and stared with great surprise at the lantern and the midnight visitors. By this time the Wondersmith had performed the mysterious manipulations with the bottle, and the mannikins were once more in full motion, swarming out of their box, sword and dagger in hand, with their little black eyes glittering fiercely and their white teeth shining. The little creatures seemed to scent their prey. The gypsy stood in the center of the shop, watching the proceedings eagerly, while the Lilliputians made in a body toward the wall and commenced climbing from cage to cage. Then was heard a tremendous fluttering of wings, and faint, despairing quirks echoed on all sides. In almost every cage there was a fierce mannikin thrusting his sword or dagger vigorously into the body of some unhappy bird. It recalled the antique legend of the battles of pygmies and the cranes. The poor lovebirds lay with their emerald feathers dabbled in their heart's blood, shoulder to shoulder in death as in life. Canaries gasped at the bottom of their cages while the water in their little glass fountains ran red. The bullfinches wore an unnatural crimson on their breasts. The mockingbird lay on its back, kicking spasmodically in the last agonies, with a tiny sword thrust cleaving his melodious throat in twain, so that from the instrument which used to gush with wondrous music, only scarlet drops of blood now trickled. The mannikins were ruthless. Their faces were 10 times wickeder than ever, as they roamed from cage to cage, slaughtering with a fury that seemed entirely unappeasable. Presently the feathery rustlings became fewer and fainter, and the little pipings of despair died away. And in every cage lay a poor murdered minstrel with the song that abode within him forever quenched. In every cage but 2, and those 2 were high up on the wall, and in each glare a pair of wild white eyes, and an orange beak tough as steel pointed threateningly down. With the needles which they grasped as swords all wet and warm with blood, and their bead-like eyes flashing in the light of the lantern, the Lilliputian assassins swarmed up the cages in 2 separate bodies, until they reached the wickets of the habitations in which the Minos abode. Minos saw them coming, had listened attentively to the many death struggles of his comrades, and had in fact smelt a rat. Accordingly, he was ready for the mannikins. There he stood at the barbican of his castle, with formidable beak couched like a lance. The mannikins made a gallant charge.
"What'll you take?"
was rattled out by the Mino in a deep bass, as with one plunge of his sharp bill he scattered the ranks of the enemy and sent 3 of them flying to the floor, where they lay with broken limbs. But the mannikins were brave automata, and again they closed and charged the gallant Mino. Again the wicked white eyes of the bird gleamed, and again the orange bill dealt destruction. Everything seemed to be going on swimmingly for Mino when he found himself attacked in the rear by 2 treacherous mannikins, who had stolen upon him from behind through the lattice work of the cage. Quick as lightning, the Mino turned to repel this assault, but all too late. 2 slender, quivering threads of steel crossed in his poor body, and he staggered into a corner of the cage. His white eyes closed, then opened. A shiver passed over his body, beginning at his shoulder tips and dying off in the extreme tips of the wings. He gasped, as if for air, and then, with a convulsive shudder, which ruffled all his feathers, croaked out feebly his little speech.
"What'll you take?"
Instantly from the opposite corner came the old response, still feebler than the question, a more gurgle, as it were, of "brandy water." Then all was silent. The Mino birds were dead.
"They spill blood like Christians,"
said the Wondersmith, gazing fondly on the mannikins.
"They will be famous assassins."
5. Tied up. Herr Heap stood in the doorway, scowling. His eyes seemed to scorch the poor hunchback, whose form, physically inferior, crouched before that baneful blazing glance, while its head, mentally brave, reared itself as if to redeem the cowardice of the frame to which it belonged. So the attitude of the serpent, the body pliant, yielding, supple, but the crest thrown aloft, erect and threatening. As for Zonella, she was frozen in the attitude of motion. A dancing nymph in colored marble, agility stunned, elasticity petrified. Furbelow, astonished at this sudden change and catching, with all the mysterious rapidity of instinct peculiar to the lower animals, at the enigmatical character of the situation, turned his pleading melancholy eyes from one to another of the motionless 3, as if begging that his humble intellect, pardon me, naturalist, for the use of this word intellect in the matter of a monkey, should be enlightened as speedily as possible. Not receiving the desired information, he, after the manner of trained animals, returned to his muttons. In other words, he conceived that this unusual entrance and consequent dramatic tableau meant shop. He therefore dropped Zonella's hand and pattered on his velvety little feet over towards the grim figure of the Wondersmith, holding out his poor little paw for the customary copper. He had but one idea drilled into him, soulless creature that he was, and that was alms. But I have seen creatures that professed to have souls, and that would have been indignant if you had denied them immortality, who took the soliciting of alms as naturally as if beggary had been the original sin, and was regularly born with them, and never baptized out of them. I will give these bandits of the Order of Charity this credit, however, that they knew the best highways and the richest founts of benevolence, unlike to Furbelow, who, unreasoning and undiscriminating, begged from the first person that was near. Furbelow, owing to this intellectual inferiority to the before-mentioned Alsatians, frequently got more kicks than coppers, and the present supplication which he indulged in toward the Wondersmith was a terrible confirmation of the rule. The reply to the extended pleading paw was what might be called a double-barreled kick, a kick to be represented by the power of 2 when the foot touched the object, multiplied by 4 when the entire leg formed an angle of 45 degrees with the spinal column. The long, nervous leg of the Wondersmith caught the little creature in the center of the body, doubled up his brown, hairy form till he looked like a fur driving glove, and sent him whizzing across the room into a far corner, where he dropped senseless and flaccid. This vengeance which Herr Heap executed upon Furbelow seemed to have operated as a sort of escape valve, and he found voice. He hissed out the question,
"Who are you?"
to the hunchback, and in listening to that essence of sibilation it really seemed as if it proceeded from the serpent that curled upon his upper lip.
"Who are you? Deformed dog, who are you? What do you here?"
"My name is Salon," answered the fearless head of the hunchback, while the frail, cowardly body shivered and trembled inch by inch into a corner.
"So you come to visit my daughter in the night-time, when I am away?"
continued the Wondersmith with a sneering tone that dropped from his snake-wreathed mouth like poison.
"You are a brave and gallant lover, are you not? Where did you win that order of the curse of God that decorates your shoulders? The women turn their heads and look after you in the street when you pass, do they not?" lost in admiration of that symmetrical figure, those graceful limbs, that neck pliant as the stem that moors the lotus. Elegant, conquering Christian cripple, what do you hear in my daughter's room?
Can you imagine Jove, limitless in power and wrath, hurling from his vast grasp mountain after mountain upon the struggling Enceladus, and picture the Titan sinking deeper and deeper into the earth, crushed and dying with nothing visible through the superincumbent masses of Pelion and Ossa, but a gigantic head and 2 flaming eyes that, despite the death which is creeping through each vein, still flashed back defiance to the divine enemy? Well, Solon and Herr Heap presented such a picture, seen through the wrong end of a telescope, reduced in proportion but alike in action. Solon's feeble body seemed to sink into utter annihilation beneath the horrible taunts that his enemy hurled at him, while the large brave brow and unconquered eyes still sent forth a magnetic resistance. Suddenly the poor hunchback felt his arm grasped. A thrill seemed to run through his entire body. A warm atmosphere, invigorating and full of delicious odor, surrounded him. It appeared as if invisible bandages were twisting all around his limbs, giving him a strange strength. His sinking legs straightened. His powerless arms were braced. Astonished, he glanced round for an instant and beheld Zonella, with a world of love burning in her large lambent eyes, wreathing her round white arms about his humped shoulders. Then the poet knew the great sustaining power of love. Solon reared himself boldly. "Sneer at my poor form," he cried in strong vibrating tones, flinging out one long arm and one thin finger at the Wondersmith, as if he would have impaled him like a beetle. "Humiliate me if you can. I care not. You are a wretch, and I am honest and pure. This girl is not your daughter. You are like one of those demons in the fairy tales that held beauty and purity locked in infernal spells. I do not fear you, Herr Heap. There are stories abroad about you in the neighborhood, and when you pass, people say that they feel evil and blight hovering over their thresholds. You persecute this girl. You are her tyrant. You hate her. I am a cripple. Providence has cast this lump upon my shoulders, but that is nothing. The camel, that is the salvation of the children of the desert, has been given his hump in order that he might bear his human burden better. This girl, who is homeless as the Arab, is my appointed load in life, and please God I will carry her on this back, hunched though it may be. I have come to see her because I love her, because she loves me. You have no claim on her, so I will take her from you." Quick as lightning, the Wondersmith had stridden a few paces, and grasped the poor cripple who was yet quivering with the departing thunder of his passion. He seized him in his bony, muscular grasp, as he would have seized a puppet, and held him at arm's length, gasping and powerless, while Zonella, pale, breathless, entreating, sank half-kneeling on the floor.
"Your skeleton will be interesting to science when you are dead, Mr. Solon," hissed the Wondersmith. "But before I have the pleasure of reducing you to an anatomy, which I will assuredly do, I wish to compliment you on your power of penetration, or sources of information, for I know not if you have derived your knowledge from your own mental research or the efforts of others. You're perfectly correct in your statement that this charming young person who day after day parades the streets with a barrel organ and a monkey, the last unhappily indisposed at present, listening to the degrading jokes of ribald boys and depraved men. You are quite correct, sir, in stating that she is not my daughter. On the contrary, she is the daughter of an Hungarian nobleman who had the misfortune to incur my displeasure. I had a son, crooked spawn of a Christian. A son not like you. Cankered, gnarled stump of life that you are. But a youth tall and fair and noble in aspect as became a child of one whose lineage makes Pharaoh modern. A youth whose foot in the dance was as swift and beautiful to look at as the gold sandals of the sun when he dances upon the sea in summer. This youth was virtuous and good, and being of good race and dwelling in a country where his rank, gypsy as he was recognized, he mixed with the proudest of the land. One day he fell in with this accursed Hungarian, a fierce drinker of that devil's blood called brandy. My child until that hour had avoided this bane of our race. Generous wine he drank because the soul of the sun, our ancestor, palpitated in its purple waves. But brandy, which is fallen and accursed wine, as devils are fallen and accursed angels, had never crossed his lips until in an evil hour he was seduced by this Christian hog. and from that day forth his life was one fiery debauch, which set only in the black waves of death. I vowed vengeance on the destroyer of my child, and I kept my word. I have destroyed his child. Not compassed her death, but blighted her life, steeped her in misery and poverty. And now, thanks to the 1,000 devils, I have discovered a new torture for her heart. She thought to solace her life with a love episode. Sweet little epicure that she was. She shall have her little crooked lover, shan't she? Oh, yes, she shall have him, cold and stark and livid, with that great black heavy hunch which no back, however broad, can bear, death sitting between his shoulders.
There was something so awful and demoniac in this entire speech and the manner in which it was delivered, that it petrified Zonella into a mere inanimate figure, whose eyes seemed unalterably fixed on the fierce, cruel face of the Wondersmith. As for Solon, he was paralyzed in the grasp of his foe. He heard but could not reply. His large eyes, dilated with horror to far beyond their ordinary size, expressed unutterable agony. The last sentence had hardly been hissed out by the gypsy when he took from his pocket a long, thin coil of whipcord, which he entangled in a complicated mesh around the cripple's body. It was not the ordinary binding of a prisoner. The slender lash passed and repassed in 1,000 intricate folds over the powerless limbs of the poor hunchback. When the operation was completed, he looked as if he had been sewed from head to foot in some singularly ingenious species of network.
"Now, my pretty, lopsided little lover," laughed Herr Heap, flinging Solon over his shoulder as a fisherman might fling a net full of fish, "we will proceed to put you into your little cage until your little coffin is quite ready. Meanwhile, we will lock up your darling beggar girl to mourn over your untimely end."
So saying, he stepped from the room with his captive and securely locked the door behind him. When he had disappeared, the frozen Zonella thawed, and with a shriek of anguish flung herself on the inanimate body of Furbelow. 6. The Poisoning of the Swords. It was New Year's Eve and 11 o'clock at night. All over this great land, and in every great city in the land, curly heads were lying on white pillows, dreaming of the coming of the generous Santa Claus. Innumerable stockings hung by countless bedsides. Visions of beautiful toys passing in splendid pageantry through myriads of dimly lit dormitories made millions of little hearts palpitate in sleep. Ah, what heavenly toys those were that the children of this soil beheld that mystic night in their dreams. Painted cars with orchestral wheels making music more delicious than the roll of planets. Agile men of cylindrical figure who sprang unexpectedly out of meek-looking boxes with a supernatural fierceness in their crimson cheeks and fur whiskers. Herds of marvelous sheep with fleeces as impossible as the one that Jason sailed after. Animals entirely indifferent to grass and water and rot and ticks. Horses spotted with an astounding regularity and furnished with the most ingenious methods of locomotion. Slender foreigners attired in painfully short tunics whose existence passed in continuously turning heels overhead down a steep flight of steps, at the bottom of which they lay in an exhausted condition with dislocated limbs until they were restored to their former elevation, when they went at it again as if nothing had happened. Stately swans that seemed to have a touch of the ostrich in them, for they swam continually after a piece of iron which was held before them, as if consumed with a ferruginous hunger. Whole farmyards of roosters whose tails curled the wrong way, a slight defect that was, however, amply atoned for by the size and brilliancy of their scarlet combs, which, it would appear, Providence had intended for pen-wipers. Pears that, when applied to youthful lips, gave forth sweet and inspiring sounds. Regiments of soldiers that performed neat but limited evolutions on cross-jointed contractile battlefields. All these things idealized, transfigured, and illuminated by the powers and atmosphere and colored lamps of dreamland, did the millions of dear sleeping children behold the night of the New Year's Eve of which I speak. It was on this night when Time was preparing to shed his skin, and come out young and golden and glossy as ever, when in the vast chambers of the universe silent and infallible preparations were making for the wonderful birth of the coming year, when mystic dews were secreted for his baptism, and mystic instruments were tuned in space to welcome him. It was at this holy and solemn hour that the Wondersmith and his 3 gypsy companions sat in close conclave in the little parlor before mentioned. There was a fire roaring in the grate. On a table nearly in the center of the room stood a huge decanter of port wine that glowed in the blaze which lit the chamber like a flask of crimson fire. On every side, piled in heaps, inanimate but scowling with the same old wondrous scowl, lay myriads of mannikins, all clutching in their wooden hands their tiny weapons. The Wondersmith held in one hand a small silver bowl filled with a green, glutinous substance, which he was delicately applying with the aid of a camel's hair brush to the tips of tiny swords and daggers. A horrible smile wandered over his sallow face, a smile as unwholesome in appearance as the sickly light that played above reeking graveyards.
"Let us drink great draughts, brothers," he cried, leaving off his strange anointment for a while to lift a great glass filled with sparkling liquor to his lips. "Let us drink to our approaching triumph. Let us drink to the great poison, Makusha, subtle seed of death, swift hurricane that sweeps away life, vast hammer that crushes brain and heart and artery with its resistless weight. I drink to it."
"It is a noble decoction, Duke Balthazar," said the old fortune-teller and midwife, Madame Philomel, nodding in her chair as she swallowed her wine in great gulps. "Where did you obtain it?"
"It is made,"
said the Wondersmith, swallowing another great draught of wine ere he replied,
"in the wild woods of Guyana, in silence and in mystery. But one tribe of Indians, the Makushi Indians, know the secret. It is simmered over fires built of strange woods, and the maker of it dies in the making. The place for a mile around the spot where it is fabricated is shunned as accursed. Devils hover over the spot in which it stews, and the birds of the air, scenting the smallest breath of its vapor from far away, drop to the earth with paralyzed wings, cold and dead."
"It kills then fast?"
asked Kerplon, the artificial eye-maker, his own eyes gleaming under the influence of the wine with a sinister luster, as if they had been fresh from the factory, and were yet untarnished by use.
"Kills," echoed the Wondersmith derisively. "It is swifter than thunderbolts, stronger than lightning. But you shall see it prove before we let forth our army on the city accursed. You shall see a wretch die as if smitten by a falling fragment of the sun."
"What? Do you mean Solon?" asked Oatsmith and the fortune-teller together.
"Ah, you mean the young man who makes the commerce with books,"
echoed Kerplon.
"It is well. His agonies will instruct us."
"Yes, Solon,"
answered Heap, with a savage accent.
"I hate him, and he shall die this horrid death. Ah, how the little fellows will leap upon him when I bring him in, bound and helpless, and give their beautiful wicked souls to them. How they will pierce him in 10,000 spots with their poisoned weapons until his skin turns blue and violet and crimson, and his form swells with the venom until his hump is lost in shapeless flesh. He hears what I say, every word of it. He is in the closet next door and is listening. How comfortable he feels, how the sweat of terror rolls on his brow, how he tries to loosen his bonds and curses all earth and heaven when he finds that he cannot. Ho, ho! Handsome lover of Zonella, will she kiss you when you are livid and swollen. Brothers, let us drink again. Drink always. Here, Oaksmith, take these brushes, and you, Philomel, and finish the anointing of these swords. This wine is grand. This poison is grand. It is fine to have good wine to drink and good poison to kill with, is it not?"
And with flushed face and rolling eyes, the Wondersmith continued to drink and use his brush alternately. The others hastened to follow his example. It was a horrible scene. Those 4 wicked faces, those myriads of tiny faces, just as wicked, the certain unearthly air that pervaded the apartment, the red unwholesome glare cast by the fire, the wild and reckless way in which the weird company drank the red illumined wine. The anointing of the swords went on rapidly, and the wine went as rapidly down the throats of the 4 poisoners. Their faces grew more and more inflamed each instant. Their eyes shone like rolling fireballs. Their hair was moist and disheveled. The old fortune-teller rocked to and fro in her chair like those legless plaster figures that sway upon convex loaded bottoms. All 4 began to mutter incoherent sentences and babble unintelligible wickednesses. Still the anointing of the swords went on.
"I see the faces of millions of young corpses,"
babbled Herr Heap, gazing with swimming eyes into the silver bowl that contained the Makusha poison.
"All young, all Christians, and the little fellows dancing, dancing and stabbing, stabbing. Philomel, Philomel, I say!"
"Well, Grand Duke," snored the old woman, giving a violent lurch.
"Where's the bottle of souls?"
"In my right hand pocket, Herr Heap," and she felt so as to assure herself that it was there. She half drew out the black bottle before described in this narrative, and let it slide again into her pocket. Let it slide again, but it did not completely regain its former place. caught by some accident, it hung halfway out, swaying over the edge of the pocket as the fat midwife rolled backwards and forwards in her drunken efforts at equilibrium.
"All right,"
said Herr Heap.
"Perfectly right. Let's drink."
He reached out his hand for his glass, and with a dull sigh dropped on the table in the instantaneous slumber of intoxication. Oaksmith soon fell back in his chair, breathing heavily. Corplon followed, and the heavy stertorous breathing of Philomel told that she slumbered also, but still her chair retained its rocking motion, and still the bottle of souls balanced itself on the edge of her pocket. 7. Let loose. Sure enough, Solon heard every word of the fiendish talk of the Wondersmith. For how many days he had been shut up, bound in the terrible net in that dark closet he did not know. But now he felt that his last hour was come. His little strength was completely worn out in efforts to disentangle himself. Once a day, a door opened, and Herr Heap placed a crust of bread and a cup of water within his reach. On this meager fare he had subsisted. It was a hard life, but bad as it was better than the horrible death that menaced him. His brain reeled with terror at the prospect of it. Then, where was Zonella? Why did she not come to his rescue? But she was, perhaps, dead. The darkness, too, appalled him. A faint light, when the moon was bright, came at night through a chink far up in the wall, and the only other hole in the chamber was an aperture through which, at some former time, a stovepipe had been passed. Even if he were free, there would have been small hope of escape. But laced as it were in a network of steel, what was to be done? He groaned and writhed upon the floor and tore at the boards with his hands, which were free from the wrists down. All else was as solidly laced up as an Indian papoose. Nothing but pride kept him from shrieking aloud when, on the night of New Year's Eve, he heard the fiendish Heap recite the program of his murder. When he was thus wailing and gnashing his teeth in darkness and torture, he heard a faint noise above his head. Then something seemed to leap from the ceiling, and alight softly on the floor. He shuddered with terror. Was it some new torture of the Wondersmith's invention? The next moment he felt some small animal crawling over his body, and a soft, silky paw was pushed timidly across his face. His heart leaped with joy. "It is Furbelow," he cried. "Zonella has sent him. He came through the stovepipe hole." It was Furbelow, indeed, restored to life by Zonella's care, and who had come down a narrow tube that no human being could have threaded to console the poor captive. The monkey nestled closely into the hunchback's bosom, and as he did so, Solon felt something cold and hard hanging from his neck. He touched it. It was sharp. By the dim light that struggled through the aperture high up in the wall, he discovered a knife suspended by a bit of cord. Ah! How the blood came rushing through the veins that crossed over and through his heart when life and liberty came to him in this bit of rusty steel. With his manacled hands he loosened the heaven-sent weapon. A few cuts were rapidly made in the cunning network of cord that enveloped his limbs, and in a few seconds he was free. Cramped and faint with hunger, but free. Free to move, to use the limbs that God had given him for his preservation. Free to fight, to die fighting, perhaps, but still to die free. He ran to the door. The bolt was a weak one, for the Wondersmith had calculated more surely on his prison of cords than on any jail of stone, and with a few efforts the door opened. He went cautiously out into the darkness, with Furbelow perched on his shoulder, pressing his cold muzzle against his cheek. He had made but a few steps when a trembling hand was put into his, and in another moment Zonella's palpitating heart was pressed against his own. One long kiss, an embrace, a few whispered words, and the hunchback and the girl stole softly toward the door of the chamber in which the 4 gypsies slept. All seemed still. Nothing but the hard breathing of the sleepers and the monotonous rocking of Madame Philomel's chair broke the silence. Solon stooped down and put his eye to the keyhole, through which a red bar of light streamed into the entry. As he did so, his foot crushed some brittle substance that lay just outside the door. At the same moment, a howl of agony was heard to issue from the room within. Solon started, nor did he know that at that instant he had crushed into dust Monsieur Corplon's supernumerary eye, and the owner, though wrapped in a drunken sleep, felt the pain quiver through his brain. While Solon peeped through the keyhole, all in the room was motionless. He had not gazed, however, for many seconds when the chair of the fortune-teller gave a sudden lurch, and the black bottle, already hanging half out of her wide pocket, slipped entirely from its resting place, and falling heavily to the ground, shivered into fragments. Then took place an astonishing spectacle. The myriads of armed dolls that lay in piles about the room became suddenly imbued with motion. They stood up straight, their tiny limbs moved, their black eyes flashed with wicked purposes, their thread-like swords gleamed as they waved them to and fro. The villainous souls imprisoned in the bottle began to work within them. Like the Lilliputians when they found the giant Gulliver asleep, they scaled in swarms the burly sides of the 4 sleeping gypsies. At every step they took, they drove their thin swords and quivering daggers into the flesh of the drunken authors of their being. To stab and kill was their mission, and they stabbed and killed with incredible fury. They clustered on the Wondersmith's sallow cheeks and sinewy throat, piercing every portion with their diminutive poisoned blades. Philomel's fat carcass was alive with them. They blackened the spare body of Monsieur Kerpelon. They covered Oaksmith's huge form like a cluster of insects. Overcome completely with the fumes of wine, these tiny wounds did not for a few moments awaken the sleeping victims, but the swift and deadly poison makusha, with which the weapons had been so fiendishly anointed, began to work. Herr Heap, stung into sudden life, leaped to his feet, with a dwarf army clinging to his clothes and his hands, always stabbing, stabbing, stabbing. For an instant a look of stupid bewilderment clouded his face. Then the horrible truth burst upon him. He gave a shriek like that which a horse utters when he finds himself fettered and surrounded by fire. A shriek that curdled the air for miles and miles.
"Oaksmith! Kerplon! Philomel! Awake, awake! We are lost! The souls have got loose! We are dead, poisoned! Oh, accursed ones! Oh, demons! Ye are slaying me! Ah, fiends of hell!"
Aroused by these frightful howls, the three gypsies sprang also to their feet, to find themselves stung to death by the mannequins. They raved, they shrieked, they swore, they staggered round the chamber, blinded in the eyes by the ever-stabbing weapons, with the poison already burning in their veins like red-hot lead, their forms swelling and discoloring visibly every moment. Their howls and attitudes and furious gestures made the scene look like a chamber in hell. Maddened beyond endurance, the Wondersmith, half blind and choking with the venom that had congested all the blood vessels of his body, seized dozens of the mannequins and dashed them into the fire, trampling them down with his feet.
"Ye shall die too if I die,"
he cried with a roar like that of a tiger.
"Ye shall burn if I burn. I gave ye life, I give ye death. Down, down, burn, flame! Fiends that ye are to slay us. Help me, brothers. Before we die, let us have our revenge."
On this, the other gypsies, themselves maddened by approaching death, began hurling mannequins by handfuls into the fire. The little creatures, being wooden of body, quickly caught the flames, and an awful struggle for life took place in miniature in the grate. Some of them escaped from between the bars and ran about the room, blazing, writhing in agony, and igniting the curtains and other draperies that hung around. Others fought and stabbed one another in the very core of the fire, like combating salamanders. Meantime, the motions of the gypsies grew more languid and slow, and their curses were uttered in choked guttural tones. The faces of all four were spotted with red and green and violet, like so many eggplants. Their bodies were swollen to a frightful size, and at last they dropped on the floor, like overripe fruit shaken from the boughs by the winds of autumn. The chamber was now a sheet of fire. The flames roared round and round as if seeking for escape, licking every projecting cornice and sill with greedy tongues as the serpent licks his prey before he swallows it. A hot putrid breath came through the keyhole and smote Solon and Zanella like a wind of death. They clasped each other's hands with a moan of terror and fled from the house. The next morning, when the young year was just unclosing its eyes, and the happy children all over the great city were peeping from their beds into the myriads of stockings hanging nearby, the blue skies of heaven shone through a black network of stone and charred rafters. These were all that remained of the habitation of Herr Heap, the Wondersmith. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Diamond Lens with Other Stories by Fitz-James O'Brien. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Tommatoo. 1. The House by the Stone Yard. A fairy that had lost the power of vanishing and was obliged to remain ever present, doing continual good, a cricket on the hearth, chirping through heat and cold, an animated amulet, sovereign against misfortune, a Santa Claus without the wrinkles, but young and beautiful, choosing the darkest moments to leap right into one's heart and drop there the prettiest moral playthings to gladden and make gay. Such, in my humble opinion, was Tommatoo. As yet, I do not ask the reader to agree with me, for over him I have this one great advantage. I know who Tommatoo is. When, however, he makes her acquaintance also, hears her twitter round the house, beholds the flash of her large, dusky gray eyes, is wonderstruck at the marvelous twinkling of her ever-dancing little feet, he can take his choice of all the personifications with which I begin this story, and I feel convinced that he will select the most beautiful to enrobe Tommatoo. There is, or rather was 6 years ago when the incidents to be narrated took place, but I shall narrate them in the present tense, a vast flat of land stretching along the New York shore of the North River, close to where 32nd Street vanishes into a swamp in which unborn avenues are supposed to be slowly maturing. Although yet in embryo, they are already christened, and city engineers have imaginative ground plans hanging on their walls, where 12th and 13th Avenues are boldly represented, with as much minuteness as 5th or 6th. Should, however, any sanguine person be led by those delusive maps to seek for such mythical thoroughfares, Ponce de Leon, after his pursuit of the Fountain of Youth, would not offer a more striking example of ill success. On reaching the spot where imagination depicted the long perspective of rails, with crowded and hurrying cars gliding smoothly to and fro, he would behold this vision of civic activity replaced by the dreary and mysterious waste I have spoken of, without even a signpost pointing to the splendid future reserved for it by city surveyors. This tract of land is perhaps the most melancholy and mysterious spot in the whole city. The different streets that cross the island pull up, as it were, suddenly on reaching this dreary place, seemingly afraid to trust themselves any further. The buildings that approach nearest to its confines are long, low ranges of fetid slaughterhouses, where on Sundays bloated butcher boys lounge against the walls, and on weekdays one hears through the closed doors the muffled blow, the heavy fall of the oxen within, the groan and the hard-drawn breath, and then a red sluggish stream trickles out from under the doorway and flows into the gutter, where hungry dogs wait impatiently to lap it up. The murderous atmosphere, these smells of blood, seem appropriate enough as one approaches this desolate locality. A great plain of red swampy clay is covered here and there with numberless huge, helpless beams of timber, some floating like dead rafts in the stream and chained to the bank, others high and dry, blackening in the sun and shadowing criminal-looking dogs that skulk in and out among them all day long. One or two immature piers jut out into the river here and there, and grimy sloops that seem to have no particular trade, unless it is to rot calmly at their moorings, lie alongside, and grate and chafe lazily against the slimy logs. A few homeless boys with smeared faces and thin, starved arms, who seem to have dressed themselves in the rags and kite-tails that flutter on telegraph wires, lie on the sunny sides of the timber piles, sleeping away hunger, or sometimes sit on the edges of the green piers, languidly fishing for something which they never catch. Cinders most unaccountably prevail all over the place. They crackle under the feet, and the dogs gather round occasional piles of them, growling over a burned bone lying in the ashes. Where they come from is not to be known. There are no houses, no factories, and the rotting sloops are so damp and slimy that it would be a mockery to suppose a fire had ever been lit in any one of them. Nevertheless, the cinders prevail, and at certain hours in the day 2 or 3 crouching creatures wander slowly among the heaps, picking mysterious objects with hands that seem themselves to have been burned into coke. The place is also a species of morgue for dead dogs. Every cur that the Hudson drowns floats inevitably to this spot, and is swept up on the swampy bank. When the outlawed mongrels that skulk between the timber logs crowd around it, and perhaps identify the corpse. On Sundays you see a few low-browed, soap-locked loafers strolling among the piles, pitching stones into the water, and if it is summer, stripping off their tattered shirts to have a swim. But on weekdays the place is entirely dead. The starved boys and the shadowy rag-pickers flitting here and there give no air of life. They seem very thin and impalpable, and haunt the place like ghosts. Further on, this dreary swamp changes somewhat its character. The great balks of timber disappear, and a few shingle huts, so loosely built that the wind whistles through their walls with a shriek of triumph, are scattered here and there. Large masses of stone lie about, hewn to square blocks for house fronts, and in the daytime the monotonous click of the stone-cutter's chisel shrills continually from the shingle huts. The straggling stone yard, for such it is perhaps less desolate than the swamp further down. But at night, when the moon streams on the huge white blocks that lie there so cold and dead, and the huts are deserted by the workmen, and nothing moves but a shadowy dog that flits by, seen for an instant against the pallid stones, the place is inexpressibly weird and lonely. Just on the confines of this stone yard, in a rutty, half-made road that is bound on both sides by burned-looking building lots, where nothing hides the scalded earth but some unhealthy boulders and occasional remnants of old shoes that are black and pulpy with decay, stands a small house built of unpainted shingles. It is 2-storied, with a basement and a somewhat imposing flight of steps up to the door. Yet it wears a reckless and despairing aspect. I have no doubt when this house was built it had many youthful hopes of establishing a neighborhood and becoming a dwelling of respectability. It promised itself, perhaps, a coat or two of paint, and had visions of being the ancestor of a street. But year after year wore away, and it found itself still naked as when it was born. No companion dwelling lifted its head to cheer the solitude. On all sides the bleak river winds tousled and smote its bare walls, until its windows chattered with the cold. It grew weary of waiting for the neighborhood that never was to come, and seemed to care no longer what became of it. It let beardy mosses grow all over its haggard face. Its edges were chipped and ragged. Its chimneys, no longer spruce and tapering, bulged and tottered to one side like the crushed hat of a confirmed drunkard. It buttoned itself up no more about the chest with its snug, comfortable doors, but let them hang open on one loose hinge and flap about in the wind. It was evident to anyone who saw it that the house near the stone yard had gone to the bad. Forlorn and seedy as it looked, this house was inhabited. The shivering, shrunken windows gleamed with lights by night, yet not cheerfully, but with a wild glare, like that which streams from the eyes of those about to die. If the skulking men that prowled in summer evenings among the sheds of the stone yard, whistling mysteriously to each other, had any taste for music, the house would have been to them a source of great wonder. Sometimes for hours together, a wild and mellow music would stream upon the air, soaring over the dreary yard, wailing sadly along the waste river grounds and by the rotting sloops until it reached the water, when it would float triumphantly along as if it knew that it was leaving the desolate place behind it, and bury itself deep in the sleeping groves that nodded on the distant Weehawken heights. The character of these melodious sounds was entirely mystical and strange. They were not born of violin or bugle, and yet seemed to have the souls of both instruments intermingling with another distinctly their own. Another soul, not merely instrumental, but human, passionate, luxuriant, as if all the utterances of a great Italian love, desire, entreaty, and triumph, were translated into aerial harmonies. To you and I, reader, there need be no mystery in either house or music. That despairing-looking chateau was inhabited but by 3 people: an old man, a young girl, and a youth of about 21. As age is entitled to its traditional homage of precedence, I will first introduce you to the elder of the trio. I beg to present to your notice the maestro, Baiocco. You could not possibly conceive a man made up with less waste of material than Signor Baiocco. Nature, when she formed him, must have been terribly short of stuff. There was too little of everything in his physical composition. He was abbreviated in every limb and feature. This, nevertheless, was fortunate, for had he been on a large scale, he would have been insupportably ugly. He was too small, however, to be repulsive, and so was only queer. But how queer he was, with his withered, pinched-up face, his sparse, stiff beard which looked like a thin growth of thorns, and his quaint, convulsed figure that gave one the idea that all inside of him was catgut and wheels, and that something was continually breaking in his machinery. Yet, with all this likeness to a comic toy, how inexpressibly mournful was the countenance of Signor Baiocco. What a terrible sorrow was hopelessly shut up in that wretched little frame. Baiocco had been a musician, and was now a cook. Years ago, when opera was young in New York, Baiocco came here from Italy with a company, set up an opera house, was instantly successful, and made a fortune. Music was his religion, the lyric stage his temple, the conductor's desk his altar, the overture his mass. But he became a fanatic in his faith. He enlarged his house. He spent thousands of dollars on the production of new operas, and as a matter of course, he became bankrupt. For the opera is like a Parisian mistress, the most charming, fascinating, bewildering of all creations, and invariably leaves you without a shilling at last. For many years, poor Baiocco struggled to keep his feet. He led orchestras at second-rate theaters. He gave lessons on the piano and violin, always hoping, always dreaming of one day grasping again the magical baton, the scepter of his world. It was a vain struggle, however. Other maestri came over from Italy with still more wondrous and expensive singers than those Baiocco brought, and they built opera houses and bought newspaper puffs and covered the dead walls with huge announcements of colossal successes, and the world, rushing on the heels of novelty, swept over the ancestor of American opera, and poor Baiocco found himself trampled on, bruised, and left to die. It were too sad a task to enumerate the various steps which led Baiocco from Parnassus to the kitchen, an accomplishment of which, in his palmy days, he had been not a little proud, was now brought into requisition to save him from starvation. The hand that was too weak to hold the baton found itself still able to brandish the ladle. Those gay Italian tenors, those majestic bassos, little thought when, round his elegant supper table long ago, they used to applaud his amateur cookery, delicious mayonnaises, harmonious salads, that the day would arrive when the poor conductor would don the white apron and cotton cap very seriously, and sweat all day in a restaurant kitchen through an eternal round of soups and roasts and entrees ever the same. But so it was. Those who frequented Calcar's restaurant would now and then behold a wizened little man stealing quietly from some mysterious passage leading to the kitchen, and sneaking up to the bar, where he would hastily swallow a potent draught of raw brandy, and shuffle back guiltily to the place whence he came. And they would see one or two old New Yorkers looking pitifully after him, and saying to each other that they remembered poor Baiocco when he drove his carriage. He now trudged home every night on foot, and it was sad to see the old fellow, unsteady with drink, staggering down the rutty road to the house near the stone yard, where the faithful Tommatoo kept watch, until she heard his stumbling footstep, when, tripping to the door, she tenderly helped him up to bed. So, we have come at last to Tommatoo. I have been longing to get to her for some time past, but it would have been unkind to have deserted old Baiocco now that he is so poor. Salutation to his misfortunes. Tommatoo was Baiocco's only child. In some quaint old Italian chapel, it may be, by the shores of Sorrento, a smiling babe was one sunny day christened by the stout old padre, and the name bestowed was Thomasina. Melodious as was this pretty name, the little girl that bore it, as soon as she reached lisping age, obstinately refused to be known by any cognomen but that of Tommatoo. This sounded awfully heathenish to old Baiocco, but she was apparently determined, and in time her imperious infant will had its effect on the family. She became Tommatoo to all intents and purposes as far as household experience went, and even when she grew up to the age of reason, did not seem anxious to reclaim her original appellation. Tommatoo was one of those lovely fair-haired Italians that one sees so seldom, but which, once seen, are never forgotten. At some antique period when Alaric was king, some of the blood of his blonde race must have mingled with the olive-skinned Roman Baiocchi, and after centuries of rest suddenly bloomed in Tommatoo. Her eyes were a liquid gray, like a twilight lake. Her face was pale, yet not cold, for a southern fire seemed to smolder beneath the skin, with a beautiful, subdued glow. Her mouth, small and moist and rosy, pouted over pearly teeth half seen, and the curves of her smooth cheeks swept into a wickedly dimpled chin that aided and abetted with all its might the criminal beauty of her bewildering lips. The sweet virginal face was set in a golden frame of luxuriant hair that one of Raphael's saints might have envied. Yet why speak of Tommatoo's beauty so rapturously? I shall have no enthusiasm left for that bright and joyous nature that burst from her as the sun bursts from a golden cloud, shedding its own luster on everything, and infusing into it all a portion of its own innate warmth. Everyone has felt at times, when wandering through the fields, the intense joy experienced from the twittering of the birds amidst the branches, and the glancing of their tiny forms through the leaves. Some such pure and healthy influence did Tommatoo exercise over the little household. She twittered and sung, and, as it were, fluttered lightly through the rooms, until one could swear that the sun shone wherever she went. All day, while old Baiocco was absent attending to his culinary duties, compounding wondrous soups, and moving amidst the thick steams of the kitchen like an elf in some incantation scene, Tommatoo was putting the old house in order, sweeping up the little sitting-room, displaying its scanty furniture to the best advantage, and occasionally darting like a swallow into Mr. Gustav Beaumont's sanctum sanctorum. It must be confessed that this was one of the household occupations that Tommatoo performed with the greatest willingness, for Mr. Gustav Beaumont was young, handsome, and played the most delightful melodies on his great instrument invented by himself, entitled the pancorno. The pancorno was a singular piece of mechanism, hideously suggestive in appearance of some nameless instrument of torture from the dungeons of the Inquisition, yet in reality capable of soothing the most agonizing pains by the sweetness of its notes. By aid of some interior arrangement of tubes, the vibrations of the horn portion acted in turn upon what must have been a series of wires also concealed, and which seemed to give the effect of a trio between flute, violin, and French horn. It was from the pancorno that the seraphic strains heard at night across the stone yard floated so harmoniously, giving to the old house an air of being one of those enchanted abodes frequent in fairy tales, in which dwelt some spellbound prince, who thus summoned in music his faithful knights to his rescue. Gustave was a clever young Frenchman, with an extraordinary passion for music, whom old Baioccho had known ever since he was a child. He was the son of the bassoon in one of the orchestras which the maestro had conducted in his palmy days, but one night the bassoon died in the middle of a rapid passage, and the little Gustave was left without a father, and but one friend, Baioccho. The old Italian took the bassoon's son home, brought him up as his own child along with Tommatoo, and when his fall came, Gustave still shared his scanty means. To do the young fellow justice, he wanted to work, but the old man would not have it.
"You are a genius, Gustave," he would say, "and please the Virgin, you shall do something great."
So Gustave did nothing great or small save the invention of the pancorno, out of which he expected to reap a fortune, and he continued to live at the house by the stone yard, having first scrupulously bargained with his entertainer to pay $3 a week, which, as he did nothing but play on the pancorno and make love to Tommatoo, it is needless to say he never earned and never paid. It quieted his conscience, however, and he used to say to himself that when he sold his invention for $100,000, that being the least he would take for it, old Baioccho should live like a prince. And this is the last of the inmates of the house by the stone yard. 2. A family group.
"Is that you, father?" "Ah, little Tommatoo, so you maintain the watch for poor old father. Bless you, little angel." "Take care of the step, father, take care." "Put yourself easy, my child. I will be mindful of this step. I am very steadfast on my feet this evening."
And as if to falsify his testimony, poor old Baioccho staggered up the steps leading to the hall door, and would have fallen if Tommatoo had not caught one of his thin arms and held him up.
It is nothing, he exclaimed,
as he tottered through the hall into the little parlor.
"I can walk myself well enough, but it is the kitchen, that damn kitchen. It has got into my head, my child. Where is the cognac?" "Do you think it would do you any good, father?" asked Tommatoo sorrowfully. "Won't it make your head bad?"
Ah, little dove, it does not comprehend. My child, the cognac is the life to me. When I stew in the former dishes and mingle soups all day long in that damn kitchen, it gets into my head. And sometimes, mon Dieu, when I stand over the ragout and try to forget the place where I have found myself for a moment, the old times return upon me, and I become very sad and sorrowful, so that I have to walk myself out to the bar and drink the cognac, and then, porbaccio, I remember myself not, and I go back to my kitchen quite raised. Give me one little glass of cognac, my child. One glass for the poor old father."
Tommatoo fluttered over to a little cupboard that stood on one side of the room, and brought out a bottle and a wine-glass, and pouring out some brandy, handed it to the old man. He raised it tremulously to his mouth and quaffed it off at a single draught. Then, smacking his lips, he muttered,
"Ah, the cognac is the soul to the old men like me."
There was nothing disgusting in Baioccho's intoxication. The inebriety of the old musician was as cleanly as the tipsiness of a toy-man, had such been possible. His little eyes only twinkled the brighter, and his nose seemed longer and sharper and thinner, and his lips moved more rapidly, but that was all. His speech was not thick, nor were his ideas clouded. It was drunkenness idealized.
"What has my child to tell me of the day?"
asked the old man, invigorated as it were by the petit verre de cognac. Tommatoo drooped her eyelids, colored a little, and did not reply for a moment.
"Someone has been here," she said at last.
"Which was it, little one?"
It was...
And the little one faltered.
"Diable!"
cried the old man, leaping like an enraged cat from his chair, as if an idea had flashed upon him suddenly.
10 millions of devils! Was it not that brute Giuseppe?
"It was, father," answered Tommatoo, soothingly. "Pray don't fly into a rage. I could not help it."
"The wretch! The abandoned by God miserable fellow!"
shouted old Baioccho, growing more and more excited each moment.
"So he must place himself near my child, my angel, to steal her away from me. But we will see. What did he say to you?"
he added, turning almost fiercely to Tommatoo.
"Oh, nothing more than what he has said to you. He said he loved me very much, and if I would marry him, that he would take us all back to Italy, and that you should end your days in comfort."
"Oh, the serpent! His mother and his grandfather were snakes. You know not that man, Tommatoo. He is capable of roasting his father on a spit."
"But, dear father, you know I hate him. I will never marry anyone but Gustav, and not that until you wish it. I left it Giuseppe and told him to go away."
And Tommatoo made an ineffectual attempt to give some idea of her stern manner to Giuseppe. But if the reality was at all like the representation, I don't think that the descendant of snakes was very much crushed.
"Ah, child, you are as innocent as the flower that grows under our feet."
And Baioccho looked down, but finding no flowers, continued.
"He will perform some mischief to us. I feel it in the air."
And the sharp eyes seemed to pierce into the depths of the gloomy room and fasten on some spectral misfortune.
"Now, Gustav is a good boy. He will be a great man. His pancorno shall be played in many universal cities, and the good fortune shall come to him. Thou shalt be the wife of Gustav, my small pet child."
"But,"
said Tommatoo with a half-smile,
"I think he loves his pancorno better than he does me."
"It is the love of the artist, Mignot. He loves it with his soul, but his heart, that is thine."
"Hark, there he is!"
cried Tommatoo, hushing her father into silence as the liquid, delicious notes of the pancorno stole through the house.
"Yes, let us listen. Oh, heaven, how beautiful!"
exclaimed the old musician rapturously. Then, in a half-whisper, added,
"One little glass more of the cognac, ma biche."
And there they sat in the dusk of the room, the old man warming his veins with the cognac, the young girl dreaming of her lover, and both listening to the music that bore them far away, out of the old house by the stone-yard, into a delicious land where the sea lay like a mistress on the broad breast of the beaches, and the breath of the orange groves wandered like unheard music through the slopes and valleys.
"I think so of my home,"
murmured the old maestro, and I know that a tear fell through the twilight as he spoke.
"Of my dear, dear home, when I hear the music. Ah, why does not my brother, the brother of my youth, replace me in my dear Italy? He is more rich than a great many Jews, and yet he will not spare his poor brother one scudo, Tommatoo. Oh, if I were the rich Pietro, and he the poor cook Giulio Baioccho, I would not count my zecchins until he had what he wanted. If he would only promise to leave my little Tommatoo something when he died, I would not care for myself. Ah, the bad brother. Mignon, one other little verre de cognac for the poor old cook."
"Shall I go and tell Gustav that you have come home?" asked Tommatoo. "We must have supper soon, you know, father."
"Do, my beloved. Sweeter as the notes of the pancorno. Thy voice is sweeter still. Go and gladden the good Gustav with its music."
Tommatoo tripped to the door, perched for a moment on the threshold like a little bird hovering on the edge of its cage, then, after looking back into the dusky room with a radiant smile that seemed to illuminate the twilight, she vanished, and in a few moments the notes of the pancorno ceased, and there were light pattering footsteps heard in its stead. The old musician, when she was gone, buried his head in his hands and seemed lost in meditation, so lost that he neither heard nor saw anything around him, neither the footsteps that came softly toward him through the gloom, nor the tall cloaked form that stood beside him, until a hand laid on his shoulder startled him from his reverie, and he looked up.
"Who is that?"
he asked with a sort of astonished abruptness, as he in vain tried to distinguish the newcomer's features through the darkness.
"It is I, Giuseppe,"
answered the figure in a very calm voice and in Italian.
"What dost thou here again, outcast?"
cried the old maestro, starting from his seat hurriedly and in great agitation.
"I tell thee that thou shalt never wed my daughter. I know thee well. I know thy prison life. I know of that bloody affair in Venice, when even the sacred stole of the priest could not shield his heart from thy accursed hand. Begone, or I will call for help and have thee lodged in the jail." "Come, Bierce, no need of all this bad language. You wrong me, I swear you wrong me. I am not the man you take me for, nor do I wish to press my suit with Tommatoo. I come for other ends. I bear great tidings to thee. I bring thee great riches." "Ah, boaster, you will not cajole me with your fine words,"
cried the old cook mockingly.
"If I do, may I forget my mother's grave,"
exclaimed Giuseppe earnestly.
"Walk with me for 10 minutes along the road, and if I prove not my words, thou shalt never see my face again."
In spite of his detestation of his fellow countrymen, Bierce could not prevent his heart from leaping to his mouth at the mention of wealth. In a moment he saw himself emancipated from the accursed kitchen, his Tommatoo clad as became her beauty, Gustav's Pancorno brought before the public, and all three living happily in the dear Italy, making a music out of life itself.
"Well," said he, "I will go and walk with you, but why not tell it here?" "Because houses are less safe to speak in than the universe," said Giuseppe. "You forget that I was once a conspirator and am cautious." "I remember it well enough," muttered Bierce, as both left the house, "and the police of Venice remember it better."
They walked slowly toward the stone yard. Neither spoke. Bierce disdaining to show any impatience, Giuseppe remaining silent for some motive of his own. So on through the stone yard, amidst the white blocks that loomed like dim ghosts through the darkness, by the shingle huts that, with their jagged corners and irregular roofs, seemed in the darkness to crouch like strange animals squatting upon the dreary earth over rough masses of unhewn stone through deep ruts left by cartwheels in the soft clay until they reached the river.
"Well," said Bierce at last, "how long am I to wait for this wondrous intelligence?" "Your brother is dead," answered Giuseppe. "What?" almost shrieked the old cook. And he left you everything." "Holy Virgin be praised!" ejaculated the poor old fellow, clasping his hands and kneeling in the damp, oozy earth. "My dear Tommatoo will be rich." "I have just arrived from Italy," continued Giuseppe. "I saw your brother. I found him dying. I spoke to him about you and induced him to will you the fortune which he was going to leave to the church. Do you not think I deserve some reward for all this?" "You shall have it, I swear it," cried the old musician fervently. "You shall name your own reward." "Good. I want your daughter." "Ah, traitor, that is what you demand!" cried the excitable old man in his shrill voice. "Never, never, never! No, you shall have money, but no Tommatoo! No Tommatoo!" "Tommatoo is your heir at law when you die," remarked Giuseppe. "Certainly, I know why you want to wed with her, you fellow." "She will inherit very soon." "Eh?" The old man did not exactly seem to comprehend, but peered up into Giuseppe's face. "She will come into possession in 10 minutes, added Giuseppe, and rapidly as lightning he passed a sort of handkerchief across Bierce's mouth, stifling all utterance. The old man, though thin, possessed a great tenacity of muscle, and he struggled long and vigorously against his assailant. He twined about his legs, he crawled up his huge chest, he dug his bony fingers into his throat, all the while uttering through the gag upon his mouth terrible muffled cries of agony that were more dreadful from their being so suppressed. The youth and strength of Giuseppe told at last. The old man grew faint and almost ceased to struggle. In an instant Giuseppe seized him by the waist, lifted him clear off the ground, and swung him into the river. He watched him sink. "I think that Tommatoo is mine now," he muttered, as he turned and fled rapidly back through the stone yard. Bierce sank,
but speedily came to the surface. Instinctively he stretched out his hands, and suddenly one of them came in contact with some floating substance. He grasped it and found it a drifting beam of timber that had become loosed from its moorings to the bank and was traveling with the stream. With some difficulty he got astride of it and removed his gag. His first impulse was to shout for help, for he could not swim, and he was already some distance from the bank, and he put all his strength into a furious cry. The sound of his own voice echoing over that desolate shore seemed to tell him how little chance he had of obtaining assistance in that way, and after shouting until his lungs were sore, he gave it up and clung to the hope of being picked up by some boat. The tide was running out rapidly, and a wind was blowing downstream so that Beocho could tell from the rippling of the waves around the beam that he was floating fast with the current. It was very dark. On either side of the bank he could see the faint lights in the houses, and now and then the black spectral hull of some sloop or schooner would suddenly appear to him as he floated past and then vanish. All on the river seemed dead. There was not a sound of life. There did not seem a hope for the old musician. Still, he floated fast, past the dreary black wharves, round which vessels made palisades of masts seen dimly against the dull sky, past the shadowy groves of the Elysian fields that now, alas, seemed like the banks of Acheron, past the cheerful Atlantic gardens, where lights gleamed on the water and people were making merry, while the poor old musician was floating to his death, past the great hive of the city, that in the gloom seemed to lie upon the water exhausted with its day's labor, and so on out into the broad bay. Then for the first time Beocho felt that he would be swept out to sea. He had not recoiled from his fate up to this time, for he was brave, and after all drowning was only death. But starvation, that thought was too horrible, and for the first time a groan escaped from the poor musician. He then thought of Tommatoo, of Gustav, of their agony at his never returning, their vague sorrow for his fate which would never be known. Then he prayed to God that the murderer Giuseppe would be baffled in his designs on his dear child. And then a dull roaring sound along the water, a hissing of the air and of the sea, a red glare from what seemed like a fierce angry eye moving over the waves, a sparkle of foam seen white through the gloom, and Beocho saw the ferry-boat bearing right down on him. He shouted. He tried to stand upright on the timber log, but it slipped and turned. He took off his coat and flung it high in the air, all to attract attention. But in vain. Closer, closer came the fiery eye. With what seemed to the old musician ever-increasing speed, the sharp prow cut through the water. The funnel gave out short puffs of triumph. The wheels beat their paddles madly on the water, as if they knew what work they had to do. Then a sudden awful shriek from Beocho. The projecting ledge of the boat shot over him. He touched it for an instant with his hand, and then went under. 3. The Grandson of Snakes.
"Father, Gustav will be down in a few minutes, and we will have supper," cried Tommatoo, fluttering in the dark room like some pretty little nocturnal bird. "Father, why don't you answer? Why, where can he be? Ah, that cognac. He has perhaps taken too much while I was away. Poor father." And Tommatoo hastily lit with a lucifer match a little fluid lamp, and held it high above her head while her eyes everywhere sought the expected, recumbent form of the old musician. "Why, he is not here," she cried in a tone of half astonishment, half alarm. "Oh, where has he gone? Not out into this dark, dark night? God forbid! I will call Gustav."
And she ran toward the door of the apartment. But ere she quite reached it, she stopped and drew back, for a tall, dark figure filled the little doorway, and a pair of bright, sinister eyes reflected back the lamplight.
"Ah, pretty one, you did not expect to see me again today, did you?"
said the newcomer in a half-mocking tone, and in Italian.
"But you see how it is. I am fascinated and haunt the spot where I will find you."
"Signor Giuseppe, my father does not wish you to come here. You know what I think, and yet you come. That, I think, is wrong."
And Tommatoo looked like a moralist of the Middle Ages, if one could imagine such a personage, with beautiful blonde hair, large dark gray eyes, and the neatest little waist in the world.
"Ah, none of you appreciate me,"
answered Giuseppe, advancing into the chamber.
"Your father is a good man, but full of prejudices.
I am progressive, and he does not understand progress. That is all. But I am a good fellow, signorina. A capital fellow for all that.
He looked at this moment, standing close to the door and unclasping his heavy cloak, with his pale, unhealthy skin shining in the lamplight, and his eyes glistening with a furtive meaning, so truly the reverse of a good fellow, that I am not surprised at the faint frown that perched for a moment on Tommatoo's forehead, and then suddenly slid off her smooth temples and was lost.
"I am going, Signor Giuseppe,"
she said, making a movement toward the door, between which her and the Italian was standing.
"I wish you good evening."
"Stay a moment,"
he cried, interposing.
"Where is the worthy Baiocco?"
"He is not here. I don't know where he is. Let me pass, Signor. I am going to search for him."
"Perhaps he has taken too much of the delightful cognac of which he is so fond,"
said Giuseppe sneeringly.
"My father is a good man, Signor,"
cried Tommatoo indignantly.
"and his weaknesses should be respected. Let me pass, sir."
"Not just yet, little one. I have something to say to you. You know that I love you. I told you so 3 months ago before I went to Italy. I tell you so now that I have returned."
"I do not want to hear your confession, Signor. I wish to go and seek my father."
"Listen to me, Tommatoo,"
and he stretched his long arm across her till it fell like a great bar between her and the door.
"Listen, if you become my wife, this is what I will do for you. I will take you to Italy, and you shall have a villa that the Prince Borghese might envy. We will have much money. I shall be very rich indeed, and all Italy shall not contain finer horses, carriages, servants than ours. I will be magnificent, Tommatoo, gorgeous, princely. Perhaps, too, I will purchase a patent of nobility. It is to be done. There's the banker Torlonia. And how would my Tommatoo like to sit in state and be called Principessa? Ah, it would be glorious, would it not?"
So excited was he with the visions he had himself conjured up, that Giuseppe stretched forth his arms, and enclosing Tommatoo between them, drew her toward him, while a devilish glitter shone in his dark eyes.
"We are alone, sweet dove,"
he said in a soft voice.
"None in this silent house to watch us. Will you not vow to be my bride, the bride of Giuseppe that loves you so and who will make you a little countess? Ah, the little one is not so cruel after all."
But he mistook Tommatoo's terrified immobility for a timid though undemonstrative assent. To his utter astonishment, after a moment's silence, that young lady opened her mouth and shrieked,
"Gustav! Hasten! Gustav, I am in danger!"
with all the power of an excellent set of lungs.
"Who the devil is Gustav?"
muttered Giuseppe, astounded.
"I thought that none lived in the house but those two. Who the devil is this Gustav?"
And as he spoke, he thrust his hand inside his coat as if feeling for some weapon. There was an immediate response to Tommatoo's call in the shape of the descent of a pair of boots 4 stairs at a time. In a few seconds the boots had reached the door, and Gustave Beaumont, who stood in them, suddenly appeared on the scene of action.
"Diavolo!"
ground Giuseppe between his teeth as he beheld this new apparition. Then, taking a stride backward, he seemed like some wild animal preparing for spring.
"Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce que c'est, monsieur-là?"
rapidly demanded Monsieur Gustave, looking rather ominously at Giuseppe, who, not understanding a word of French, preserved a grim silence.
"Oh, Gustav, this man persecutes me. Protect me from him,"
cried Tommatoo, bounding toward the young Frenchman, and taking shelter, as it were, under his wing.
"Soyez tranquille, enfant,"
said Gustave, fondly enfolding her little form with his arm.
"What the devil you do here, sir?"
he continued in English, seeing that Giuseppe had not replied to his previous interrogatories in French.
"For why do you bring the fright to this young girl, sir?" "Who are you, sir? I demand to know. Moi, Gustave Beaumont."
"I reply myself not, sir, to your interrogations, when they put themselves to me in a manner so insolent,"
answered Giuseppe haughtily, his eyes flashing through the gloom of the half-lit chamber.
"Ask him about our dear father, Gustave,"
cried Tommatoo earnestly, nestling up to the young musician's side.
"I left him here a few moments since, and he has disappeared. I feel sure that this bad man knows something of him. Ask him, dear Gustave." "One cannot know about all the world,"
answered Giuseppe, before Gustave had time to interrogate him.
"My business is not with the old man. Look in the cellar where the strong waters are kept. He will be there."
With a mocking laugh, the Italian folded his cloak around him and strode toward the door. Gustave removed his arm from Tommatoo's waist, round which it had stolen, and placed himself resolutely between Giuseppe and the door, and barred his passage.
"You shall not depart from here until we know about Signor Baioccio. You are suspected a great deal."
"Let me pass away from here,"
cried Giuseppe, advancing savagely,
"or by the head of the Virgin you will meet with misfortune."
And placing his hand in his breast, he half drew a small poniard. Gustave saw the motion, and quick as thought sprang on the Italian, weaving his young sinewy arms around his waist, and pressing his chin against his antagonist's breast until he fairly howled with pain. Tommatoo, with one faint moan, sank on her knees on the ground, and one might see by the clasped hands and the murmuring lips, dimly shown on the imperfect lamplight, that the little one was offering up her prayers to heaven. The pair now struggling were evenly matched as far as youth and size, but in point of endurance the Italian had decidedly the advantage. The sedentary life which the young Frenchman led had relaxed his naturally powerful muscular system, and consequently, although capable of a vast momentary effort, he was entirely unable to sustain a prolonged contest. For the space of 2 minutes nothing was heard in the room but the hard breathing of the struggling men, the slipping of the feet on the uncarpeted floor, the sudden stamp, as one sought an advantage which the other as quickly frustrated. Gustave's main object seemed to be to keep the Italian from using his poniard, and this he sought to effect by pressing him so closely in his arms as to render it an impossibility to use his hands. For some time he was successful in this, but presently his want of tenacity of muscle showed itself in the relaxation of his grip and the quick recurrence of his breaths, almost amounting to panting. Inch by inch Giuseppe loosened his arm from the Frenchman's grasp, and inch by inch his hand moved toward his breast, where the poniard lay, his eyes all the while flashing with a light that seemed to announce his approaching vengeance. In vain did Gustave strain every nerve to hold his own. The large drops of sweat gathered on his forehead. The blood flowed from between his lips, bitten in the agony of exertion, and his knees fairly shook with the power of a will that far exceeded the strength of the frame on which it was exercised. He could not last much longer. Giuseppe, in proportion as he beheld his adversary sinking, seemed to gain additional force. He at length extricated his arm. At length he grasped the poniard and plucked it from its sheath. Held aloft an instant over Gustave's head, it quivered in its descent, when, with a dull, heavy thud, some enormous weight fell on the back part of the Italian's head. The dagger was dashed from his hand, and he fell stunned and senseless on the floor.
"Sweet child, my life owes itself to you,"
said Gustave as he stood over the prostrate form of his antagonist, while he gazed with intense astonishment on Tommatoo, who, revealed to him by the Italian's fall, exhibited herself as the agent of that lucky event, assisted by an enormous bludgeon which she held in her hand.
"It was an inspiration of heaven, I think," said she simply. "I was praying to the Virgin when I recollected that Papa's big stick was in the corner, so I stole towards it, lifted it up, and struck that bad fellow with it, only I did not think I could strike him so hard. I hope he is not very much hurt," and she looked pityingly down on the villain whom a moment before she would have gladly seen perish.
"Cry nom de Dieu,
he moves himself,"
cried Gustave, beholding a slight indication of returning animation in the body of the Italian.
"Quick, Tommatoo, or ropes to bind him up. Bring me great strong tie-ins, for he is very dangerous, this fellow. Ha, rascal, you are there. You lie very low now, brigand. We will trouble ourselves with your care, sir. Yes, we will have the honor to conduct you to the bureau of the chief of police, and there we will demand of you that you shall let us know all your villainies. Quick, child, the twines. The fellow will get himself up very presently."
And so, chattering a sort of mingled monologue of reproach, triumph, and sarcasm, Gustave passed the rope which Tommatoo brought him around Giuseppe's body in so scientific and elaborate a manner that the wretched man was as incapable of motion as an Indian papoose strapped to its board, and lay on the floor with nothing but the winking of his large dark villainous eyes to tell of his being animate. Now came the great question, who was to go for the police? If Gustave went, Tommatoo would be left alone in that terrible house, with that terrible man, who might unloose that wonderful network of bonds in which Gustave had enlaced him. If Tommatoo went, She would have to thread her way alone through that dreary, dangerous locality, and she confessed she had not the courage to make the attempt. If they both went, who was to take care of the captive? So they, perforce, came to the conclusion that they must wait until morning, and accordingly Gustav, determined not to lose sight of his prize, lifted him on his shoulder as one would a bale of goods, and carrying him up to his own room, the room in which the Pancorno resided, threw him into a corner. Then he and Tommatoo sat down gloomily to speculate and wonder over Baioccho's disappearance. It was in vain that they interrogated Giuseppe. That individual glared at them from his corner like a coil of ropes with a pair of large eyes hidden somewhere in it, but would condescend to no reply. And so the hours passed as they gloomily watched for the day. Weary with speculation and heart-sore enough with pondering over the fate of old Baioccho, Gustav, as the small hours wore on, could no longer resist his inclination to invoke the genius of the Pancorno to disperse the sad thoughts that hung like black clouds around him and Tommatoo. So he sat down to that mysteriously constructed instrument and poured forth those wild improvisations that seemed to interpret some love passage in the history of young Aeolus. And when the sun broke faintly over the dreary stone-yard, and its first rays fell on the livid face of the Italian lying bound in the corner, it floated upward through the sky, buoyed by those harmonies that seemed to seek their native heaven. 4. The Paean of the Pancorno. The Nth Ward Station House. It was the early hour of the morning before the overnight prisoners had departed to be judged by the immaculate justices presiding in the neighboring district police court, and the poor, sleepless-looking, bleary-eyed people were emerging from the lock-up in the basement, still heavy with the poison of bad liquor and spotted all over the face with the bites of mosquitoes that abound in all police stations. Along the walls of the general room hung rows of glazed fire-caps and locust-wood clubs, while, stretched in rank and file on the floor beneath, one saw a quantity of india-rubber overshoes, splashed with the mud gathered in the weary night tramp on the heels of crime. What stories of city vice spoke in those dirty, flexible shoes? One saw the burglar at work with file and center-bit, an accomplice keeping watch with pricked-up ears. The file grates and the center-bit cuts, and the Confederate strains his hearing as the grasshopper leaps from the wall. But none sees the dark shadows creeping round the corner, and the pavement yields no echo to the muffled feet. And the silent overshoes steal on until, with one quick leap and one heavy blow with the club, the burglar and Confederate lie powerless on the ground. The Nth Ward Station House was a dreary-looking establishment. The police captain in plain clothes with a presentation watch in his pocket, attached to a presentation chain, and a presentation diamond ring on his finger, and a presentation pin in his shirt front, which having buttons did not seem to require it, sat on a high chair behind a high counter, on which he measured out justice by the yard. 2 or 3 sly-looking men in plain clothes also, with a furtive glance in the eyes, and an air of always seeming to be looking round a corner that bespoke the detective, or shadow, lounging on the stout chairs, picking their teeth and watching everybody, even the police captain, as if they were ready at any moment to detect anybody in something illegal. A pleasant-looking chain of handcuffs hung on the wall, some 10 or 12 pair linked together, cold, brutal-looking loops of iron that seemed to regret it was wrists and not necks that it was their duty to clasp. Sitting on the sill of the deep window which opened into the street were 2 little children crying lustily. They had been lost or had run away, and in the face of the boy, a large-eyed French lad, some 6 years old, one could see the determination working that made him preserve, when questioned, a sullen silence as to his name and home. The other, a little girl, thanks to the philoprogenitive organ of one of the police, was munching a jam tart amidst all her grief, and slobbering the unwholesome pastry with her tears. But chief of all the figures in that melancholy room were 3 persons who had, in the charge of a policeman, arrived at early dawn. Deep in one corner, the farthest from the door, sat Giuseppe, now carefully uncorded, but still scowling out of his cloak as if he might dart poisoned poniards out of his eyes, while before the high counter on which the prize police captain measured out his 2 pennyworth of justice stood Gustav and Tommatoo, who was weeping bitterly. "You say that you left your father for but a few moments, and on your return he had disappeared?" inquired the prize captain solemnly.
"Yes, sir," sobbed Tommatoo. "My dear, dear father, what has become of him? Oh, that bad man!"
A wicked glance at Giuseppe in the corner.
"And when you returned, you found the prisoner in the room where you had left your father?"
"Yes, sir, And I know that he knows where my father is. I see it in his eyes. Oh, sir, make him tell, make him tell. Pinch him until he tells. Beat him until he tells."
The prize captain smiled condescendingly. "Lieutenant," he said, "telegraph a description of this Biocho to the chief's office with inquiries." Immediately a thin policeman commenced working the telegraph that lay in one corner of the room, but the monotonous click of the instrument was but little consolation to the aching bosom of Tommatoo. A half-hour passed, an hour during which Tommatoo related over and over again the details of her little story to the prize captain. The subordinates of the office began to take an interest in her, and gathered round her as she sat nestling close to Gustav, who was completely amazed by the novelty of his situation, and each had a kind word for the little maiden. An hour passed. Ah, how dreary. Dreary to Giuseppe scowling in his cloak, carefully watched by two stalwart policemen. Dreary to Gustav, who wondered how policemen could live without music. Dreary to little Tommatoo, who, with swollen eyes and heavy, sad heart, sorrowed for the old musician. Presently there was a bustle. A carriage drove up to the door with policemen on the box, and Tommatoo's heart fluttered. The door of the vehicle opened, and out tottered Baiocco, feebly singing, crowing, dancing, with his old eyes twinkling with cognac, and a suit of gigantic clothes on, out of which he seemed to be endeavoring to scramble. In another instant Tommatoo was in his arms.
"Ah, mon enfant, ma fille bien-aimée, the old father has brought himself back. Perbaccio brought himself back with the joy in his heart. The assassin failed in his work. Ha!"
This last exclamation was caused by a sudden rush for the door, which Giuseppe had made the moment the old musician appeared. His attempt at escape was vain, however, for before he had made 2 steps he was collared, and a pair of handcuffs magically slipped over his wrists. He sat down again sullenly, but with a face white with terror.
"Ha! Serpent that thou art!"
cried Baiocco, placing himself before Giuseppe and shaking his withered old fist at him.
"The time has arrived. Thou wilt hang for this. So you thought to drown the poor old maestro who never harmed you. But no, the God above is good. And when waves lifted themselves up to engulf me, and the boat of the passage came to knock me on the head, a heaven-descended rope put itself into my hand, and the blessed sailor pulled me up to the deck. Oh no, I am not dead yet, and the sweet dove that you covet will find some other nest than thine."
Then, turning to the prize captain, the old man, still with one arm round his daughter, poured forth his voluble tale, how Giuseppe had flung him into the river, how he was floating out to sea when the ferry-boat had come down on him, and how, just in the nick of time, someone on board had discerned him in the water and flung him a rope. All this mixed up in his extraordinary English, and interlarded with French and Italian imprecations on the head of Giuseppe, so that the prize captain was entirely bewildered, and all that he could do was to order the assassin into the lock-up, and bind over the old maestro to appear in evidence. This done, he and Gustav and Tommatoo, now chirping like a bird, went home together. I would not like to count all the petits verres de cognac that the old musician took that night, but I know that Baiocco on that occasion danced the most singular dances, and sang the most eccentric songs, and told Tommatoo and Gustav at least 50 times the wondrous story of his adventures, and how his brother was, he believed, dead, and had left him all his wealth. And so the night closed on jubilation in the old house by the stone yard. Strange to say, Baiocco's brother was dead, and had left him his heir. This, it was supposed, Giuseppe had learned in Italy, and had hastened home with the intention of profiting by an information of which he was the earliest recipient. Chance, however, frustrated his plans, and after a trial in which Baiocco's eccentric evidence was a feature, the gates of the state prison closed over the assassin. In time, Baiocco realized his inheritance, and bade farewell to the kitchen. The pancorno was brought before the public, and everyone remembers the sensation it created that winter at the antique concerts given at Niblos. Women, while listening to its wonderful strains, could not help noticing how handsome was the young Frenchman who played on it. Yet none saw the lovely face that every night gazed from the front row on the performer. But I know that Gustave Beaumont played all the better because he knew that Tommatoo, otherwise Madame Beaumont, was looking at him. Madame Beaumont. Tommatoo as a madam. Can you realize it? I can't. End of section 3. Section 4. Of the Diamond Lens with Other Stories by Fitz-James O'Brien. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Mother of Pearl. 1. I met her in India when, during an eccentric course of travel, I visited the land of palanquins and hookahs. She was a slender, pale, spiritual-looking girl. Her figure swayed to and fro when she walked like some delicate plant brushed by a very gentle wind. Her face betokened a rare susceptibility of nervous organization. Large, dark gray eyes, spanned by slender arches of black eyebrows, irregular and mobile features, a mouth large and singularly expressive, and conveying vague hints of a sensual nature whenever she smiled. The paleness of her skin could hardly be called paleness. It was rather a beautiful transparency of texture, though the whiteness of which one beheld the underglow of life as one sees the fires of a lamp hazily revealed through the white ground-glass shade that envelops it. Her motions were full of a strange and subtle grace. It positively sent a thrill of an indefinable nature through me to watch her moving across a room. It was perhaps a pleasurable sensation at beholding her perform so ordinary an act in so unusual a manner. Every wanderer in the fields has been struck with delight on beholding a tuft of thistledown floating calmly through the still atmosphere of a summer day. She possessed in the most perfect degree this aerial serenity of motion. With all the attributes of body, she seemed to move as if disembodied. It was a singular and paradoxical combination of the real and ideal, and therein, I think, lay the charm. Then, her voice. It was like no voice that I ever heard before. It was low and sweet, but how many hundreds of voices have I heard that were as low and just as sweet? The charm lay in something else. Each word was uttered with a sort of dove-like coo. Pray do not laugh at the image, for I am striving to express what after all is perhaps inexpressible. However, I mean to say that the harsh gutturals and hissing dentals of our English tongue were enveloped by her in a species of vocal plumage, so that they flew from her lips not like pebbles or snakes, as they do from mine and yours, but like hummingbirds, soft and round and imbued with a strange fascination of sound. We fell in love, married, and Minnie agreed to share my travel for a year, after which we were to repair to my native place in Maine, and settle down into a calm, loving country life. It was during this year that our little daughter Pearl was born. The way in which she came to be named Pearl was this. We were cruising in the Bay of Condachi, on the west coast of Ceylon, in a small vessel which I had hired for a month's trip, to go where I listed. I had always a singular desire to make myself acquainted with the details of the pearl fishery, and I thought this would be a good opportunity. So, with my wife and servants and little nameless child, she was only 3 months old, on whom, however, we showered daily 1,000 unwritable love titles, I set sail for the grounds of a celebrated pearl fishery. It was a great, although an idle pleasure, to sit in one of the small coasting boats in that cloudless and serene climate, floating on an unruffled sea, and watch the tawny natives, naked with the exception of a small strip of cotton cloth wound around their loins, plunge into the marvelously clear waters, and after having shot down far beyond sight, as if they had been lead instead of flesh and blood, suddenly break above the surface after what seemed an age of immersion, holding in their hands a basket filled with long, uncouthly shaped bivalves, any of which might contain a treasure great as that which Cleopatra wasted in her goblet. The oysters being flung into the boat, a brief breathing spell was taken, and then once more the dark-skinned diver darted down like some agile fish to recommence his search. For the pearl oyster is by no means to be found in the prodigal profusion in which his less aristocratic brethren, the millponds and blue points and chinkapins, exist. He is rare and exclusive, and does not bestow himself liberally. He, like all high-born castes, is not prolific. Sometimes a fearful moment of excitement would overtake us. While 2 or 3 of the pearl divers were under water, the calm, glassy surface of the sea would be cleft by what seemed the thin blade of a sharp knife, cutting through the water with a slow, even, deadly motion. This we know to be the dorsal fin of the man-eating shark. Nothing can give an idea of the horrible symbolism of that back fin. To a person utterly unacquainted with the habits of the monster, the silent, stealthy, resistless way in which that membranous blade divides the water would inevitably suggest a cruelty swift, unappeasable, relentless. This may seem exaggerated to anyone who has not seen the spectacle I speak of. Every seafaring man will admit its truth. When this ominous apparition became visible, all on board the fishing boats were instantly in a state of excitement. The water was beaten with oars until it foamed. The natives shouted along with the most unearthly yells. Missiles of all kinds were flung at this Siva of the ocean. And a relentless attack was kept up on him until the poor fellows groping below showed their mahogany faces above the surface. We were so fortunate as not to have been the spectators of any tragedy, but we knew from hearsay that it often happened that the shark, a fish, by the way, possessed of a rare intelligence, quietly bided his time until the moment the diver broke water, when there would be a lightning-like rush, a flash of the white belly as the brute turned on his side to snap, a faint cry of agony from the victim, and then the mahogany face would sink convulsed, never to rise again, while a great crimson clot of blood would hang suspended in the calm ocean, the red memorial of a sudden and awful fatality. One breathless day we were floating in our little boat at the pearl fishery, watching the diving. We means my wife, myself, and our little daughter, who was nestled in the arms of her ayah, or colored nurse. It was one of those tropical mornings the glory of which is indescribable. The sea was so transparent that the boat in which we lay, shielded from the sun by awnings, seemed to hang suspended in air. The tufts of pink and white coral that studded the bed of the ocean beneath were as distinct as if they were growing at our feet. We seemed to be gazing upon a beautiful parterre of variegated candy tuft. The shores, fringed with palms and patches of a gigantic species of cactus, which was then in bloom, were as still and serene as if they had been painted on glass. Indeed, the whole landscape looked like a beautiful scene beheld through a glorified stereoscope, eminently real as far as detail went, but fixed and motionless as death. Nothing broke the silence save the occasional plunge of the divers into the water, or the noise of the large oysters falling into the bottom of the boats. In the distance, on a small, narrow point of land, a strange crowd of human beings was visible. Oriental pearl merchants, fakirs selling amulets, Brahmins in their dirty white robes, all attracted to the spot by the prospect of gain, as fish collect round a handful of bait flung into a pond, bargaining, cheating, and strangely mingling religion and lucre. My wife and I lay back on the cushions that lined the after part of our little skiff, languidly gazing on the sea and the sky by turns. Suddenly our attention was aroused by a great shout which was followed by a volley of shrill cries from the pearl fishing boats. On turning in that direction, the greatest excitement was visible among the different crews. Hands were pointed, white teeth glittered in the sun, and every dusky form was gesticulating violently. Then 2 or 3 negroes seized some long poles and commenced beating the water violently. Others flung gourds and calabashes and odd pieces of wood and stone in the direction of a particular spot that lay between the nearest fishing boat and ourselves. The only thing visible in the spot was a black sharp blade, thin as the blade of a penknife, that appeared, slowly and evenly cutting through the still water. No surgical instrument ever glided through human flesh with a more silent, cruel calm. It needed not the cry of "Shark! Shark!" to tell us what it was. In a moment we had a vivid picture of that unseen monster, with his small watchful eyes and his huge mouth with its double row of fangs, presented to our mental vision. There were 3 divers under water at this moment, while directly above them hung suspended this remorseless incarnation of death. My wife clasped my hand convulsively and became deathly pale. I stretched out the other hand instinctively, and grasped a revolver which lay beside me. I was in the act of cocking it when a shriek of unutterable agony from the ayah burst on our ears. I turned my head quickly as a flash of lightning, and beheld her with empty arms hanging over the gunwale of the boat, while down in the calm sea I saw a tiny little face swathed in white, sinking, sinking, sinking. What are words to paint such a crisis? What pen, however vigorous, could depict the pallid, convulsed face of my wife, my own agonized countenance, the awful despair that settled on the dark face of the ayah, as we 3 beheld the love of our lives serenely receding from us forever in that impassable, transparent ocean? My pistol fell from my grasp. I, who rejoiced in a vigor of manhood such as few attain, was struck dumb and helpless. My brain whirled in its dome, every outward object vanished from my sight, and all I saw was a vast, translucent sea, and one sweet face, rosy as a seashell, shining in its depths. Shining with a vague smile that seemed to bid me a mute farewell as it floated away to death. I was roused from a trance of anguish by the flitting of a dark form through the clear water, cleaving its way swiftly toward that darling little shape that grew dimmer and dimmer every second as it settled into the sea. We all saw it, and the same thought struck us all. That terrible, deadly back fin was the key of our sudden terror. The shark! A simultaneous shriek burst from our lips. I tried to jump overboard, but was withheld by someone. Little use had I done so, for I could not swim a stroke. The dark shape glided on like a flash of light. It reached our treasure. In an instant, all we loved on earth was blotted from our sight. My heart stood still. My breath ceased. Life trembled on my lips. The next moment, a dusky head shot out of the water close to our boat. A dusky head whose parted lips gasped for breath, but whose eyes shone with the brightness of a superhuman joy. The second after, 2 tawny hands held a dripping white mass above the water, and the dark head shouted to the boatman. Another second, and the brave pearl diver had clambered in and laid my little daughter at her mother's feet. This was the shark. This was the man-eater. This hero in sun-burned hide, who with his quick aquatic sight had seen our dear one sinking through the sea and had brought her up to us again, pale and dripping, but still alive. What tears and what laughter fell on us 3 by turns as we named our Jim, rescued from the ocean, Little Pearl. 2. I had been about a year settled at my pleasant homestead in Maine, when the great misfortune of my life fell upon me. My existence was almost exceptional in its happiness. Independent in circumstances, master of a beautiful place, the natural charms of which were carefully seconded by art, married to a woman whose refined and cultivated mind seemed to be in perfect accord with my own, and the father of the loveliest little maiden that ever tottered upon tiny feet. What more could I wish for? In the summertime we varied the pleasant monotony of our rustic life by flying visits to Newport and Nahant. In the winter, a month or 6 weeks spent in New York, party-going and theater-going, surfeited us with the rapid life of a metropolis, but gave us food for conversation for months to come. The intervals were well filled up with farming, reading, and the social intercourse into which we naturally fell with the old residents around us. I said a moment ago that I was perfectly happy at this time. I was wrong. I was happy, but not perfectly happy. A vague grief overshadowed me. My wife's health gave me at times great concern. Charming and spirituelle, as she was on most occasions, there were times when she seemed a prey to a brooding melancholy. She would sit for hours in the twilight in what appeared to be a state of mental apathy, and at such times it was almost impossible to rouse her into even modern state of conversational activity. When I addressed her, she would languidly turn her eyes on me, droop the eyelids over the eyeballs, and gaze at me with a strange expression that, I knew not why, sent a shudder through my limbs. It was in vain that I questioned her to ascertain if she suffered. She was perfectly well, she said, but weary. I consulted my old friend and neighbor, Dr. Maloney, but after a careful study of her constitution, he proclaimed her after his own fashion to be sound as a bell, sir, sound as a bell. To me, however, there was a funereal tone in this bell. If it did not toll of death, it at least proclaimed disaster. I cannot say why those dismal forebodings should have possessed me. Let who will explain the many presentiments of good and bad fortune which waylay men in the road of life, as the witches used to waylay the traveller of old, and rise up in his path prognosticating or cursing. At times, though, many, as if to cheat speculation, displayed a gaiety and cheerfulness beyond all expectation. She would propose little excursions to noted places in our neighborhood, and no eyes in the party would be brighter, no laugh more ringing than hers. Yet these bright spots were but checkers on a life of gloom. Days passed in moodiness and silence, nights of restless tossing on the couch, and ever and anon that strange furtive look following me as I went to and fro. As the year slowly sailed through the green banks of summer into the flaming scenery of the fall, I resolved to make some attempt to dissipate this melancholy under which my wife so obviously labored. "Minnie," I said to her one day, "I feel rather dull. Let us go to New York for a few weeks."
"What for?"
she answered, turning her face around slowly until her eyes rested on mine, eyes still filled with that inexplicable expression.
"What for? To amuse ourselves? My dear Gerald, how can New York amuse you? We live in a hotel, each room of which is a stereotyped copy of the other. We get the same bill of fare, with a fresh date, every day for dinner. We go to parties that are a repetition of the parties we went to last year. The same thin-logged young man leads the German, and one could almost imagine that the stewed terrapin which you got for dinner had been kept over since the previous winter. There is no novelty. No, nothing."
"There is a novelty, my dear," I said, although I could not help smiling at her languid dissection of a New York season. "You love the stage, and a new and, as I am told, a great actress has appeared there. I, for my part, want to see her."
"Who is she? But before you answer, I know perfectly well what a great American dramatic novelty is. She has been gifted by nature with fine eyes, a good figure, and a voice which has a tolerable scale of notes. Someone, or something, puts it into her head that she was born into this world for the special purpose of interpreting Shakespeare. She begins by reciting to her friends in a little village, and owing to their encouragement, determines to take lessons from some broken-down actor who ekes out an insufficient salary by giving lessons in elocution. Under his tuition, as she would under the instruction of any professor of that abominable art known as elocution, she learns how to display her voice at the expense of the sense of the author. She thinks of nothing but rising and falling inflections, swimming entrances and graceful exits. Her idea of great emotion is hysterics, and her acme of byplay is to roll her eyes at the audience. You listen in vain for a natural intonation of the voice. You look in vain on the painted, over-painted face for a single reflex of the emotions depicted by the dramatist. Emotions that, I am sure, when he was registering them on paper, flitted over his countenance and thrilled his whole being as the auroral lights shimmer over the heavens and send a vibration through all nature. My dear husband, I am tired of your great American actress. Please go and buy me half a dozen dolls."
I laughed. She was in her cynical mood, and none could be more sarcastic than she. But I was determined to gain my point. "But," I resumed, "the actress I am anxious to see is the very reverse of the too truthful picture you have painted. I want to see Matilda Heron."
"And who is Matilda Heron?"
"Well, I can't very well answer your question definitely, Minnie, but this I know, that she has come from somewhere and fallen like a bombshell in New York. The metaphor is not too pronounced. Her appearance has been an explosion. Now, you blasé critic of actresses, here is a chance for a sensation. Will you go?"
"Of course I will, dear Gerald. But if I am disappointed, call on the gods to help you. I will punish you if you mislead me in some awful manner. I'll write a play, or go on the stage myself."
"Minnie," said I, kissing her smooth white forehead, "if you go on the stage, you will make a most miserable failure." 3. We went to New York. Matilda Heron was then playing her first engagement at Wallack's Theatre. The day after I arrived, I secured a couple of orchestra seats, and before the curtain rose, Minnie and I were installed in our places. I, full of anticipation, she, as all prejudicing critics are, determined to be terribly severe if she got a chance. We were too well-bred, too well brought up, too well educated, and too cosmopolitan to feel any qualms about the morality of the play. We had read it in the French under the title La Dame au Camelier, and it was now produced in dramatic form under the title of Camille. If my wife did not get a chance for criticism, she at least got a sensation. Miss Heron's first entrance was wonderfully unconventional. The woman dared to come in upon that painted scene as if it really was the home apartment it was represented to be. She did not slide in with her face to the audience and wait for the mockery that is called a reception. She walked in easily, naturally, unwitting of any outside eyes. The petulant manner in which she took off her shawl, the commonplace conversational tone in which she spoke to her servant, were revelations to Minnie and myself. Here was a daring reality. Here was a woman who, sacrificing for the moment all conventional prejudices, dared to play the Lorette as the Lorette herself plays her dramatic life, with all her whims, her passion, her fearlessness of consequences, her occasional vulgarities, her impertinence, her tenderness, and self-sacrifice. It was not that we did not see faults. Occasionally Miss Heron's accent was bad, and had a savor of Celtic origin. But what mattered accent or what mattered elocution, when we felt ourselves in the presence of an inspired woman? Miss Heron's Camille electrified both Minnie and myself. My wife was particularly bouleversée. The artist we were beholding had not in a very marked manner any of those physical advantages which Minnie had predicated in her onslaught on the dramatic stars. It is true that Miss Heron's figure was commanding, and there was a certain powerful light in her eyes that startled and thrilled, but there was not the beauty of the favorite actress. The conquest that she achieved was purely intellectual and magnetic. Of course we were present at the next performance. It was Medea. We then beheld the great actress under a new phase. In Camille she died for love. In Medea she killed for love. I never saw a human being so rocked by emotion as was my wife during the progress of this tragedy. Her countenance was a mirror of every incident and passion. She swayed to and fro under those gusts of indignant love that the actress sent forth from time to time, and which swept the house like a storm. When the curtain fell, she sat trembling, vibrating still with those thunders of passion that the swift lightnings of genius had awakened. She seemed almost in a dream as I took her to the carriage, and during the drive to our hotel she was moody and silent. It was in vain that I tried to get her to converse about the play. That the actress was great, she acknowledged in the briefest possible sentence. Then she leaned back and seemed to fall into a reverie from which nothing would arouse her. I ordered supper into our sitting-room and made Minnie drink a couple of glasses of champagne in the hope that it would rouse her into some state of mental activity. All my efforts, however, were without avail. She was silent and strange, and occasionally shivered as if penetrated with a sudden chill. Shortly after, she pleaded weariness and retired for the night, leaving me puzzled more than ever by the strangeness of her case. An hour or two afterward, when I went to bed, I found Minnie apparently asleep. Never had she seemed more beautiful. Her lips were like a bursting rosebud, about to blow under the influence of a perfumed wind, just parted as they were by the gentle breath that came and went. The long dark lashes that swept over her cheek gave a pensive charm to her countenance, which was heightened by a rich stray of nutty hair that swept loosely across her bosom, tossed in the restlessness of slumber. I printed a light kiss upon her forehead, and, with an unuttered prayer for her welfare, lay down to rest. I know not how long I had been asleep when I was awakened with a profound slumber by one of those indescribable sensations of mortal peril which seemed to sweep over the soul, and with, as it were, the thrill of its passage call louder than a trumpet, "Awake! Arouse! Your life hangs by a hair." That this strange physical warning is in all cases the result of a magnetic phenomenon, I have not the slightest doubt. To prove it, steal softly, ever so softly, to the bedside of a sleeper, and, although no noise betrays your presence, the slumberer will almost invariably awaken, aroused by a magnetic perception of your proximity. How much more powerfully must the stealthy approach of one who harbors sinister designs affect the slumbering victim? An antagonistic magnetism hovers near. The whole of the subtle currents that course through the electrical machine known as man are shocked with a powerful repulsion. And the sentinel mind whose guard has just been relieved, and which is slumbering in its quarters, suddenly hears the rappel beaten and leaps to arms. In the midst of my deep sleep I sprang with a sudden bound upright, with every faculty alert. By one of those unaccountable mysteries of our being, I realized before my eyes could be by any possibility alive to external objects the presence of a great horror. Simultaneously with this conviction, or following it so quickly as to be almost twin with it, I beheld the vivid flash of a knife, and felt an acute pain in my shoulder. The next instant all was plain, as if the scene, instead of passing in a half-illuminated bedroom, had occurred in the full sunlight of the Orient. My wife was standing by my bedside, her hands firmly pinioned in mine, while on the white coverlet lay a sharp table-knife, red with the blood which was pouring from a deep wound in my shoulder. I had escaped death by a miracle. Another instant, and the long blade would have been driven through my heart. I never was so perfectly self-possessed as on that terrible occasion. I forced Minnie to sit on the bed, while I looked calmly in her face. She returned my gaze with a sort of serene defiance. "Minnie," I said, "I loved you dearly. Why did you do this?"
"I was weary of you," she answered in a cold, even voice, a voice so level that it seemed to be spoken on ruled lines. "That is my reason." Great heavens! I was not prepared for this sanguinary calm. I had looked for perhaps some indication of somnambulism. I had vaguely hoped even for the incoherence or vehemence of speech, which would have betokened a sudden insanity. Anything, everything but this awful avowal of a deliberate design to murder a man who loved her better than the life she sought. Still, I clung to hope. I could not believe that this gentle, refined creature could deliberately quit my side at midnight, possess herself of the very knife which had been used at the table across which I lavished 1,000 fond attentions, and remorselessly endeavor to stab me to the heart. It must be the act of one insane, or laboring under some momentary hallucination. I determined to test her further. I adopted a tone of vehement reproach, hoping, if insanity was smoldering in her brain, to fan the embers of such a flame as would leave no doubt on my mind. I would rather she should be mad than feel that she hated me. "Woman!" I thundered fiercely, "you must have the mind of a fiend to repay my love in this manner. Beware of my vengeance. Your punishment shall be terrible." "Punish me," she answered, and oh, how serene and distant her voice sounded. "Punish me how and when you will. It will not matter much." The tones were calm, assured, and fearless. The manner perfectly coherent. A terrible suspicion shot across my mind. "Have I a rival?" I asked. "Is it a guilty love that has prompted you to plan my death? If so, I am sorry you did not kill me." "I do not know any other man whom I love. I cannot tell why it is that I do not love you. You are very kind and considerate, but your presence wearies me. I sometimes see vaguely, as in a dream, my ideal of a husband, but he has no existence save in my soul, and I suppose I shall never meet him."
"Minnie, you are mad!" I cried despairingly.
"Am I?"
she answered with a faint and smile slowly overspreading her pale face, like the dawn breaking imperceptibly over a cold gray lake.
"Well, you can think so if you will. It is all one to me."
I never beheld such apathy, such stoic indifference. Had she exhibited fierce rage, disappointment at her failure, a mad thirst for my lifeblood? I should have preferred it to this awful stagnation of sensibility, this frozen stillness of the heart. I felt all my nature hardened suddenly toward her. It seemed to me as if my face became fixed and stern as a bronze head. "You are an inexplicable monster," I said in tones that startled myself, that were so cold and metallic, "and I shall not try to decipher you. I will use every endeavor to ascertain, however, whether it is some species of insanity that has thus afflicted you, or whether you are ruled by the most vicious soul that ever inhabited a human body. You shall return to my house tomorrow, when I will place you under the charge of Dr. Maloney. You will live in the strictest seclusion. I need not tell you that after what has happened, you must henceforth be a stranger to your daughter. Hands crimsoned with her father's blood are not those that I would see caressing her."
"Very well. It is all one to me where I am or how I live."
"Go to bed." She went calmly as a well-taught child, coolly turning over the pillow in which was sprinkled the blood from the wound in my shoulder, so as to present the underside for her beautiful, guilty head to repose on, gently removed the murderous knife, which was still lying on the coverlet, and placed it on a little table by the side of the bed, and then without a word calmly composed herself to sleep. It was inexplicable. I staunched my wound and sat down to think. What was the meaning of it all? I had visited many lunatic asylums, and had, as one of the various items in my course of study, read much on the phenomena of insanity, which had always been exceedingly interesting to me for this reason. I thought it might be that only through the aberrated intellect can we approach the secrets of the normal mind. The castle, fortified and garrisoned at every angle and loophole, guards its interior mysteries. It is only when the fortress crumbles that we can force our way inside, and detect the secret of its masonry, its form, and the theory of its construction. But in all my researches I had never met with any symptoms of a diseased mind similar to those my wife exhibited. There was a uniform coherence that completely puzzled me. Her answers to my questions were complete and determinate. That is, they left no room for what is called cross-examination. No man ever spent such a night of utter despair as I did, watching in that dimly lit chamber until dawn, while she, my would-be murderess, lay plunged in so profound and calm a slumber that she might have been a wearied angel rather than a self-possessed demon. The mystery of her guilt was maddening, and I sat hour after hour in my easy-chair, seeking in vain for a clue, until the dawn, spectral and gray, arose over the city. Then I packed up all our luggage and wandered restlessly over the house, until the usual hour for rising had struck. On returning to my room, I found my wife just completing her toilet. To my consternation and horror, she flung herself into my arms as I entered.
"Oh, Gerald!" she cried. "I have been so frightened. What has brought all this blood on the pillow and the sheets? Where have you been? When I awoke and missed you, and discovered these stains, I knew not what to think. Are you hurt? What is the matter?"
I stared at her. There was not a trace of conscious guilt in her countenance. It was the most consummate acting. Its very perfection made me the more relentless. "There was no necessity for this hypocrisy," I said. "It will not alter my resolve. We depart for home today. Our luggage is packed. The bills are all paid. Speak to me, I pray you, as little as possible."
"What is it? Am I dreaming? Oh, Gerald, my darling, what have I done, or what has come over you?"
She almost shrieked these queries. "You know as well as I do, you fair-faced monster. You tried to murder me last night when I was asleep. There's your mark on my shoulder. A loving signature, is it not?" I bared my shoulder as I spoke, and exposed the wound. She gazed wildly in my face for a moment, then tottered and fell. I lifted her up and placed her on the bed. She did not faint, and had strength enough left to ask me to leave her alone for a few moments. I quitted her with a glance of contempt, and went downstairs to make arrangements for our journey. After an absence of about an hour, I returned to our apartments. I found her sitting placidly in an easy-chair, looking out of the window. She scarcely noticed my entrance, and the same old distant look was on her face. "We start at 3:00. Are you ready?" I said to her.
"Yes, I need no preparation,"
evenly, calmly uttered, without even turning her head to look at me. "You have recovered your memory, it seems," I said. "You wasted your histrionic talents this morning."
"Did I?"
She smiled with the most perfect serenity, arranged herself more easily in her chair, and leaned back as if in a reverie. I was enraged beyond endurance and left the room abruptly. That evening saw us on our way home. Throughout the journey she maintained the same apathetic air. We scarcely exchanged a word. The instant we reached our house I assigned apartments to her, strictly forbidding her to move from them, and dispatched a messenger for Dr. Maloney. Minnie on her part took possession of her prison without a word. She did not even ask to see our darling little Pearl, who was 1,000 times more beautiful and engaging than ever. Maloney arrived, and I laid the awful facts before him. The poor man was terribly shocked.
"Depend on it, it's opium," he said. "Let me see her."
An hour afterward he came to me.
"It's not opium, and it's not insanity," he said. "It must be somnambulism. I find symptoms, however, that puzzle me beyond all calculation. That she is not in her normal condition of mind is evident, but I cannot discover the cause of this unnatural excitement. She is coherent, logical, but perfectly apathetic to all outward influences. At first I was certain that she was a victim of opium. Now I feel convinced that I was entirely wrong. It must be somnambulism. I will reside for a time in the house, and trust me to discover this mystery. Meanwhile, she must be carefully watched."
Maloney was as good as his word. He watched her incessantly and reported to me her condition. The poor man was dreadfully puzzled. The strictest surveillance failed to elicit the slightest evidence of her taking any stimulants, although she remained almost all the time in the apathetic state which was so terrible to behold. The doctor endeavored to arouse her by reproaches for her attempt on my life. She, in return, only smiled and replied that it was a matter in which she had no further interest. Not a trace of somnambulistic habit could be discovered. I was thoroughly wretched. I secluded myself from all society but that of Maloney. and had it not been for him and my darling little Pearl, I am certain that I should have gone mad. The most of my days I spent wandering in the great woods which lay in the neighborhood of my farm. In my evenings I endeavored to divert with reading or a chat with the good doctor. Yet talk of what we might, the conversation would always return to the same melancholy topic. It was a maze of sorrow in which we invariably, no matter in what direction we wandered, brought up at the same spot. 4. The doctor and myself were sitting one evening late in my library, talking gloomily enough over my domestic tragedy. He was endeavoring to persuade me to look more brightly on the future, to dismiss as far as possible from my mind the accursed horror that dwelt in my home, and to remember that I still had a dear object left on which to center my affections. In such a mood as I was then in, only served to heighten my agony. I began immediately to revolve the chances that, were my wife's disease really insanity, it would be perpetuated in my dear child. Maloney, of course, pooh-poohed the idea, but with the obstinacy of grief I clung to it. Suddenly a pause took place in the argument, and the dreary sounds that filled the air in the last nights of autumn swept around the house. The wind soughed through the treetops, which were now almost bare, as if moaning at being deprived of its leafy playmates. Inexplicable noises passed to and fro without the windows. Dead leaves rustled along the piazza, like the rustle of garments of ghosts. Chilly draughts came from unseen crevices, blowing on back and cheek till one felt as if some invisible lips were close behind, pouring malignant breaths on face and shoulder. Suddenly the pause in our conversation was filled by a noise that we knew came neither from air nor dry leaf. We heard sounding through the night the muffled tread of footsteps. I knew that, except ourselves, the household had long since retired to bed. By a simultaneous action we both sprang to our feet and rushed to a door which opened into a long corridor leading to the nursery, and which communicated by a series of rambling passages with the main body of the house. As we flung back the door, a light appeared at the further end, advancing slowly toward us. It was borne by a tall white figure. It was my wife. Calm and stately, and with her wonderful, serene step, she approached. My heart was frozen when I saw spots of blood on her hands and nightrobe. I gave a wild cry and rushed past her. In another instant I was in the baby's room. The nightlight was burning dimly. The colored nurse was sleeping calmly in her bed. While in a little cot in another part of the room I saw... Oh, how tell it? I cannot. Well, little Pearl was murdered. Murdered! My darling... It was now I who was insane. I rushed back into the corridor to slay the fiend who had done this horrible deed. I had no mercy for her then. I would have killed her 1,000 times over. Great heaven! She was leaning against the wall, conversing as calmly with the doctor as if nothing had happened, smoothing her hair with her reddened fingers, nonchalant as if at an evening party. I ran at her to crush her. Maloney leaped between us. "Stop!" he cried. "The secret is out!" And as he spoke, he held up a little silver box containing what seemed to be a greenish paste. "It is hashish, and she is confessing." Her statement was the most awful thing I ever listened to. It was as deliberate as a lawyer's brief. She had contracted this habit in the East, she said, long before I knew her, and could not break it off. It wound her nature in chains of steel. By degrees it grew upon her, until it became her very life. Her existence lay, as it were, in a nutshell, but that shell was to her a universe. One night, she continued, when she was under the influence of the drug, she went with me to see a play in which the wife abhors her husband and murders her children. It was Medea. From that instant, murder became glorified in her sight through the medium of the spell-working drug. Her soul became wrapped in the contemplation of the spilling of blood. I was to have been her first victim, Pearl her second. She ended by saying with an ineffable smile that the delight of the taking away of life was beyond imagination. I suppose I must have fainted, for when I awoke from what seemed oblivion, I found myself in bed with Dr. Maloney by my side. He laid his finger on his lip and whispered to me that I had been very ill and must not talk. but I could not restrain myself.
"Where is she?" I muttered.
"Where she ought to be," he answered, and then I caught faintly the words, "private madhouse." Oh, hashish, demon of the new paradise, spiritual whirlwind, I know you now. You blackened my life. You robbed me of all I held dear. But you have since consoled me. You thought, wicked enchanter, that you had destroyed my peace forever. But I have won, through you yourself, the bliss you once blotted out. Vanish past, hence present, out upon actuality. Hand in hand, I walk with the conqueror of time and space and suffering. Bend all who hear me to his worship. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Diamond Lens with Other Stories by Fitz-James O'Brien. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Bohemian. I was launched into the world when I reached 21, at which epoch I found myself in possession of health, strength, physical beauty, and boundless ambition. I was poor. My father had been an unsuccessful operator in Wall Street, had passed through the various vicissitudes of fortune common to his profession, and ended by being left a widower, with barely enough to live upon, and to give me a collegiate education. As I was aware of the strenuous exertions he had made to accomplish this last, how he had pinched himself in 1,000 ways to endow me with intellectual capital, I immediately felt, on leaving college, the necessity of burdening him no longer. The desire for riches entirely possessed me. I had no dream but wealth. Like those poor wretches so lately starving on the Darien Isthmus, who used to beguile their hunger with imaginary banquets, I consoled my pangs of present poverty with visions of boundless treasure. A friend of mine, who was paying teller in one of our New York banks, once took me into the vaults when he was engaged in depositing his specie. And as I beheld the golden coins falling in yellow streams from his hands, a strange madness seemed to possess me. I became from that moment a prey to a morbid disorder which, if we had a psychological pathology, might be classified as the mania horribilis. I literally saw gold, nothing but gold. Walking in the country, my eyes involuntarily sought the ground, as if hoping to pierce the sod and discover some hidden treasure. Coming home late at night, through the silent New York streets, every stray piece of mud or loose fragment of paper that lay upon the sidewalk was carefully scanned. For, in spite of my better reason, I cherished the vague hope that some time or other I should light upon a splendid treasure, which, for want of a better claimant, would remain mine. It seemed, in short, as if one of those gold gnomes of the Hartz Mountains had taken possession of me and ruled me like a master. I dreamed such dreams as would cast Sinbad's Valley of Diamonds into the shade. The very sunlight itself never shone upon me, but the wish crossed my brain that I could solidify its splendid beams and coin them into eagles. I was by profession a lawyer. Like the rest of my fraternity, I had my little office, a small room on the 4th story in Nassau Street, with magnificent painted tin labels announcing my rank and title all the way up the stairs. Despite the fact that I had many of these labels fixed to the walls, and in every available corner my legal threshold was virgin, no client gladdened my sight. Many and many a time my heart beat as I heard heavy footsteps ascending the stairs. But the half-dawning hope of employment was speedily crushed. They always stopped on the floor below, where a disgusting conveyancer with a large practice had put up his shingle. So I passed day after day alone with my code and Blackstone, and my chitty, writing articles for the magazines on legal-looking paper, so that, in case a client entered, he might imagine I was engaged at my profession, by which I earned a scanty and precarious subsistence. I was, of course, at this period in love. That a young man should be very ambitious, very poor, and very unhappy, and not in love, would be too glaring a contradiction of the usual course of worldly destinies. I was therefore entirely and hopelessly in love. My life was divided between two passions, the desire of becoming wealthy, and my love for Annie Dean. Annie was an author's daughter. Need I add after this statement that she was as poor as myself? This was the only point in my theory of the conquest of wealth on which I contradicted myself. To be consistent, I should have devoted myself to some of those young ladies about whom it is whispered, before you are introduced, that she will have $150,000. But though I had made up my mind to devote my life to the acquisition of wealth, and though I verily believe I might have parted with my soul for the same end, I had yet too much of the natural man in my composition to sacrifice my heart. Annie Dean was, however, such a girl as to make this infraction of my theory of life less remarkable. She was indeed marvelously beautiful, not of that insipid style of beauty which one sees in Greek statues and London annuals. Her nose did not form a grand line with her forehead. Her mouth would scarcely have been claimed by Cupid as his bow. But then her upper lip was so short, and the teeth within so pearly, the brow was so white and full, and the throat so round, slender, and pliant. And when, above all this, a pair of wondrous dark gray eyes reigned in supreme and tender beauty, I felt that a portion of the wealth of my life had already been acquired in gaining the love of Annie Dean. Our love affair ran as smoothly as if the old adage never existed, probably for the reason that there was no goal in sight, for we were altogether too poor to dream of marriage as yet, and there did not seem very much probability of my achieving the success necessary to the fulfillment of our schemes. Annie's constitutional delicacy, however, was a source of some uneasiness for me. She evidently possessed a very highly strung nervous organization, and was to the extremest degree what might be termed impressionable. The slightest change in the weather affected her strangely. Certain atmospheres appeared to possess an influence over her, for better or for worse. But it was in connection with social instincts, so to speak, that the peculiarities of her organism were so strikingly developed. These instincts, for I cannot call them anything else, guided her altogether in her choice of acquaintance. She was accustomed to declare that by merely touching a person's hand, she became conscious of liking or aversion. Upon the entrance of certain persons into a room where she was, even if she had never seen them before, her frame would shrink and shiver like a dying flower, and she would not recover until they had left the apartment. For these strange affections she could not herself account, and they on more than one occasion were the source of very bitter annoyances to herself and her parents. Well, things were in this state when one day in the early part of June I was sitting alone in my little office. The beginning of the story which I was writing lay upon the table. The title was elaborately written at the top of the page, but it seemed as if I had stuck in the middle of the second paragraph. In the first, for it was an historical tale after the most approved model, I had described the month, the time of day, and the setting sun. In the second I introduced my 3 horsemen, who were riding slowly down a hill. The nose of the first and the elder horseman, however, upset me. I could not for the life of me determine whether it was to be Aquiline or Roman. While I was debating this important point, and swaying between a multitude of suggestions, there came a sharp, decisive knock at my door. I think if the knock had come upon the nose about which I was thinking, or on my own, I should scarcely have been more surprised. "A client," I cried to myself. "Huzzah! The gods have at last laid on a pipe from Pactolus for my especial benefit." In reality, between ourselves, I did not say anything half so good, but the exclamation, as I have written it, will convey some idea of the vague exultation that filled my soul when I heard that knock. "Come in!" I cried, when I had reached down a chitty and concealed my story under a second-hand brief which I had borrowed from a friend in the profession. "Come in!" And I arranged myself in a studious and absorbed attitude. The door opened, and my visitor entered. I had a sort of instinct that he was no client from the first moment. Rich men, and who but a rich man goes to law, may sometimes be seedy in their attire, but it is always a peculiar and respectable seediness. The air of wealth is visible, I know not by what magic, beneath the most threadbare coat. You see at a glance that the man who wears it might, if he chose, be clad in fine linen. The seediness of the poor man is, on the other hand, equally unmistakable. You seem to discern instantly that his coat is poor from necessity. My visitor, it was easy to perceive, was of this latter class. My hopes of profit sank at the sight of his pale, unshaven face, his old, shapeless boots, his shabby Kossuth hat, his overcoat shining with long wear, which, though buttoned, I could see no longer merited its name, for it was plain that no other coat lurked beneath it. Withal, this man had an air of conscious power as he entered. You could see that he had nothing in his pockets, but then he looked as if he had much in his brain. He saluted me with a sort of careless respect as he entered. I bowed in return and offered him the other chair. I had but two. "Can I do anything for you, sir?" I inquired blandly, still clinging to the hope of clientage.
"Yes," he said shortly. "I never make purposeless visits."
If you will be so kind as to state your case," for his rudeness rather shook my faith in his poverty, "I will give it my best attention."
"I've no doubt of that, Mr. Cranston," he replied, "for you are as much interested in it as I am."
"Indeed," I exclaimed, not without some surprise and much interest at this sudden disclosure. "To whom have I the honor of speaking, then?"
"My name is Philip Braun."
Braun. A resident of this city?"
"No, I am by birth an Englishman, but I never reside anywhere."
"Oh, you are a commercial agent, then, perhaps?"
"I am a Bohemian."
"A what?"
"A Bohemian,"
he repeated, coolly removing the papers with which I had concealed my magazine story and glancing over the commencement.
"You see, my habits are easy."
"I see it perfectly, sir," I answered.
"When I say that I am a Bohemian, I do not wish you to understand that I am a Zingaro. I don't steal chickens, tell fortunes, or live in a cap. I am a social Bohemian, and fly at higher game."
"But what has all this got to do with me?" I asked sharply, for I was not a little provoked at the disappointment I experienced in the fellow's not having turned out to be a client.
"Much. It is necessary that you should know something about me before you do that which you will do."
"Oh, I am about to do something, then?"
"Certainly. Have you read Henri Murger's Scènes de la vie de Bohème?"
"Yes."
"Well, then you can comprehend my life. I am clever, learned, witty, and tolerably good-looking. I can write brilliant magazine articles."
Here his eye rested contemptuously on my historical tale.
"I can paint pictures, and what is more, sell the pictures I paint. I can compose songs, make comedies, and captivate women."
"On my word, sir, you have a choice of professions," I said sarcastically, for the scorn with which the Bohemian had eyed my story offended me.
"That's it," he answered. "I don't want a profession. I can make plenty of money if I chose to work, but I don't choose to work. I will never work. I have a contempt for labor."
"Probably you despise money equally," I replied with a sneer.
"No, I don't. To acquire money without trouble is the great object of my life. As to acquire it in any way, or by any means, is the great object of yours."
"And pray, sir, how do you know that I have any such object?" I asked in a haughty tone.
"Oh, I know it. You dream only of wealth. You intend to try and obtain it by industry. You will never succeed."
"Your prophecies, sir, are more dogmatical than pleasant."
"Don't be angry,"
he replied, smiling at my frowns.
"You shall be wealthy. I can show you the road to wealth. We will follow it together."
The sublime assurance of this man astounded me. His glance, penetrating and vivid, seemed to pierce into my very heart. A strange and uncontrollable interest in him and his plans filled my breast. I burned to know more. "What is your proposal?" I asked severely, for a thought at the moment flashed across me that some unlawful scheme might be the aim of this singular being.
"You need not be alarmed,"
he answered, as if reading my thoughts.
"The road I wish to lead you is an honest one. I am too wise a man ever to become a criminal."
"Then, Mr. Philip Braun, if you will explain your plans, I shall feel more assured on that point."
"Well, in the first place,"
he began, crossing his legs and taking a cigar out of a bundle that lay in one of the pigeonholes of my desk.
"In the first place, you must introduce me to the young lady to whom you are engaged, Miss Annie Dean."
"Sir!" I exclaimed, starting to my feet and quivering with indignation at such a proposal. "What do you mean? Do you think it likely that I would introduce you to a young lady in whom I am interested, a man whom I have never saw before today, and who has voluntarily confessed to being a vagabond? Sir, in spite of your universal acquirements, I think Providence forgot to endow you with sense."
"I'll trouble you for one of those matches. Thank you. So you refuse to introduce me? I knew you would.
But I also know that 10 minutes from this time you will be very glad to do it. Look at my eyes."
The oddity of this request and the calm assurance with which it was made were too much for me. In spite of my anger, I burst into a fit of loud laughter. He waited patiently until my mirth had subsided.
"You need not laugh," he resumed. "I'm perfectly serious. Look at my eyes attentively, and tell me if you see anything strange in them."
At such a proposition from any other man, I should have taken for granted that he was mocking me and kicked him downstairs. This Bohemian, however, had an earnestness of manner that staggered me. I became serious, and I did look at his eyes. They were certainly very singular eyes, the most singular eyes that I have ever beheld. They were long, gray, and of a very deep hue. Their steadiness was wonderful. They never moved. One might fancy that they were gazing into the depths of one of those Italian lakes on an evening when the waters are so calm as to seem solid. But it was the interior of these organs, if I may so speak, that was so marvelous. As I gazed, I seemed to behold strange things passing in the deep gray distance, which seemed to stretch infinitely away. I could have sworn that I saw figures moving, and landscapes wonderfully real. My gaze seemed to be fastened to his by some inscrutable power, and the outer world, gradually passing off like a cloud, left me literally living in that phantom region which I beheld in those mysterious eyes. I was aroused from this curious lethargy by the Bohemian's voice. It seemed to me at first as if muffled by distance, and sounded drowsily in my ear. I made a powerful effort and recalled my senses, which seemed to be wandering in some far-off place.
"You are more easily affected than I imagined,"
remarked Braun, as I stared heavily at him with a half-stupefied air. "What have you done? What is this lethargy that I feel upon me?" I stammered out.
"Ah, you believe now," replied Braun coldly. "I thought you would. Did you observe nothing strange in my eyes?"
"Yes, I saw landscapes and figures and many strange things. I almost thought I could distinguish Miss Dean."
"Well, it is not improbable. People can behold whatever they wish in my eyes."
"But you will not explain? I no longer doubt the fact that you are possessed of extraordinary powers, but I must know more of you. Why do you wish to be introduced to Miss Dean?"
"Listen to me, Cranston," answered the Bohemian, placing his hand on my shoulder. "I do not wish you to enter into any blindfold compact. I will explain all my views to you. For, though I have learned to trust no man, I know you cannot avail yourself of any information I may give you without my assistance."
"So much the better," said I, "for then you will not suspect me."
"As you have seen," continued the Bohemian, "I possess some remarkable powers. The origin, the causes of these endowments, I do not care to investigate. The scientific men of France and Germany have wearied themselves in reducing the psychological phenomena of which I am a practical illustration to a system. They have failed. An arbitrary nomenclature, and a few interesting and suggestive experiments made by Reichenbach are all the results of years of the intellectual toil of our greatest minds. As you will have guessed by this time, I am what is vulgarly called a mesmerist. I can throw people into trances, deaden the nervous susceptibilities, and do 1,000 things by which, if I chose to turn exhibitor, I could realize a fortune. But while possessing those qualities which exhibit merely a commonplace superiority of psychical force, and which are generally to be found in men of a highly sympathetic organization, I yet can boast of unique powers, such as I have never known to be granted to another being besides myself. What these powers are, I have now no need to inform you. You will very soon behold them practically illustrated. Now, to come to my object. Like you, I am ambitious, but I have, unlike you, a constitutional objection to labor. It is sacrilege to expect men with minds like yours and mine to work. Why should we, who are expressly and evidently created by nature to enjoy, why should we, with our delicate tastes, our refined susceptibilities, our highly wrought organizations,
spend our lives in ministering to the enjoyment of others. In short, my friend, I do not wish to row the boat in the great voyage of life. I prefer sitting at the stern with purple awnings and ivory couches around me, and my hand upon the golden helm. I wish to achieve fortune at a single stroke. With your assistance, I can do it. You will join me.
Under certain conditions. I was not yet entirely carried away by the earnest eloquence of this strange being.
I will grant what conditions you like, he continued fervently. Above all, I will set your mind at rest by swearing to you, whatever may be my power, never in any way to interfere between you and the young girl whom you love. I will respect her as I would a sister.
This last promise cleared away many of my doubts. The history which this man gave of himself, and the calm manner with which he asserted his wondrous power over women, I confess, rendered me somewhat cautious about introducing him to Annie. His air was, however, now so frank and manly, he seemed to be so entirely absorbed by his one idea of wealth, that I had no hesitation in declaring to him that I accepted his strange proposals.
"Good," he exclaimed. "You are, I see, a man of resolution. We shall succeed. I will now let you into my plans. Your fiancée, Miss Annie Dean, is a clairvoyante of the first water. I saw her the other day at the Academy of Design. I stood near her as she examined a picture, and my physiognomical and psychological knowledge enabled me to ascertain beyond a doubt that her organization was the most nervous and sympathetic I'd ever met. It is to her pure and piercing instincts that we shall owe our success."
Without regarding my gestures of astonishment and alarm, he continued,
"You must know that this so-called science of mesmerism is in its infancy. Its professors are, for the most part, incapables, its pupils credulous fools. As a proof of this, endeavor to recall, if you can, any authentic instance in which this science has been put to any practical use. Have these mesmeric professors and their instruments ever been able to predict or foresee the rise of stocks, the course of political events, the approaches of disaster? Never, my friend, save in the novels of Alexander Dumas and Sir Edward Bulmer Lytton. The reason of this is very simple. The professors were limited in their power, and the somnambules limited in their susceptibilities. When two such people as Miss Dean and myself labor together, everything is possible."
"Oh, I see. You propose to operate in the stocks. My dear sir, you are mad. Where is the money?"
"Bah, who said anything about operating in stocks? That involves labor and an office. I can afford neither. No, Cranston, we will take a shorter road to wealth than that. A few hours' exertion is all we need to make us millionaires."
"For heaven's sake, explain. I am wearied with curiosity deferred."
"It is thus. This island and its vicinity abound in concealed treasure. Much was deposited by the early Dutch settlers during their wars with the Indians. Captain Kidd and other buccaneers have made numberless caches containing their splendid spoils, which a violent death prevented their ever reclaiming. Poor Poe, you know, who was a Bohemian like myself, made a story on the tradition, but, poor fellow, he only dug up his treasure on paper. There was also a considerable quantity of plate, jewels, and coin concealed by the inhabitants of New York and the neighborhood during the war with England. You may wonder at my asserting this so confidently. Let it suffice for you that I know it to be so. It is my intention to discover some of this treasure."
Having calmly made this announcement, he folded his arms and gazed at me with the air of a god prepared to receive the ovations of his worshippers. "How is this to be accomplished?" I inquired earnestly, for I had begun to put implicit faith in this man, who seemed equally gifted and audacious.
"There are two ways by which we can arrive at our desires. The first is by the command of that power common to somnambules, who, having their faculties concentrated on a certain object during the magnetic trance, become possessed of the power of inwardly beholding and verbally describing it, as well as the locality where it is situated. The other is peculiar to myself, and as you have seen consists in rendering my eyes a species of camera obscura to the clairvoyant, in which she vividly perceives all that we would desire. This mode I have greater faith in than in any other. I believe that our success will be found there."
How is it, I inquired, that you have not before put this wondrous power to a like use? Why did you not enrich yourself long since through this means?
Because I have never been able to find a somnambule sufficiently impressionable to be reliable in her evidence. I have tried many, but they have all deceived me. You confess to having beheld certain shadowy forms in my eyes, but you could not define them distinctly. The reason is simply that your magnetic organization is not perfect. This faculty of mine, which has so much astonished you, is nothing new. It is employed by the Egyptians, who use a small glass mirror, while I use my eyes. The testimony of Monsieur Léon Laborde, who practised the art himself, Lord Prudhoe, and a host of other witnesses have recorded their experience of the truth of the science which I preach. However, I need discourse no further on it. I will prove to you its verity. Now that you have questioned me sufficiently, will you introduce me to your lady love, Mr. Henry Cranston?
And will you promise me, Mr. Philip Braun, on your honor as a man, that you will respect my relations with that lady?
I promise upon my honor.
Then I yield. When shall it be?
Tonight. I hate delays.
This evening, then. I will meet you at the Astor House, and we will go together to Mr. Dean's house. That night, accompanied by my new friend, the Bohemian, I knocked at the door of Mr. Dean's house in Amity Place, a modest neighborhood fit for a man who earned his living by writing novels for cheap publishers and correspondence for Sunday papers. Annie was, as usual, in the sitting-room on the first floor, and the lamps had not yet been lighted, so that the apartment seemed filled with a dull gloom as we entered. "Annie, dear," said I as she ran to meet me, "let me present to you my particular friend, Mr. Philip Braun, whom I have brought with me for a special purpose, which I will presently explain." She did not reply. Piqued by the strange silence and feeling distressed about the Bohemian, who stood calmly upright with a faint smile on his lips, I reiterated, "You could not have heard me. I am anxious to introduce you to my friend, Mr. Braun."
"I heard you,"
she answered in a low voice, catching at my coat as if to support herself.
"But I feel very ill."
"Good heavens, what's the matter, darling? Let me get you a glass of wine or water."
"Do not be alarmed,"
said the Bohemian, arresting my meditated rush to the door.
"I understand Miss Dean's indisposition thoroughly. If she will permit me, I will relieve her at once."
A low murmur of assent seemed to break involuntarily from Annie's lips. The Bohemian led her calmly to an armchair near the window, held her hands in his for a few moments, and spoke a few words to her in a low tone. In less than a minute she declared herself quite recovered.
"It was you who caused my illness,"
she said to him, in a tone whose vivacity contrasted strangely with her previous languor.
"I felt your presence in the room like a terrible electrical shock." "And I have cured what I caused," answered the Bohemian. "You are very sensitive to magnetic impressions. So much the better." "Why so much the better?" she asked anxiously. "Mr. Cranston will explain," replied Braun carelessly, and with a slight bow he moved to another part of the dusky room, leaving Annie and myself together. "Who is this Mr. Braun, Henry?"
asked Annie, as soon as the Bohemian was out of earshot.
"His presence affects me strangely."
"He is a strange person, who possesses wonderful powers," I answered. "He is going to be of great service to us, Annie."
"Indeed? How so?"
I then related to her what had passed between the Bohemian and myself at my office, and explained his object in coming hither on this evening. I painted in glowing colors the magnificent future that opened for her and myself, if his scheme should prove successful, and ended by entreating her, for my sake, to afford the Bohemian every facility for arriving at the goal of his desires. As I finished, I discovered that Annie was trembling violently. I caught her hand in mine. It was icy cold, and quivered with a sort of agitated and intermittent tremor.
"Oh, Henry," she exclaimed, "I feel a singular presentiment that seems to warn me against this thing. Let us rest content in our poverty. Have a true heart, and learn to labor and to wait. You will be rich in time, and then we will live happily together, secure in the consciousness that our means have been acquired by honest industry. I fear those secret treasure-seekings."
"What nonsense!" I cried. "These are a timid girl's fears. It would be folly to pine patiently for years in poverty when we can achieve wealth at a stroke. The sooner we are rich, the sooner we shall be united. And to postpone that moment would be to make me almost doubt your love. Let us try this man's power. There will be nothing lost if he fails."
"Do with me as you will, Henry," she answered. "I will obey you in all things, only I cannot help feeling a vague terror that seems to forebode misfortune."
I laughed and bade her be of good cheer, and rang for lights in order that the experiment might be commenced at once. We three were alone. Mrs. Dean was on a visit at Philadelphia. Mr. Dean was occupied with his literary labors in another room, so that we had everything necessary to ensure the quiet which the Bohemian insisted should reign during his experiments. The Bohemian did not magnetize in the common way, with passes and manipulations. He sat a little in the shade, with his back to the strong glare of the chandeliers, while Annie sat opposite to him, looking fully in his face. I sat at a little distance, at a small table with a pencil and notebook, with which I was preparing to register such revelations as our clairvoyance should make. The Bohemian commenced operations by engaging Miss Dean in a light and desultory conversation. He seemed conversant with all the topics of the town and talked of the opera and the annual exhibition at the Academy of Design as glibly as if he had never done anything but cultivate small talk. Imperceptibly but rapidly, however, he gradually led the conversation to money matters. From these he glided into a dissertation on the advantages of wealth, touched on the topic of celebrated misers, thence slid smoothly into a discourse on concealed treasures, about which he spoke in so eloquent and impressive a manner as to completely fascinate both his hearers. Then it was that I observed a singular change take place in Annie Dean's countenance. Hitherto pale and somewhat listless, as if suffering from mental depression, she suddenly became illumined as if by an inward fire. A rosy flush mounted to her white cheeks. Her lips, eagerly parted as if drinking in some intoxicating atmosphere, were ruddy with a supernatural health, and her eyes dilated as they gazed upon the Bohemian with a piercing intensity. The latter ceased to speak, and after a moment's silence he said gently,
"Miss Dean, do you see?"
"I see,"
she murmured, without altering the fixity of her gaze for an instant.
"Mark well what you observe," continued the Bohemian. "Describe it with all possible accuracy."
Then turning to me, he said rapidly,
"Take care and note everything."
"I see,"
pursued Annie, speaking in a measured monotone and gazing into the Bohemian's eyes, while she waved her hand gently, as if keeping time to the rhythm of her words.
"I see a sad and mournful island on which the ocean beats forever. The sandy ridges are crowned with manes of bitter grass that wave and wave sorrowfully in the wind. No trees or shrubs are rooted in that salt and sterile soil. The burning breath of the Atlantic has seared the surface and made it always barren. The surf that whitens on the shore drifts like a shower of snow across its bleak and storm-blown plains. It is the home of the seagull and the crane."
"It is called Coney Island,"
the Bohemian half inquired, half asserted.
"It is the name,"
pursued the seeress, but in so even a tone that one would scarcely imagine she had heard the question. She then continued to speak as before, still keeping up that gentle oscillation of her hand, which, in spite of my reason, seemed to me to have something terrible in its monotony.
"I see the spot," she continued, "where what you love lies buried. My gaze pierces through the shifting soil until it finds the gold that burns in the gloom, and there are jewels, too, of regal size and priceless value, hidden so deeply in the barren sand. No sunlight has reached them for many years, but they burn for me as if they were set in the glory of an eternal day."
"Describe the spot accurately,"
cried the Bohemian, in a commanding tone, making for the first time a supremely imperative gesture.
"There is a spot upon that lonely island,"
the seeress continued, in the unimpassioned monotone that seemed more awful than the thunder of an army,
"where 3 huge sandy ridges meet. At the junction of these 3 ridges, a stake of locust wood is driven deeply down. When by the sun it is 6 o'clock, a shadow falls westward on the sand. Where the shadow ends, the treasure lies."
"Can you draw?" asked the Bohemian.
"She cannot," I answered hastily. The Bohemian raised his hand to enjoin silence.
"I can draw now,"
the seeress replied firmly, never for an instant removing her eyes from the Bohemian's.
"Will you draw the locality you describe if I give you the materials?"
pursued the magnetizer.
"I will."
Braun drew a sheet of Bristol board and a pencil from his pocket and presented them to her in silence. She took them and, still keeping her eyes immovably fixed on those of the magnetizer, began sketching rapidly. I was thunderstruck. Annie, I knew, had never made even the rudest sketch before.
"It is done,"
she said, after a few minutes' silence, handing the Bristol board back to the Bohemian. Moved by an inexpressible curiosity, I rose and looked over his shoulder. It was wonderful. There was a masterly sketch of such a locality as she described executed on the paper. But its vividness, its desolation, its evident truth were so singularly given that I could scarcely believe my senses. I could almost hear the storms of the Atlantic howling over the barren sands.
"There is something wanting yet,"
said the Bohemian, handing the sketch back to her and smiling at my amazement.
"I know it,"
she remarked calmly. Then, giving a few rapid strokes with her pencil, she handed it to him once more. The points of the compass had been added in the upper right-hand corner of the drawing. Nothing more was needed to establish the perfect accuracy of the sketch. "This is truly wonderful," I could not help exclaiming.
"It is finished,"
cried the Bohemian exultingly, and dashing his handkerchief 2 or 3 times across Annie's face. Under this new influence her countenance underwent a rapid change. Her eyes, a moment before dilated to their utmost capabilities, now suddenly became dull, and the eyelids drooped heavily over them. Her form, that during the previous scene had been rigidly erect and strung to its highest point of tension, seemed to collapse like one of those strips of gold leaf that electricians experiment with when the subtle fluid has ceased to course through its pores. Without uttering a word, and before the Bohemian or myself could stir, she sank like a corpse on the floor. "Wretch!" I cried, rushing forward. "What have you done?"
"Secured the object of our joint ambition,"
replied the fellow, with that imperturbable calmness that so distinguished him.
"Do not be alarmed at this fainting fit, my friend. Exhaustion is always the consequence of such violent psychological phenomena. Miss Dean will be perfectly recovered by tomorrow evening, and by that time we shall have returned millionaires."
"I will not leave her until she is recovered," I answered sullenly, while I tried to restore the dear girl to consciousness.
"Yes, but you will,"
asserted Braun, lighting his cigar as coolly as if nothing very particular had happened.
"By dawn tomorrow, you and I will have embarked for Coney Island."
"You cold-blooded savage!" I cried passionately. "Will you assist me to restore your victim to consciousness? If you do not, by heaven, I will blow your brains out."
"What with? The fire shovel?" he answered with a laugh.
Then, carelessly approaching, he took Annie's hand in his and blew with his mouth gently upon her forehead. The effect was almost instantaneous. Her eyes gradually unclosed, and she made a feeble effort to sustain herself.
"Call the housekeeper," said the Bohemian. "Have Miss Dean conducted to bed, and by tomorrow evening all will be tranquil."
I obeyed his directions almost mechanically, little dreaming how bitterly his words would be realized. Yes, truly, all would be tranquil by tomorrow evening. I sat up all night with Braun. I did not leave Mr. Dean's until a late hour, when I saw Annie apparently wrapped in a peaceful slumber, and betook myself to a low tavern that remained open all night, where the Bohemian awaited me. There we arranged our plan. We were to take a boat at the Battery at the earliest glimpse of dawn. Then, provided with a spade and shovel, a pocket compass, and a valise in which to transport our treasure, we were to row down to our destination. I was feverish and troubled. The strange scene I had witnessed and the singular adventure that awaited seemed in combination to have set my brain on fire. My temples throbbed, the cold perspiration stood upon my forehead, and it was in vain that I allowed myself to join the Bohemian in the huge draughts of brandy which he continually gulped down and which seemed to produce little or no effect on his iron frame. How madly, how terribly I longed for the dawn! At last the hour came. We took our implements in a carriage down to the Battery, hired a boat, and in a short time were out in the stream pulling lustily down the foggy harbor. The exercise of rowing seemed to afford me some relief. I pulled madly at my oar until the sweat rolled in huge drops from my brow and hung in trembling beads on the curls of my hair. After a long and wearisome pull, we landed on the island at the most secluded spot we could find, taking particular care that it was completely sheltered from the view of the solitary hotel, where doubtless inquisitive idlers would be found. After beaching our boat carefully, we struck toward the center of the island. Braun seemed to possess some wonderful instinct for the discovery of localities, for almost without any trouble he walked nearly straight to the spot we were in search of.
"This is the place,"
said he, dropping his valise he carried.
"Here are the 3 ridges, and the locust stake, lying exactly due north.
Let us see what the true time is." So saying, he unlocked the valise and drew forth a small sextant, with which he proceeded to take an observation. I could not help admiring the genius of this man, who seemed to think of and foresee everything. After a few moments engaged in making calculations on the back of a letter, he informed me that exactly 21 minutes would elapse before the shadow of the locust stake would fall on the precise spot indicated by the seeress.
"Just time enough," said he, "to enjoy a cigar."
Never did 21 minutes appear so long to a human being as these did to me. There was nothing in the language to arrest my attention. All was a wild waste of sand on which a few patches of salt grass waved mournfully. My heart beat until I could hear its pulsations. 1,000 times I thought that my strength must give way beneath the weight of my emotions, and that death would overtake me ere I had realized my dreams. I was obliged at length to dip my handkerchief in a marshy pool that was near me, and bind it about my burning temples. At length the shadow from the locust log fell upon the enchanted spot. Braun and myself seized the spades wildly, and dug with the fury of ghouls who were rooting up their loathsome repast. The light sand flew in heaps on all sides. The sweat rolled from our bodies. The hole grew deeper and deeper. At last, oh heavens, a metallic sound! My spade struck some hollow, sonorous substance. My limbs fairly shook as I flung myself into the pit, and scraped the sand away with my nails. I laughed like a madman and burrowed like a mole. The Bohemian, always calm with a few strokes of his shovel, laid bare an old iron pot with a loose lid. In an instant this was smashed with a frantic blow of my fist, and my hands were buried in a heap of shining gold. Red glittering coins, bracelets that seemed to glow like the stars in heaven, goblets, rings, jewels, in countless profusion, flashed before my eyes for an instant like the sparkles of an aurora. Then came a sudden darkness, and I remember no more. How long I lay in this unconscious state I know not. It seemed to me that I was aroused by a sensation similar to that of having water poured upon me, and it was some moments before I could summon up sufficient strength to raise myself on one elbow. I looked bewilderingly around. I was alone. I then strove to remember something that I seemed to have forgotten, when my eye fell on the hole in the sand, and on the edge of which I found I was lying. A dull red gleam as of gold seemed to glimmer from out the bottom. This talismanic sight restored to me everything, my memory and my strength. I sprang to my feet. I gazed round. The Bohemian was nowhere visible. Had he fled with the treasure? My heart failed me for a moment at the thought. But no. There lay the treasure gleaming still in the depths of the hole, with a dull red light like the distant glare of hell. I looked at the sun. He had sunk low in the horizon, and the dews already falling had, with the damp sea air, chilled me to the bone. While I was brushing the moisture from my coat, wondering at the strange conduct of the Bohemian, my eye caught the sight of a slip of paper pinned upon my sleeve. I tore it off eagerly. It contained these words: "I leave you. I am honest though I am selfish, and have divided with you the treasure which you have helped me to gain. You are now rich, but it may be that you will not be happy. Return to the city, but return in doubt. The Bohemian." What terrible enigma was this that the last sentence of this note enshrouded? What veiled mystery was it that rose before my inward vision in shapeless horror? I knew not. I could not guess. But a foreboding of some unknown and overwhelming disaster rushed instantly upon me, and seemed to crush my soul. Was it Annie? Or was it my father? One thing was certain: there was no time to be lost in penetrating the riddle. I seized the valise which the Bohemian had charitably left me. How he bore away his own share of the treasure I know not. and poured the gold and jewels into it with trembling hands. Then, scarce able to travel with the weight of the treasure, I staggered toward the beach where we had left the boat. She was gone. Without wasting an instant, I made my way as rapidly as I could to the distant pier, where a thin stream of white smoke informed me that the steamer for New York was waiting for the bathers. I reached her just as she was about to start, and staggering to an obscure corner, sorrowfully sat down upon my treasure. With what different feelings from those which I anticipated was I returning to the city. My dream of wealth had been realized beyond my wildest hopes. All that I had thought necessary to yield me the purest happiness was mine, and yet there was not a more miserable wretch in existence. Those fatal words, "Return to the city, but return in doubt," were ever before me. Oh, how I counted every stroke of the engine that impelled me to the city. There was a poor blind humpbacked fiddler on board who played all along the way. He played execrably, and his music made my flesh creep. As we neared the city, he came round with his hat soliciting alms. In my recklessness, I tumbled all the money I had in my pockets into his hands. I never shall forget the look of joy that flashed over his poor old seared and sightless face at the touch of these few dollars. "Good heavens," I groaned. "Here I am, sitting on the wealth of a kingdom, which is all mine, and dying of despair, while this old wretch has extracted from $5 enough of happiness to make a saint envious." Then my thoughts wandered back to Annie and the Bohemian, and there always floated before me in the air the agonizing words, "Return to the city, but return in doubt." The instant I reached the pier, I dashed through the crowd with my valise, and, jumping into the first carriage I met, promised a liberal bounty to the driver if he would drive me to Amity Place in the shortest possible space of time. Stimulated by this, we flew through the streets, and in a few moments I was standing at Mr. Dean's door. Even then it seemed to me as if a dark cloud hung over that house, above all others in the city. I rang, but my hand had scarcely left the bell handle when the door opened, and Dr. Lott, the family physician, appeared on the threshold. He looked grave and sad. "We were expecting you, Mr. Cranston," he said very mournfully. Has anything happened?" I stammered, catching at the railings for support. "Hush, come in." And the kind doctor took me by the arm and led me like a child into the parlor. "Doctor, for heaven's sake, tell me what is the matter. I know something has happened. Is Annie dead? Oh, my brain will burst unless you end the suspense." "No, not dead, but tell me, Mr. Cranston, has Miss Dean experienced any uncommon excitement lately?" Yes, last night," I groaned wildly. "She was mesmerized by a wretch. Oh, fool that I was to suffer it." "Ah, that explains all," answered the doctor. Then he took my hand gently in his. "Prepare yourself, Mr. Cranston," he continued with deep pity in his voice. "Prepare yourself for a terrible shock." "She is dead, then," I murmured. "Is she not?" "She is. She died this morning of overexcitement, of the cause of which I was ignorant until now. Calm yourself, my dear sir. She expired blessing you." I tore myself from his grasp and rushed upstairs. The door of her room was open, and in spite of myself my agitated tramp softened to a stealthy footfall as I entered. There were two figures in the room. One was an old man who knelt by the bedside of my lost love, sobbing bitterly. It was her father. The other lay upon the bed with marble face, crossed hands, and sealed eyelids. All was tranquil and serene in the chamber of death. Even the sobbings of the father, though bitter, were muffled and subdued. And she lay on the couch, with closed eyes, the calmest of all. Oh, the seeress now saw more than earthly science could show her. I felt, as I knelt by her father and kissed her cold hand in the agony of my heart, that I was justly punished. Below stairs, in the valise, lay the treasure I had gained. Here, in her grave clothes, lay the treasure I had lost. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Diamond Lens with Other Stories by Fitz-James O'Brien. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Lost Room. It was oppressively warm. The sun had long disappeared, but seemed to have left its vital spirit of heat behind it. The air rested. The leaves of the acacia trees that shrouded my windows hung plum-like on their delicate stalks. The smoke of my cigar scarce rose above my head, but hung about me in a pale blue cloud which I had to dissipate with languid waves of my hand. My shirt was open at the throat, and my chest heaved laboriously in the effort to catch some breaths of fresher air. The noises of the city seemed to be wrapped in slumber, and the shrilling of the mosquitoes was the only sound that broke the stillness. As I lay with my feet elevated on the back of a chair, wrapped in that peculiar frame of mind in which thought assumes a species of lifeless motion, the strange fancy seized me of making a languid inventory of the principal articles of furniture in my room. It was a task well suited to the mood in which I found myself. Their forms were duskily defined in the dim twilight that floated shadowily through the chamber. It was no labor to note and particularize each, and from the place where I sat I could command a view of all my possessions without even turning my head. There was, imprimis, that ghost lithograph by Calam. It was a mere black spot on the white wall, but my inner vision scrutinized every detail of the picture. A wild, desolate midnight heath, with a spectral oak tree in the center of the foreground. The wind blows fiercely, and the jagged branches, clothed scantily with ill-grown leaves, are swept to the left continually by its giant force. A formless rack of clouds streams across the awful sky, and the rain sweeps almost parallel with the horizon. Beyond the heath stretches off into endless blackness, in the extreme of which either fancy or art has conjured up some undefinable shapes that seem riding into space. At the base of the huge oak stands a shrouded figure. His mantle is wound by the blast in tight folds around his form, and the long cock's feather in his hat is blown upright, till it seems as if it stood on end with fear. His features are not visible, for he has grasped his cloak with both hands, and drawn it from either side across his face. The picture is seemingly objectless. It tells no tale, but there is a weird power about it that haunts one, and it was for that I bought it. Next to the picture comes the round blot that hangs below it, which I know to be a smoking cap. It has my coat of arms embroidered on the front, and for that reason I never wear it, though when properly arranged on my head with its long blue silken tassel hanging down by my cheek, I believe it becomes me well. I remember the time when it was in the course of manufacture. I remember the tiny little hands that pushed the colored silks so nimbly through the cloth that was stretched on the embroidery frame. The vast trouble I was put to get a colored copy of my armorial bearings for the heraldic work which was to decorate the front of the band. The pursuings up of the little mouth and the contractions of the young forehead as their possessor plunged into a profound sea of cogitation, touching the way in which the cloud should be represented, from which the armed hand, that is, my crest, issues. The heavenly moment when the tiny hands placed it on my head, in a position that I could not bear for more than a few seconds, and I, king-like, immediately assumed my royal prerogative after the coronation, and instantly levied a tax on my only subject, which was, however, not paid unwillingly. Ah, the cap is there, but the embroiderer has fled, for Atropos was severing the web of life above her head while she was weaving that silken shelter for mine. How uncouthly the huge piano that occupies the corner at the left of the door looms out in the uncertain twilight. I neither play nor sing, yet I own a piano. It is a comfort to me to look at it, and to feel that the music is there, although I am not able to break the spell that binds it. It is pleasant to know that Bellini and Mozart, Cimarosa, Porpora, Gluck, and all such, or at least their souls, sleep in that unwieldy case. There lie embalmed, as it were, all operas, sonatas, oratorios, notturnos, marches, songs, and dances that ever climbed into existence through the 4 bars that wall in melody. Once I was entirely repaid for the investment of my funds in that instrument which I never use. Blochita, the composer, came to see me. Of course his instincts urged him as irresistibly to my piano, as if some magnetic power lay within it, compelling him to approach. He tuned it, he played on it, all night long until the gray and spectral dawn rose out of the depths of the midnight. He sat and played, and I lay smoking by the window listening. Wild, unearthly, and sometimes insufferably painful were the improvisations of Bloquita. The chords of the instrument seemed breaking with anguish. Lost souls shrieked in his dismal preludes, the half-heard utterances of spirits in pain that groped at inconceivable distances from anything lovely or harmonious, seemed to rise dimly up out of the waves of sound that gathered under his hands. Melancholy human love wandered out on distant heaths, or beneath dank and gloomy cypresses, murmuring its unanswered sorrow, or hateful gnomes sported and sang in the stagnant swamps, triumphing in unearthly tones over the knight whom they had lured to his death. Such was Bloquita's night's entertainment, and when he at length closed the piano and hurried away through the cold morning, he left a memory about the instrument from which I could never escape.
Those snowshoes that hang in the space between the mirror and the door recall Canadian wanderings, a long race through the dense forests, over the frozen snow, through whose brittle crust the slender hoofs of the caribou that we were pursuing sank at every step, until the poor creature despairingly turned at bay in a small juniper coppice, and we heartlessly shot him down. And I remember how Gabriel, the habitant, and Francois, the half-breed, cut his throat, and how the hot blood rushed out in a torrent over the snowy soil. And I recall the snow cabane that Gabriel built, where we all three slept so warmly, and the great fire that glowed at our feet, painting all kinds of demoniac shapes on the black screen of forest that lay without, and the deer steaks that we roasted for our breakfast, and the savage drunkenness of Gabriel in the morning, he having been privately drinking out of my brandy flask all the night long. That long, haftless dagger that dangles over the mantelpiece makes my heart swell. I found it when a boy in a hoary old castle in which one of my maternal ancestors once lived. That same ancestor, who, by the way, yet lives in history, was a strange old sea king who dwelt on the extremest point of the southwestern coast of Ireland. He owned the whole of that fertile island called Enniskillen, which directly faces Cape Clear, where between them and the Atlantic rolls furiously, forming what the fishermen of the place call the Sound. An awful place in winter is that same Sound. On certain days no boat can live there for a moment, and Cape Clear is frequently cut off for days from any communication with the mainland. The old sea king, Sir Florence O'Driscoll by name, passed a stormy life. From the summit of his castle he watched the ocean, and when any richly laden vessels bound from the south to the industrious Galway merchants hove in sight, Sir Florence hoisted the sails of his galley, and it went hard with him if he did not tow into the harbor ship and crew. In this way he lived, not a very honest mode of livelihood certainly, according to our modern ideas, but quite reconcilable with the morals of the time. As may be supposed, Sir Florence got into trouble. Complaints were laid against him at the English court by the plundered merchants, and the Irish Viking set out for London to plead his own case before good Queen Bess, as she was called. He had one powerful recommendation. He was a marvelously handsome man, not Celtic by descent, but half Spanish, half Danish in blood. He had the great northern stature, with the regular features, flashing eyes, and dark hair of the Iberian race. This may account for the fact that his stay at the English court was much longer than was necessary, as also for the tradition which a local historian mentions, that the English queen evinced a preference for the Irish chieftain of other nature than that usually shown by monarch to subject. Previous to his departure, Sir Florence had entrusted the care of his property to an Englishman named Hull. During the long absence of the knight, this person managed to ingratiate himself with the local authorities, and gain their favor so far that they were willing to support him in almost any scheme. After a protracted stay, Sir Florence, pardoned of all his misdeeds, returned to his home. Home no longer. Hull was in possession and refused to yield an acre of the lands he had so nefariously acquired. It was no use appealing to the law, for its officers were in the opposite interest. It was no use appealing to the Queen, for she had another lover, and had forgotten the poor Irish knight by this time, and so the Viking passed the best portion of his life in unsuccessful attempts to reclaim his vast estates, and was eventually in his old age obliged to content himself with his castle by the sea, and the island of Enniskillen, the only spot which the usurper was unable to deprive him.
So this old story of my kinsman's fate looms up out of the darkness that enshrouds that haftless dagger hanging on the wall. It was somewhat after the foregoing fashion that I dreamily made the inventory of my personal property. As I turned my eyes on each subject, one after the other, or the places where they lay, for the room was now so dark that it was almost impossible to see with any distinctness, a crowd of memories connected with each rose up before me, and perforce I had to indulge them. So I proceeded but slowly, and at last my cigar shortened to a hot and bitter morsel that I could barely hold between my lips, while it seemed to me that the night grew each moment more insufferably oppressive. While I was revolving some impossible means of cooling my wretched body, the cigar stump began to burn my lips. I flung it angrily through the open window and stooped out to watch it falling. It first lighted on the leaves of the acacia, sending out a spray of red sparkles, then, rolling off, it fell plump on the dark walk in the garden, faintly illuminating for a moment the dusky trees and breathless flowers. Whether it was the contrast between the red flash of the cigar stump and the silent darkness of the garden, or whether it was that I detected by the sudden light a faint waving of the leaves, I know not, but something suggested to me that the garden was cool. I will take a turn there, thought I, just as I am. It cannot be warmer than this room, however still the atmosphere. There is always a feeling of liberty and spaciousness in the open air that partially supplies one's wants. With this idea running through my head, I arose, lit another cigar, and passed out into the long intricate corridors that led to the main staircase. As I crossed the threshold of my room, with what a different feeling I should have passed it had I known that I was never to set foot in it again. I lived in a very large house in which I occupied 2 rooms on the second floor. The house was old-fashioned, and all the floors communicated by a huge circular staircase that wound up through the center of the building, while at every landing long rambling corridors stretched off into mysterious nooks and corners. This palace of mine was very high, and its resources, in the way of crannies and windings, seemed to be interminable. Nothing seemed to stop anywhere. Cul-de-sacs were unknown on the premises. The corridors and passages, like mathematical lines, seemed capable of indefinite extension, and the object of the architect must have been to erect an edifice in which people might go ahead forever. The whole place was gloomy, not so much because it was large, but because an unearthly nakedness seemed to pervade the structure. The staircases, corridors, halls, and vestibules all partook of a desert-like desolation. There was nothing on the walls to break the somber monotony of those long vistas of shade. No carvings on the wainscoting, no molded masks peering down from the simply severe cornices, no marble vases on the landings. There was an imminent dreariness and want of life, so rare in an American establishment, all over the abode. It was Hood's haunted house put in order and newly painted. The servants, too, were shadowy and chary of their visits. Bells rang 3 times before the gloomy chambermaid could be induced to present herself. And the Negro waiter, a ghoul-like looking creature from Congo, obeyed the summons only when one's patience was exhausted, or one's want satisfied in some other way. When he did come, one felt sorry that he had not stayed away altogether, so sullen and savage did he appear. He moved along the echoless floors with a slow, noiseless shamble, until his dusky figure, advancing from the gloom, seemed like some reluctant Afrit, compelled by the superior power of his master to disclose himself. When the doors of all the chambers were closed and no light illuminated the long corridor, save the red, unwholesome glare of a small oil lamp on a table at the end, where late lodgers lit their candles, one could not by any possibility conjure up a sadder or more desolate prospect. Yet the house suited me. Of meditative and sedentary habits, I enjoyed the extreme quiet. There were but few lodgers, from which I inferred that the landlord did not drive a very thriving trade. And these, probably oppressed by the somber spirit of the place, were quiet and ghost-like in their movements. The proprietor I scarcely ever saw. My bills were deposited by unseen hands every month on my table, while I was out walking or riding, and my pecuniary response was entrusted to the attendant Afrit. On the whole, when the bustling, wide-awake spirit of New York is taken into consideration, the somber, half-vivified character of the house in which I lived was an anomaly that no one appreciated better than I who lived there. I felt my way down the wide, dark staircase in my pursuit of zephyrs, The garden as I entered it did feel somewhat cooler than my own room, and I pulled my cigar along the dim, cypress-shrouded walks with a sensation of comparative relief. It was very dark. The tall growing flowers that bordered the path were so wrapped in gloom as to present the aspect of solid pyramidal masses, all the details of leaves and blossoms being buried in an embracing darkness, while the trees had lost all form and seemed like masses of overhanging cloud. It was a place and time to excite the imagination, for in the impenetrable cavities of endless gloom there was room for the most riotous fancies to play at will. I walked, and the echoes of my footsteps on the ungravelled and mossy path suggested a double feeling. I felt alone and yet in company at the same time. The solitariness of the place made itself distinct enough in the stillness, broken alone by the hollow reverberations of my step, while those very reverberations seemed to imbue me with an undefined feeling that I was not alone. I was not, therefore, much startled when I was suddenly accosted from beneath the solid darkness of an immense cypress by a voice saying,
"Will you give me a light, sir?"
"Certainly," I replied, trying in vain to distinguish the speaker amidst the impenetrable dark. Somebody advanced, and I held out my cigar. All I could gather definitively about the individual who thus accosted me was that he must have been of extremely small stature, for I, who am by no means an overgrown man, had to stoop considerably in handing him my cigar. The vigorous puff that he gave, his own, lighted up my Havana for a moment, and I fancied that I caught a glimpse of a pale, weird countenance, immersed in a background of long, wild hair. The flash was, however, so momentary that I could not even say certainly whether this was an actual impression or the mere effort of imagination to embody that which the senses had failed to distinguish.
"Sir, you are out late,"
said this unknown to me, as he, with half-uttered thanks, handed me back my cigar for which I had to grope in the gloom. "Not later than usual," I replied dryly.
You are fond of late wanderings, then?"
"That is just as the fancy seizes me."
"Do you live here?"
"Yes."
"Queer house, isn't it?"
"I have only found it quiet."
But you will find it queer, take my word for it."
This was earnestly uttered, and I felt at the same time a bony finger laid on my arm that cut it sharply like a blunted knife. "I cannot take your word for any such assertion," I replied rudely, shaking off the bony finger with an irrepressible motion of disgust.
No offense,"
muttered my unseen companion rapidly, in a strange subdued voice that would have been shrill had it been louder.
"Your being angry does not alter the matter. You will find it a queer house. Everybody finds it a queer house. Do you know who lives there?"
"I never busy myself, sir, about other people's affairs," I answered sharply, for the individual's manner combined with my utter uncertainty as to his appearance oppressed me with an irksome longing to be rid of him.
"Oh, you don't? Well, I do. I know what they are. Well.
And as he pronounced the three last words, his voice rose with each until, with the last, it reached a shrill shriek that echoed horribly among the lonely walks.
"Do you know what they eat?"
he continued. "No, sir, nor care."
"Oh, but you will care. You must care. You shall care. I'll tell you what they are. They are enchanters. They are ghouls. They are cannibals. Did you never remark their eyes and how they gloated on you when you passed? Did you never remark the food that they served up at your table? Did you never in the dead of night hear muffled and unearthly footsteps gliding along the corridors, and stealthy hands turning the handle of your door? Does not some magnetic influence fold itself continually around you when they pass, and send a thrill through spirit and body, and a cold shiver that no sunshine will chase away? Oh, you have. You have felt all these things, I know it."
The earnest rapidity, the subdued tones, the eagerness of accent with which all this was uttered impressed me most uncomfortably. It really seemed as if I could recall all those weird occurrences and influences of which he spoke, and I shuddered in spite of myself in the midst of the impenetrable darkness that surrounded me. Said I, assuming without knowing it a confidential tone. "May I ask how you know these things?"
"How I know them? Because I am their enemy, because they tremble at my whisper, because I hang upon their track with the perseverance of a bloodhound and the stealthiness of a tiger, because I was
of them once.
Wretch! I cried excitedly, for involuntarily his eager tones had wrought me up to a high pitch of spasmodic nervousness. Then you mean to say that you... As I uttered this word, obeying an uncontrollable impulse, I stretched forth my hand in the direction of the speaker and made a blind clutch. The tips of my fingers seemed to touch a surface as smooth as glass that glided suddenly from under them. A sharp, angry hiss sounded through the gloom, followed by a whirring noise, as if some projectile passed rapidly by, and the next moment I felt instinctively that I was alone. A most disagreeable feeling instantly assailed me, a prophetic instinct that some terrible misfortune menaced me, an eager and overpowering anxiety to get back to my own room without loss of time. I turned and ran blindly along the dark cypress alley, every dusky clump of flowers that rose blackly in the borders making my heart each moment cease to beat. The echoes of my own footsteps seemed to redouble and assume the sounds of unknown pursuers following fast upon my track. The boughs of lilac bushes and syringas that here and there stretched partly across the walk seemed to have been furnished suddenly with hooked hands that sought to grasp me as I flew by, and each moment I expected to behold some awful and impassable barrier fall across my track and wall me up forever. At length I reached the wide entrance. With a single leap, I sprang up the 4 or 5 steps that formed the stoop, and dashed along the hall, up the wide, echoing stairs, and again along the dim funereal corridors until I paused, breathless and panting, at the door of my room. Once so far, I stopped for an instant and leaned heavily against one of the panels, panting lustily after my late run. I had, however, scarcely rested my whole weight against the door, when it suddenly gave way and I staggered in head foremost. To my utter astonishment, the room I had left in profound darkness was now a blaze of light. So intense was the illumination that, for a few seconds, while the pupils of my eyes were contracting under the sudden change, I saw absolutely nothing save the dazzling glare. This fact in itself, coming on me with such utter suddenness, was sufficient to prolong my confusion, and it was not until after several minutes had elapsed that I perceived the room was not only illuminated, but occupied. And such occupants! Amazement at the scene took such possession of me that I was incapable of either moving or uttering a word. All that I could do was to lean against the wall and stare blankly at the strange picture. It might have been a scene out of Fables, or Grammont's Memoirs, or happened in some place of minister folk. Round a large table in the center of the room where I had left a student-like litter of books and papers were seated 6 persons. 3 were men and 3 were women. The table was heaped with a prodigality of luxuries. Luscious eastern fruits were piled up in silver filigree vases, through whose meshes their glowing rinds shone in the contrasts of 1,000 hues. Small silver dishes that Benvenuto might have designed, filled with succulent and aromatic meats, were distributed upon a cloth of snowy damask. Bottles of every shape, slender ones from the Rhine, stout fellows from Holland, sturdy ones from Spain, and quaint basket-woven flasks from Italy, absolutely littered the board. Drinking glasses of every size and hue filled up the interstices, and the thirsty German flagon stood side by side with the aerial bubbles of Venetian glass that rest so lightly on their thread-like stems. An odor of luxury and sensuality floated through the apartment. The lamps that burned in every direction seemed to diffuse a subtle incense on the air, and in a large vase that stood on the floor, I saw a mass of magnolias, tuberoses, and jasmines grouped together, stifling each other with their honeyed and heavy fragrance. The inhabitants of my room seemed beings well suited to so sensual an atmosphere. The women were strangely beautiful, and all were attired in dresses of the most fantastic devices and brilliant hues. Their figures were round, supple, and elastic, their eyes dark and languishing, their lips full, ripe, and of the richest bloom. The 3 men wore half masks, so that all I could distinguish were heavy jaws, pointed beards, and brawny throats that rose like massive pillars out of their doublets. All 6 lay reclining on Roman couches about the table, drinking down the purple wines in large draughts, and tossing back their heads and laughing wildly. I stood, I suppose, for some 3 minutes, with my back against the wall, staring vacantly at the bacchanal vision, before any of the revelers appeared to notice my presence. At length, without any expression to indicate whether I'd been observed from the beginning or not, 2 of the women arose from their couches, and approaching, took each a hand and led me to the table. I obeyed their motions mechanically. I sat on a couch between them as they indicated. I unresistingly permitted them to wind their arms about my neck.
"You must drink,"
said one, pouring out a large glass of red wine.
"Here is Clos Vosgioux of a rare vintage, and here,"
pushing a flask of amber-hued wine before me,
"is Lacrima Christi."
"You must eat,"
said the other, drawing the silver dishes toward her.
"Here are the cutlets stewed with olives, and here are slices of a fillet stuffed with bruised sweet chestnuts."
And as she spoke, she, without waiting for a reply, proceeded to help me. The sight of the food recalled to me the warnings I had received in the garden. The sudden effort of memory restored to me my other faculties at the same instant. I sprang to my feet, thrusting the women from me with each hand. "Demons!" I almost shouted. "I will have none of your accursed food. I know you. You are cannibals. You are ghouls. You are enchanters. Begone, I tell you. Leave my room in peace." A shout of laughter from all six was the only effect that my passionate speech produced. The men rolled on their couches, and their half-masks quivered with the convulsions of their mirth. The women shrieked and tossed the slender wine-glasses wildly aloft, and turned to me and flung themselves on my bosom, fairly sobbing with laughter. "Yes," I continued as soon as the noisy mirth had subsided. "Yes, I say, leave my room instantly. I will have none of your unnatural orgies here."
"His room!"
shrieked the woman on my right.
"His room!"
echoed she on my left.
"His room! He calls it his room!"
shouted the whole party as they rolled once more into jocular convulsions. "How know you that it is your room?" said one of the men who sat opposite to me, at length, after the laughter had once more somewhat subsided. "How do I know?" I replied indignantly. "How do I know my own room? How could I mistake it, pray? There's my furniture, my piano." "He calls that a piano!" shouted my neighbors, again in convulsions, as I pointed to the corner where my huge piano, sacred to the memory of Bloquita, used to stand. "Oh, yes, it's his room. There is his piano." The peculiar emphasis they laid on the word piano caused me to scrutinize the article I was indicating more thoroughly. Up to this time, though utterly amazed at the entrance of these people into my chamber, and connecting them somewhat with the wild stories I had heard in the garden, I still had a sort of indefinite idea that the whole thing was a masquerading freak got up in my absence, and that the bacchanalian orgy I was witnessing was nothing more than a portion of some elaborate hoax of which I was to be the victim. But when my eyes turned to the corner where I had left a huge and cumbrous piano and beheld a vast and somber organ lifting its fluted front to the very ceiling, and convinced myself, by a hurried process of memory, that it occupied the very spot in which I had left my own instrument, the little self-possession that I had left forsook me. I gazed around me bewildered. In like manner, everything was changed. In the place of that old haftless dagger connected with so many historic associations personal to myself, I beheld a Turkish yataghan dangling by its belt of crimson silk, while the jewels in the hilt blazed as the lamplight played upon them. In the spot where hung my cherished smoking-cap, memorial of a buried love, a knightly casque was suspended, on the crest of which a golden dragon stood in the act of springing. That strange lithograph by Kalam was no longer a lithograph, but it seemed to me that the portion of the wall which it had covered, of the exact shape and size, had been cut out, and in place of the picture, a real scene, on the same scale and with real actors, was distinctly visible. The old oak was there, and the stormy sky was there, but I saw the branches of the oak away with the tempest, and the clouds drive before the wind. The wanderer in his cloak was gone, but in his place I beheld a circle of wild figures, men and women dancing with linked hands around the bole of the great tree, chanting some wild fragment of a song to which the winds roared an unearthly chorus. The snowshoes, too, on whose sinewy woof I had sped for many days amidst the Canadian wastes, had vanished, and in their place lay a pair of strange up-curled Turkish slippers that had perhaps been many a time shuffled off at the doors of mosques beneath the steady blaze of an Orient sun. All was changed. Wherever my eyes turned, they missed familiar objects, yet encountered strange representatives. Still, in all the substitutes, there seemed to me a reminiscence of what they replaced. They seemed only for a time transmuted into other shapes, and there lingered around them the atmosphere of what they once had been. Thus I could have sworn the room to have been mine, yet there was nothing in it that I could rightly claim. Everything reminded me of some former possession that it was not. I looked for the acacia at the window, and lo, long silken palm leaves swayed in through the open lattice. Yet they had the same motion and the same air of my favorite tree, and seemed to murmur to me, "Though we seem to be palm leaves, yet are we acacia leaves. Yea, those very ones on which you used to watch the butterflies alight and the rain patter while you smoked and dreamed." So in all things, the room was, yet was not, mine, and a sickening consciousness of my utter inability to reconcile its identity with its appearance overwhelmed me and choked my reason.
"Well, have you determined whether or not this is your room?"
asked the girl on my left, proffering me a huge tumbler creaming over with champagne, and laughing wickedly as she spoke. "It is mine," I answered, doggedly striking the glass rudely with my hand, and dashing the aromatic wine over the white cloth. "I know that it is mine, and ye are jugglers and enchanters who want to drive me mad."
"Hush, hush,"
she said gently, not in the least angered at my rough treatment.
"You are excited. Alf shall play something to soothe you."
At her signal, one of the men sat down at the organ. After a short, wild, spasmodic prelude, he began what seemed to me to be a symphony of recollections, dark and somber and all through full of quivering and intense agony. It appeared to recall a dark and dismal night, on a cold reef, around which an unseen but terribly audible ocean broke with eternal fury. It seemed as if a lonely pair were on the reef, one living, the other dead. One clasping his arms around the tender neck and naked bosom of the other, striving to warm her into life, when his own vitality was being each moment sucked from him by the icy breath of the storm. Here and there a terrible wailing minor key would tremble through the chords like the shriek of sea-birds, or the warning of advancing death. While the man played, I could scarce restrain myself. It seemed to be Bloquita whom I listened to, and on whom I gazed. That wondrous night of pleasure and pain that I had once passed listening to him seemed to have been taken up again at the spot where it had broken off, and the same hand was continuing it. I stared at the man called Alf. There he sat with his cloak and doublet, and long rapier and mask of black velvet. But there was something in the air of the peaked beard, a familiar mystery in the wild mass of raven hair that fell as if wind-blown over his shoulders, which riveted my memory. "Bloquita! Bloquita!" I shouted, starting up furiously from the couch on which I was lying, and bursting the fair arms that were linked around my neck as if they had been hateful chains. "Bloquita, my friend, speak to me, I entreat you. Tell these horrid enchanters to leave me. Say that I hate them. Say that I command them to leave my room." The man at the organ stirred not in answer to my appeal. He ceased playing, and the dying sound of the last note he had touched faded off into a melancholy moan. The other men and the women burst once more into peals of mocking laughter.
"Why will you persist in calling this your room?"
said the woman next to me with a smile meant to be kind, but to me inexpressibly loathsome.
"Have we not shown you by the furniture, by the general appearance of the place, that you are mistaken, and that this cannot be your apartment? Rest content, then, with us. You are welcome here, and need no longer trouble yourself about your room."
"Rest content?" I answered madly. "Live with ghosts? Eat of awful meats and see awful sights? Never, never! You have cast some enchantment over the place that has disguised it. But for all that, I know it to be my room. You shall leave it."
"Softly, softly,"
said another of the sirens.
"Let us settle this amicably. This poor gentleman seems obstinate and inclined to make an uproar. Now, we do not want an uproar. We love the night and its quiet, and there is no night that we love so well as that on which the moon is coffined in clouds. Is it not so, my brothers?"
An awful and sinister smile gleamed on the countenances of her unearthly audience, and seemed to glide visibly from underneath their masks.
"Now," she continued, "I have a proposition to make. It would be ridiculous for us to surrender this room simply because this gentleman states that it is his, and yet I feel anxious to gratify, as far as may be fair, his wild assertion of ownership. A room, after all, is not much to us. We can get one easily enough, but still we should be loath to give this apartment up to so imperious a demand. We are willing, however, to risk its loss. That is to say," turning to me, "I propose that we play for the room. If you win, we will immediately surrender it to you, just as it stands. If, on the contrary, you lose, you shall bind yourself to depart and never molest us again."
Agonized at the ever-darkening mysteries that seemed to thicken around me, and despairing of being able to dissipate them by the mere exercise of my own will, I caught almost gladly at the chance thus presented to me. The idea of my loss or my gain scarce entered into my calculations. All I felt was an indefinite knowledge that I might, in the way proposed, regain in an instant that quiet chamber and that peace of mind of which I had so strangely been deprived. "I agree!" I cried eagerly. "I agree! Anything to rid myself of such unearthly company." The woman touched a small golden bell that stood near her on the table, and it had scarce ceased to tinkle when a negro dwarf entered with a silver tray on which were dice-boxes and dice. A shudder passed over me as I thought in this stunted African I could trace a resemblance to the ghoul-like black servant to whose attendance I had been accustomed.
"Now,"
said my neighbor, seizing one of the dice-boxes and giving me the other,
"the highest wins. Shall I throw first?"
I nodded assent. She rattled the dice, and I felt an inexpressible load lifted from my heart as she threw 15.
"It is your turn," she said with a mocking smile. "But before you throw, I repeat the offer I made you before. Live with us. Be one of us. We will initiate you into our mysteries and enjoyments of which you can form no idea unless you experience them. Come, it is not too late yet to change your mind. Be with us."
My reply was a fierce oath as I rattled the dice with spasmodic nervousness and flung them on the board. They rolled over and over again, and during that brief instant I felt a suspense the intensity of which I have never known before or since. At last they lay before me. A shout of the same horrible, maddening laughter rang in my ears. I peered in vain at the dice, but my sight was so confused that I could not distinguish the amount of the cast. This lasted for a few moments. Then my sight grew clear, and I sank back almost lifeless with despair, as I saw that I had thrown but 12.
"Lost! Lost!"
screamed my neighbor with a wild laugh. "Lost! Lost!" shouted the deep voices of the masked men. "Leave us, coward!" they all cried. "You are not fit to be one of us. Remember your promise. Leave us!" Then it seemed as if some unseen power caught me by the shoulders and thrust me toward the door. In vain I resisted. In vain I screamed and shouted for help. In vain I implored them for pity. All the reply I had was those mocking peals of merriment, while under the invisible influence I staggered like a drunken man toward the door. As I reached the threshold, the organ pealed out a wild, triumphal strain. The power that impelled me concentrated itself into one vigorous impulse that sent me blindly staggering out into the echoing corridor. And as the door closed swiftly behind me, I caught one glimpse of the apartment I had left forever. A change passed like a shadow over it. The lamps died out. The siren women and masked men vanished. The flowers, the fruits, the bright silver and bizarre furniture faded swiftly. And I saw again, for the 10th of a second, my old chamber restored. There was the acacia waving darkly. There was the table littered with books. There was the ghostly lithograph, the dearly beloved smoking cap, the Canadian snowshoes, the ancestral dagger. And there at the piano, organ no longer, sat Bloquita playing. The next instant the door closed violently, and I was left standing in the corridor, stunned and despairing. As soon as I had partially recovered my comprehension, I rushed madly to the door, with the dim idea of beating it in. My fingers touched a cold and solid wall. There was no door. I felt all along the corridor for many yards on both sides. There was not even a crevice to give me hope. I rushed downstairs, shouting madly. No one answered. In the vestibule I met the negro. I seized him by the collar and demanded my room. The demon showed his white and awful teeth, which were filed into saw-like shape, and extricating himself from my grasp with a sudden jerk, fled down the passage with a gibbering laugh. Nothing but echo answered to my despairing shrieks. The lonely garden resounded with my cries as I strode madly through the dark walks, and the tall funereal cypresses seemed to bury me beneath their heavy shadows. I met no one, could find no one. I had to bear my sorrow and despair alone. Since that awful hour I have never found my room. Everywhere I look for it, yet never see it. Shall I ever find it? End of section 6. Section 7. Of the Diamond Lens with Other Stories by Fitz-James O'Brien. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Pot of Tulips. 28 years ago I went to spend the summer at an old Dutch villa which then lifted its head from the wild country that, in present days, has been tamed down into a site for Crystal Palace. Madison Square was then a wilderness of fields and scrub oak, here and there diversified with tall and stately elms. Worthy citizens who could afford 2 establishments rusticated in the groves that then flourished where ranks of brownstone porticos now formed the landscape, and the localities of 40th Street, where my summer palace stood, was justly looked upon as at an enterprising distance from the city. I had an imperious desire to live in this house ever since I can remember. I had often seen it when a boy, and its cool verandas and quaint gardens seemed, whenever I passed, to attract me irresistibly. In after years, when I grew up to man's estate, I was not sorry, therefore, when one summer, fatigued with the labors of my business, I beheld a notice in the papers intimating that it was to be let furnished. I hastened to my dear friend, Jasper Joy, painted the delights of this rural retreat in the most glowing colors, easily obtained his assent to share the enjoyments and the expense with me, and a month afterward we were taking our ease in this new paradise. Independent of early associations, other interests attached me to this house. It was somewhat historical and had given shelter to George Washington on the occasion of one of his visits to the city. Furthermore, I knew the descendants of the family to whom it had originally belonged. Their history was strange and mournful, and it seemed to me as if their individuality was somehow shared by the edifice. It had been built by a Mr. Van Coren, a gentleman of Holland, the younger son of a rich mercantile firm at The Hague, who had immigrated to this country in order to establish a branch of his father's business in New York, which even then gave indications of the prosperity it has since reached with such marvelous rapidity. He had brought with him a fair young Belgian wife, a loving girl, if I may believe her portrait, with soft brown eyes, chestnut hair, and a deep, placid contentment spreading over her fresh and innocent features. Her son, Alan Van Coren, had her picture, an old miniature in a red-gold frame, as well as that of his father, and in truth, when looking on the two, one could not conceive a greater contrast than must have existed between husband and wife. Mr. Van Coren must have been a man of terrible will and gloomy temperament. His face, in the picture, is dark and austere, his eyes deep sunken and burning as if with a slow inward fire. The lips are thin and compressed, with much determination of purpose, and his chin, boldly salient, is brimful of power and resolution. When first I saw those 2 pictures, I sighed inwardly and thought, "Poor child, you must often have sighed for the sunny meadows of Brussels, and the long, gloomy nights spent in the company of that terrible man." I was not far wrong, as I afterward discovered. Mr. and Mrs. Van Coren were very unhappy. Jealousy was his monomania, and he had scarcely been married before his girl-wife began to feel the oppression of a gloomy and ceaseless tyranny. Every man under 50 whose hair was not white and whose form was erect was an object of suspicion to this Dutch Bluebeard. Not that he was vulgarly jealous. He did not frown at his wife before strangers or attack her with reproaches in the midst of her festivities. He was too well-bred a man to bear his private woes to the world. But at night, when the guests had departed and the dull light of the quaint old Flemish lamps but half illuminated the nuptial chamber, then it was that with monotonous invective Mr. Van Coren crushed his wife, and Marie, weeping and silent, would sit on the edge of the bed listening to the cold, trenchant irony of her husband, who, pacing up and down the room, would now and then stop in his walk to gaze with his burning eyes upon the pallid face of his victim. Even the evidences that Marie gave of becoming a mother did not check him. He saw in that coming event, which most husbands anticipate with mingled joy and fear, only an approaching incarnation of his dishonor. He watched with a horrible refinement of suspicion for the arrival of that being in whose features he madly believed he should but too surely trace the evidences of his wife's crime. Whether it was that these ceaseless attacks wore out her strength, or that Providence wished to add another chastening misery to her burden of woe, I dare not speculate. But it is certain that one luckless night Mr. Van Coren learned with fury that he had become a father 2 months before the allotted time. During his first paroxysm of rage on the receipt of intelligence, which seemed to confirm all his previous suspicions, it was, I believe, with difficulty that he was prevented from slaying both the innocent causes of his resentment. The caution of his race in the presence of the physicians induced him, however, to put a curb upon his furious will until reflection suggested quite as criminal, if not as dangerous, a vengeance. As soon as his poor wife had recovered from her illness, unnaturally prolonged by the delicacy of constitution induced by previous mental suffering, she was astonished to find, instead of increasing his persecutions, that her husband had changed his tactics and treated her with studied neglect. He rarely spoke to her except on occasions when the decencies of society demanded that he should address her. He avoided her presence, and no longer inhabited the same apartments. He seemed, in short, to strive as much as possible to forget her existence. But if she did not suffer from personal ill-treatment, it was because a punishment more acute was in store for her. If Mr. Van Coren had chosen to affect to consider her beneath his vengeance, it was because his hate had taken another direction, and seemed to have derived increased intensity from the alteration. It was upon the unhappy boy, the cause of all this misery, that the father lavished a terrible hatred. Mr. Van Coren seemed determined that if this child sprang from other loins than his, the mournful destiny which he forced upon him should amply avenge his own existence and the infidelity of his mother. While the child was an infant, his plan seemed to have been formed. Ignorance and neglect were the 2 deadly influences with which he sought to assassinate the moral nature of this boy. And his terrible campaign against the virtue of his own son was, as he grew up, carried into execution with the most consummate generalship. He gave him money, but debarred him from education. He allowed him liberty of action, but withheld advice. It was in vain that his mother, who foresaw the frightful consequences of such a training, sought in secret, by every means in her power, to nullify her husband's attempts. She strove in vain to seduce her son into an ambition to be educated. She beheld with horror all her agonized efforts frustrated, and saw her son and only child becoming, even in his youth, a drunkard and libertine. In the end it proved too much for her strength. She sickened, and went home to her sunny Belgian plains. There she lingered for a few months in a calm but rapid decay, whose calmness was broken but by the one grief, until one autumn day when the leaves were falling from the limes, she made a little prayer for her son to the good God, and died. Vain Orison, spendthrift, gamester, libertine, and drunkard by turns, Allan Van Coren's earthly destiny was unchangeable. The father, who should have been his guide, looked on each fresh depravity of his sons with a species of grim delight. Even the death of his wronged wife had no effect upon his fatal purpose. He still permitted the young man to run blindly to destruction by the course into which he himself had led him. As years rolled by, and Mr. Van Coren himself approached to that time of life when he might soon expect to follow his persecuted wife, he relieved himself of the hateful presence of his son altogether. Even the link of a systematic vengeance which had hitherto united them was severed, and Allan was cast adrift without either money or principal. The occasion of this final separation between father and son was the marriage of the latter with a girl of humble though honest extraction. This was a good excuse for the remorseless Van Coren, so he availed himself of it by turning his son out of doors. From that time forth they never met. Allan lived a life of meager dissipation, and soon died, leaving behind him one child, a daughter. By a coincidence natural enough, Mr. Van Coren's death followed his son's almost immediately. He died as he had lived, sternly, but those who were around his couch in his last moments mentioned some singular facts connected with the manner of his death. A few moments before he expired, he raised himself in the bed and seemed as if conversing with some person invisible to the spectators. His lips moved as if in speech, and immediately afterward he sank back, bathed in a flood of tears. "Wrong, wrong," he was heard to mutter feebly. Then he implored passionately the forgiveness of someone who, he said, was present. The death struggle ensued almost immediately, and in the midst of his agony he seemed wrestling for speech. All that could be heard, however, were a few broken words. "I was wrong, my unfounded. For God's sake, look in. You will find Having uttered these fragmentary sentences, he seemed to feel that the power of speech had passed away forever. He fixed his eyes piteously on those around him and with a great sigh of grief, expired. I gathered these facts from his granddaughter and Alan's daughter, Alice Van Coren, who had been summoned by some friend to her grandfather's dying couch when it was too late. It was the first time she had seen him, and then she saw him die. The results of Mr. Van Coren's death were a 9 days' wonder to all the merchants in New York. Beyond a small sum in the bank and the house in which he lived, which was mortgaged for its full value, Mr. Coren had died a pauper. To those who knew him and knew his affairs, this seemed inexplicable. 5 or 6 years before his death, he had retired from business with a fortune of several $100,000. He had lived quietly since then, was known not to have speculated, and could not have gambled. The question then was, where had his wealth vanished to? Search was made in every secretary, in every bureau, for some document which might throw a light on the mysterious disposition that he had made of his property. None was found. Neither will, nor certificates of stock, nor title deeds, nor bank accounts were anywhere discernible. Inquiries were made at the offices of companies in which Mr. Van Coren was known to be largely interested. He had sold out his stock years ago. Real estate that had been believed to be his was found on investigation to have passed into other hands. There could be no doubt that for some years past, Mr. Van Coren had been steadily converting all his property into money, and what he had done with that money no one knew. Alice Van Coren and her mother, who at the old gentleman's death were at first looked on as millionaires, discovered when all was over that they were no better off than before. It was evident that the old man, determined that one whom, though bearing his name, he believed not to be of his blood, should never inherit his wealth or any share of it, had made away with his fortune before his death, a posthumous vengeance, which was the only one by which the laws of the state of New York relative to inheritance could be successfully evaded. I took a peculiar interest in the case and even helped to make some researches for the lost property, not so much, I confess, from a spirit of general philanthropy as from certain feelings which I experienced toward Alice Van Coren, the heir to this invisible estate. I had long known both her and her mother, when they were living in honest poverty and earning a scanty subsistence by their own labor. Mrs. Van Coren worked as an embroideress, and Alice turning to account as a preparatory governess, the education which her good mother, spite of her limited means, had bestowed on her. In a few words, then, I loved Alice Van Coren, and was determined to make her my wife as soon as my means would allow me to support a fitting establishment. My passion had never been declared. I was content for the time with the secret consciousness of my own love, and the no less grateful certainty that Alice returned it, all unuttered as it was. I had therefore a double interest in passing the summer at the old Dutch villa, for I felt it to be connected somehow with Alice, and I could not forget the singular desire to inhabit it, in which I had so often experienced as a boy. It was a lovely day in June when Jasper Joy and myself took up our abode in our new residence, and as we smoked our cigars on the piazza in the evening, we felt for the first time the unalloyed pleasure with which a townsman breathes the pure air of the country. The house and grounds had a quaint sort of beauty that to me was eminently pleasing. Landscape gardening in the modern acceptation of the term was then almost unknown in this country, and the laying out of the garden that surrounded our new home would doubtless have shocked Mr. London, the late Mr. Downing, or Sir Thomas Dick Lauder. It was formal and artificial to the last degree. The beds were cut into long parallelograms, rigid and severe of aspect, and edged with prim rows of stiff dwarf box. The walks, of course, crossed always at right angles, and the laurel and cypress trees that grew here and there were clipped into cones and spheres and rhomboids. It is true that at the time my friend and I hired the house, years of neglect had restored to this formal garden somewhat of the raggedness of nature. The box edgings were rank and wild. The clipped trees, forgetful of geometric propriety, flourished into unauthorized boughs and rebel offshoots. The walks were green with moss, and the beds of Dutch tulips which had been planted in the shape of certain gorgeous birds, whose colors were represented by masses of blossoms, each of a single hue, had transgressed their limits, and the purple of a parrot's wings might have been seen running recklessly into the crimson of his head, while, as bulbs, however well bred, will create other bulbs, the flower-birds of this queer old Dutch garden became in time abominably distorted in shape. Flamingos with humps, golden pheasants with legs preternaturally elongated, macaws afflicted with hydrocephalus, each species of deformity being proportioned to the rapidity with which the roots had spread in some particular direction. Still, this strange mixture of raggedness and formality, this conglomerate of nature and art, had its charms. It was pleasant to watch the struggle, as it were, between the opposing elements, and to see nature triumphing by degrees in every direction. The house itself was pleasant and commodious. Rooms that, though not lofty, were spacious. Wide windows and cool piazzas extending over the four sides of the building, and a collection of antique carved furniture, some of which, from its elaborateness, might well have come from the chisel of Master Grinling Gibbons. There was a mantelpiece in the dining room with which I remember being very much struck when I first came to take possession. It was a singular and fantastical piece of carving. It was a perfect tropical garden, menagerie, and aviary in one. Birds, beasts, and flowers were sculptured on the wood with exquisite correctness of detail, and painted with the hues of nature. The Dutch taste for color was here fully gratified. Parrots, lovebirds, scarlet lories, blue-faced baboons, crocodiles, passion flowers, tigers, Egyptian lilies, and Brazilian butterflies were all mixed in gorgeous confusion. The artist, whoever he was, must have been an admirable naturalist, for the ease and freedom of his carving were only equaled by the wonderful accuracy with which the different animals were represented. Altogether, it was one of those oddities of Dutch conception, whose strangeness was in this instance redeemed by the excellence of the execution. Such was the establishment that Jasper Joy and myself were to inhabit for the summer months.
"What a strange thing it was," said Jasper as we lounged on the piazza together the night of our arrival, "that old Van Coren's property should never have turned up."
"It is a question with some people whether he had any at his death," I answered.
"Pshaw! Everyone knows that he did not, or could not, have lost that with which he retired from business."
"It is strange," said I thoughtfully. "Yet every possible search has been made for documents that might have thrown light on the mystery. I have myself sought in every quarter for traces of this lost wealth, but in vain."
"Perhaps he buried it," suggested Jasper, laughing. "If so, we may find it here in a hole one fine morning."
"I think it is much more likely that he destroyed it," I replied. "You know, he never could be got to believe that Allan Van Coren was his son, and I believe him quite capable of having flung all his money into the sea in order to prevent those whom he considered not of his blood inheriting it, which they must have done under our laws."
"I am sorry that Alice did not become an heiress, both for your sake and hers. She is a charming girl."
Jasper, from whom I concealed nothing, knew of my love. "As to that," I answered, "it is little matter. I shall in a year or two be independent enough to marry, and can afford to let Mr. Van Coren's cherished gold sleep wherever he has concealed it."
"Well, I am off to bed," said Jasper, yawning. "This country air makes one sleepy early. Be on the lookout for trap-doors and all that sort of thing, old fellow. Who knows but the old chap's dollars will turn up. Good night."
"Good night, Jasper." So we parted for the night, he to his room, which lay on the west side of the building, I to mine on the east, situated at the end of a long corridor, and exactly opposite to Jasper's. The night was very still and warm. The clearness with which I heard the song of the katydid and the croak of the bullfrog seemed to make the silence more distinct. The air was dense and breathless, and although longing to throw wide my windows, I dared not, for outside the ominous trumpetings of an army of mosquitoes sounded threateningly. I tossed on my bed, oppressed with the heat, kicked the sheets into every spot where they ought not to be, turned my pillow every 2 minutes in the hope of finding cool side. In short, did everything that a man does when he lies awake on a very hot night and cannot open his window. Suddenly, in the midst of my miseries, and when I had made up my mind to fling open the casement in spite of the legion of mosquitoes that I knew were hungrily waiting outside, I felt a continuous stream of cold air blowing upon my face. Luxurious as the sensation was, I could not help starting as I felt it. Where could this draught come from? The door was closed, so were the windows. It did not come from the direction of the fireplace, and, even if it did, the air without was too still to produce so strong a current. I rose in my bed and gazed round the room, the whole of which, though only lit by a dim twilight, was still sufficiently visible. I thought at first it was a trick of Jasper's, who might have provided himself with a bellows or a long tube, but a careful investigation of the apartment convinced me that no one was present. Besides, I had locked the door, and it was not likely that anyone had been concealed in the room before I entered it. It was exceedingly strange. But still the draught of cool wind blew on my face and chest, every now and then changing its direction, sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other. I am not constitutionally nervous, and have never been too long accustomed to reflect on philosophical subjects to become the prey of fear in the presence of mysterious phenomena. I had devoted much time to the investigation of what are popularly called supernatural matters by those who have not reflected or examined sufficiently to discover that none of these apparent miracles are supernatural, but all, however singular, directly dependent on certain natural laws. I became speedily convinced, therefore, as I sat up in my bed, peering into the dim recesses of my chamber, that this mysterious wind was the effect or forerunner of a supernatural visitation, and I mentally determined to investigate it as it developed itself with a philosophical calmness. "Is anyone in this room?" I asked, as distinctly as I could. No reply, while the cool wind still swept over my cheek. I knew in the case of Elizabeth Eslinger, who was visited by an apparition while in the Weinsberg jail, and whose singular and apparently authentic experiences were made the subject of a book by Dr. Kerner, that the manifestation of the spirit was invariably accompanied by such a breezy sensation as I now experienced. I therefore gathered my will, as it were, into a focus, and endeavored as much as lay in my power to put myself in accord with the disembodied spirit, if such there were, knowing that on such conditions alone would it be enabled to manifest itself to me. Presently it seemed as if a luminous cloud was gathering in one corner of the room, a sort of dim phosphoric vapor, shadowy and ill-defined. It changed its position frequently, sometimes coming nearer, and at other times retreating to the furthest end of the room. As it grew intenser and more radiant, I observed a sickening and corpse-like odor diffuse itself through the chamber, and, despite my anxiety to witness this phenomenon undisturbed, I could with difficulty conquer a feeling of faintness which oppressed me. The luminous cloud now began to grow brighter and brighter as I gazed. The horrible odor of which I have spoken did not cease to oppress me, and gradually I could have discovered certain lines making themselves visible in the midst of this lambent radiance. These lines took the form of a human figure, a tall man clothed in a long dressing robe, with a pale countenance, burning eyes, and a very bold and prominent chin. At a glance I recognized the original of the picture of old Van Coren that I had seen with Alice. My interest was now aroused to the highest point. I felt that I stood face to face with a spirit, and doubted not that I should learn the fate of the old man's mysteriously concealed wealth. The spirit presented a very strange appearance. He himself was not luminous except some tongues of fire that seemed to proceed from the tips of his fingers, but was completely surrounded by a thin gauze of light, so to speak, through which his outlines were visible. His head was bare, and his white hair fell in huge masses around his stern, saturnine face. As he moved on the floor, I distinctly heard a strange crackling sound, such as one hears when a substance has been overcharged with electricity. But the circumstance that seemed to me most incomprehensible connected with the apparition was that Van Coren held in both hands a curiously painted flower pot, out of which sprang a number of the most beautiful tulips in full blossom. He seemed very uneasy and agitated, and moved about the room as if in pain, frequently bending over the pot of tulips as if to inhale their odor, then holding it out to me, seemingly in the hope of attracting my attention to it. I was, I confess, very much puzzled. I knew that Mr. Van Coren had in his lifetime devoted much of his leisure to the cultivation of flowers, importing from Holland the most expensive and rarest bulbs, but how this innocent fancy could trouble him after death I could not imagine. I felt assured, however, that some important reason lay at the bottom of this spectral eccentricity, and determined to fathom it if I could. "What brings you here?" I asked audibly, directing mentally, however, at the same time the question to the spirit with all the power of my will. He did not seem to hear me, but still kept moving uneasily about, with the crackling noise I have mentioned, and holding the pot of tulips toward me. "It is evident," I said to myself, "that I am not sufficient in accord with the spirit for him to make himself understood by speech. He has therefore recourse to symbols. The pot of tulips is a symbol, but of what?" Thus reflecting on these things, I continued to gaze upon the spirit. While observing him attentively, he approached my bedside by a rapid movement and laid one hand on my arm. The touch was icy cold and pained me at the moment. Next morning my arm was swollen and marked with a round blue spot. Then, passing to my bedroom door, the spirit opened it and went out, shutting it behind him. Catching for a moment at the idea that I was the dupe of a trick, I jumped out of bed and ran to the door. It was locked with the key on the inside, and a brass safety bolt which lay above the lock shot safely home. All was as I had left it on going to bed, yet I declared most solemnly that, as the ghost made his exit, I not only saw the door open, but I saw the corridor outside, and distinctly observed a large picture of William of Orange that hung just opposite to my room. This to me was the most curious portion of the phenomena I had witnessed. Either the door had been opened by the ghost, and the resistance of physical obstacles overcome in some amazing manner, because in this case the bolts must have been replaced when the ghost was outside the door, or he must have had a sufficient magnetic accord with my mind to impress upon it the belief that the door was opened, and also to conjure up in my brain the vision of the corridor and the picture, features that I should have seen if the door had been opened by any ordinary physical agency. The next morning at breakfast I suppose my manner must have betrayed me, for Jasper said to me after staring at me for some time,
"Why, Harry Escott, what's the matter with you? You look as if you had seen a ghost."
"So I have, Jasper." Jasper, of course, burst into laughter and said he had shaved my head and given me a shower bath. "Well, you may laugh," I answered, "but you shall see it tonight, Jasper." He became serious in a moment. I suppose there was something earnest in my manner that convinced him that my words were not idle, and asked me to explain. I described my interview as accurately as I could.
"How did you know that it was old Van Coren?"
he asked. "Because I have seen his picture 100 times with Alice," I answered, "and this apparition was as like it as it was possible for a ghost to be like a miniature."
"You must not think I'm laughing at you, Harry," he continued, "but I wish you would answer this. We have all heard of ghosts. Ghosts of men, women, children, dogs, horses, in fact, every living animal. But hang me if ever I heard of the ghost of a flower pot before."
"My dear Jasper, you would have heard of such things if you had studied such branches of learning. All the phenomena I witnessed last night are supportable by well-authenticated facts. The cool wind has attended the appearance of more than one ghost, and Baron Reichenbach asserts that his patients, who you know are for the most part sensitive to apparitions, invariably feel this wind when a magnet is brought close to their bodies. With regard to the flower pot about which you make so merry, it is to me the least wonderful portion of the apparition. When a ghost is unable to find a person of sufficient receptivity in order to communicate with him by speech, it is obliged to have recourse to symbols to express its wishes. These it either creates by some mysterious power out of the surrounding atmosphere, or it impresses by magnetic force on the mind of the person it visits, the form of the symbol it is anxious to have represented. There is an instance mentioned by Jung Stilling of a student at Brunswick, who appeared to a professor of his college with a picture in his hands, which picture had a hole in it that the ghost thrust his head through. For a long time this symbol was a mystery, but the student was persevering and appeared every night with his head through the picture, until at last it was discovered that, before he died, he had got some painted slides for a magic lantern from a shopkeeper in the town, which had not been paid for at his death, and when the debt had been discharged, he and his picture vanished forevermore. Now here was a symbol distinctly bearing on the question at issue. This poor student could find no better way of expressing his uneasiness at the debt for the painted slides than by thrusting his head through a picture. How he conjured up the picture I cannot pretend to explain, but that it was used as a symbol is evident.
"Then you think the flower pot of old Van Coren is a symbol?"
"Most assuredly. The pot of tulips he held was intended to express that which he could not speak. I think it must have had some reference to his missing property, and it is our business to discover in what manner."
"Let us go and dig up all the tulip beds," said Jasper. "Who knows but he may have buried his money in one of them."
I grieve to say that I assented to Jasper's proposition, and on that eventful day every tulip in that quaint old garden was ruthlessly uprooted. The gorgeous macaws and ragged parrots and long-legged pheasants, so cunningly formed by those brilliant flowers, were that day exterminated. Jasper and I had a regular battue amidst this floral preserve, and many a splendid bird fell before our unerring spades. We, however, dug in vain. No secret coffer turned up out of the deep mold of the flower beds. We evidently were not on the right scent. Our researches for that day terminated, and Jasper and myself waited impatiently for the night. It was arranged that Jasper should sleep in my room. I had a bed rigged up for him near my own, and I was to have the additional assistance of his senses in the investigation of the phenomena that we so confidently expected to appear. The night came. We retired to our respective couches after carefully bolting the doors and subjecting the entire apartment to the strictest scrutiny, rendering it totally impossible that a secret entrance should exist unknown to us. We then put out the lights and awaited the apparition. We did not remain in suspense long. About 20 minutes after we retired to bed, Jasper called out,
"Harry, I feel the cool wind."
"So do I answered, for at that moment a light breeze seemed to play across my temples.
Look, Harry,"
continued Jasper in a tone of painful eagerness.
"I see a light. There, in the corner."
It was the phantom. As before, the luminous cloud appeared to gather in the room, growing more and more intense each minute. Presently, the dark lines mapped themselves out, as it were, in the midst of this pale, radiant vapor. And there stood Mr. Van Coren, ghastly and mournful as ever, with the pot of tulips in his hands. "Do you see it?" I asked Jasper.
"My God, yes,"
said Jasper in a low voice.
"How terrible he looks."
"Can you speak to me tonight?" I said, addressing the apparition, and again concentrating my will upon my question. "If so, unburden yourself. We will assist you if we can." There was no reply. The ghost preserved the same sad, impassive countenance. He had heard me not. He seemed in great distress on this occasion, moving up and down and holding out the pot of tulips imploringly toward me, each motion of his being accompanied by the crackling noise and the corpse-like odor. I felt sorely troubled myself to see this poor spirit torn by an endless grief, so anxious to communicate to me what lay on his soul, and yet debarred by some occult power from the privilege.
"Why, Harry,"
cried Jasper after a silence, during which we both watched the motions of the ghost intently.
"Why, Harry, my boy, there are two of them."
Astonished by his words, I looked round, and became immediately aware of the presence of a second luminous cloud, in the midst of which I could distinctly trace the figure of a pale but lovely woman. I needed no second glance to assure me that it was the unfortunate wife of Van Coren. "It is his wife, Jasper," I replied. "I recognize her, as I have recognized her husband, by the portrait."
"How sad she looks,"
exclaimed Jasper in a low voice. She did indeed look sad. Her face, pale and mournful, did not, however, seem convulsed with sorrow as was her husband's. She seemed to be oppressed with a calm grief, and gazed with a look of interest that was painful in its intensity on Van Coren. It struck me from his air that, though she saw him, he did not see her. His whole attention was concentrated on the pot of tulips, while Mrs. Van Coren, who floated at an elevation of about 3 feet from the floor, and thus overtopped her husband, seemed equally absorbed in the contemplation of his slightest movement. Occasionally she would turn her eyes on me, as if to call my attention to her companion, and then returning, gaze on him with a sad, womanly, half-eager smile that to me was inexpressibly mournful. There was something exceedingly touching in this strange sight, these two spirits, so near yet so distant, the sinful husband torn with grief and weighed down with some terrible secret, and so blinded by the grossness of his being as to be unable to see the wife-angel who was watching over him, while she, forgetting all her wrongs and attracted to earth by perhaps the same human sympathies, watched from a greater spiritual height, and with a tender interest, the struggles of her suffering spouse.
"By Jove!"
exclaimed Jasper, jumping from his bed.
"I know what it means now."
"What does it mean?" I asked, as eager to know as he was to communicate.
"Well, that flower pot that the old chap is holding."
Jasper, I grieve to say, was rather profane. "Well, what of that flower pot?"
"Observe the pattern. It has 2 handles made of red snakes, whose tails twist round the top and form a rim. It contains tulips of 3 colors, yellow, red, and purple."
"I see that as well as you do. Let us have the solution."
"Well, Harry, my boy, don't you remember that there is just such a flower pot, tulips, snakes, and all, carved on the queer old painted mantelpiece in the dining room?"
"So there is," and a gleam of hope shot across my brain, and my heart beat quicker.
"Now, as sure as you are alive, Harry, The old fellow has concealed something important behind that mantelpiece.
Jasper, if ever I am Emperor of France, I will make you chief of police. Your inductive reasoning is magnificent. Actuated by the same impulse, and without another word, we both sprang out of bed and lit a candle. The apparitions, if they remained, were no longer visible in the light. Hastily throwing on some clothes, we rushed downstairs to the dining room, determined to have the old mantelpiece down without loss of time. We had scarcely entered the room when we felt the cool wind blowing on our faces. "Jasper," said I, "they are here."
"Well," answered Jasper, "that only confirms my suspicions that we are on the right track this time. Let us go to work. See, here's the pot of tulips."
This pot of tulips occupied the center of the mantelpiece, and served as a nucleus round which all the fantastic animals sculptured elsewhere might be said to gather. It was carved on a species of raised shield, or boss, of wood, that projected some inches beyond the plane of the remainder of the mantelpiece. The pot itself was painted a brick color. The snakes were of bronze color, gilt, and the tulips, yellow, red, and purple, were painted after nature with the most exquisite accuracy. For some time Jasper and myself tugged away at this projection without any avail. We were convinced that it was a movable panel of some kind, but yet were totally unable to move it. Suddenly it struck me that we had not yet twisted it. I immediately proceeded to apply all my strength, and after a few seconds of vigorous exertion, I had the satisfaction of finding it move slowly round. After giving it half a dozen turns, to my astonishment, the long upper panel of the mantelpiece fell out toward us, apparently on concealed hinges, after the manner of the portion of escritoires that is used as a writing table. Within were several square cavities sunk in the wall and lined with wood. In one of these was a bundle of papers. We seized these papers with avidity and hastily glanced over them. They proved to be documents vouching for property to the amount of several $100,000, invested in the name of Mr. Van Coren in a certain firm at Bremen, who no doubt thought by this time that the money would remain unclaimed forever. The desires of these poor troubled spirits were accomplished. Justice to the child had been given through the instrumentality of the erring father. The formulas necessary to prove Alice and her mother sole heirs to Mr. Van Coren's estate were briefly gone through, and the poor governess passed suddenly from the task of teaching stupid children to the envied position of a great heiress. I had ample reason afterward for thinking that her heart did not change with her fortunes. That Mr. Van Coren became aware of his wife's innocence just before he died, I have no doubt. How this was manifested I cannot, of course, say, but I think it highly probably that his poor wife herself was enabled at the critical moment of dissolution, when the link that binds body and soul together is attenuated to the last thread, to put herself in accord with her unhappy husband. Hence, his sudden starting up in his bed, his apparent conversation with some invisible being, and his fragmentary disclosures, too broken, however, to be comprehended. The question of apparitions has been so often discussed that I feel no inclination to enter here upon the truth or fallacy of the ghostly theory. I myself believe in ghosts. Alice, my wife, believes in them firmly, and if it suited me to do so, I could overwhelm you with a scientific theory of my own on the subject, reconciling ghosts and natural phenomena. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Diamond Lens with Other Stories by Fitz-James O'Brien. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Golden Ingot. I had just retired to rest with my eyes almost blind with the study of a new work on physiology by Monsieur Brown-Séquard, when the night bell was pulled violently. It was winter, and I confess I grumbled as I rose and went downstairs to open the door. Twice that week I had been aroused long after midnight for the most trivial causes. Once to attend upon the son and heir of a wealthy family who had cut his thumb with a penknife, which it seems he insisted on taking to bed with him, and once to restore a young gentleman to consciousness who had been found by his horrified parent stretched insensible on the staircase. Diachylon in one case and pneumonia in the other were all that my patients required, and I had a faint suspicion that the present summons was perhaps occasioned by no case more necessitous than those I have quoted. I was too young in my profession, however, to neglect opportunities. It is only when a physician rises to a very large practice that he can afford to be inconsiderate. I was on my first step of the ladder, so I humbly opened my door. A woman was standing ankle-deep in the snow that lay upon the stoop. I caught but a dim glimpse of her form, for the night was cloudy, but I could hear her teeth rattling like castanets, and as the sharp wind blew her clothes close to her form, I could discern from the sharpness of the outlines that she was very scantily supplied with raiment. Come in, my good woman," I said hastily, for the wind seemed to catch eagerly the opportunity of making itself at home in my hall, and was rapidly forcing an entrance through the half-open door. "Come in, you can tell me all you have to communicate inside." She slipped in like a ghost, and I closed the door. While I was striking a light in my office, I could hear her teeth still clicking out in the dark hall, till it seemed as if some skeleton was chattering. As soon as I obtained a light, I begged her to enter the room, and without occupying myself particularly about her appearance, asked her abruptly what her business was. "My father had met with a severe accident," she said, "and requires instant surgical aid. I entreat you to come to him immediately." The freshness and the melody of her voice startled me. Such voices rarely, if ever, issue from any but beautiful forms. I looked at her attentively, but owing to a nondescript species of shawl in which her head was wrapped, I could discern nothing beyond what seemed to be a pale, thin face and large eyes. Her dress was lamentable. An old silk of a color now unrecognizable clung to her figure in those limp folds which are so eloquent of misery. The creases where it had been folded were worn nearly through, and the edges of the skirt had decayed into a species of irregular fringe, which was clotted and discolored with mud. Her shoes, which were but half concealed by the scanty garment, were shapeless and soft with moisture. Her hands were hidden under the ends of the shawl, which covered her head and hung down over a bust, the outlines of which, although angular, seemed to possess grace. Poverty, when partially shrouded, seldom fails to interest. Witness the status of the veiled beggar by Monty. "In what manner was your father hurt?" I asked in a tone considerably softened from the one in which I put my first question.
"He blew himself up, sir, and is terribly wounded."
"Ah, he is in some factory, then?"
"No, sir, he is a chemist."
"A chemist? Why, he is a brother professional. Wait an instant, and I will slip on my coat and go with you. Do you live far from here?"
"In the 7th Avenue, not more than 2 blocks from the end of this street."
"So much the better. We will be with him in a few minutes. Did you leave anyone in attendance on him?"
"No, sir, he will allow no one but myself to enter his laboratory, and injured as he is, I could not induce him to quit it."
"Indeed. He is engaged in some great research, perhaps. I have known such cases." We were passing under a lamp-post, and the woman suddenly turned and glared at me with a look of such wild terror that for an instant I involuntarily glanced round me under the impression that some terrible peril unseen by me was menacing us both.
Don't ask me any questions," she said breathlessly. "He will tell you all, but do hasten. Good God, he may be dead by this time."
I made no reply, but allowed her to grasp my hand, which she did with a bony, nervous clutch, and endeavored with some difficulty to keep pace with the long strides. I might as well call them bounds, for they seemed the springs of a wild animal rather than the paces of a young girl, with which she covered the ground. Not a word more was uttered until we stopped before a shabby, old-fashioned tenement house in the 7th Avenue, not far above 23rd Street. She pushed the door open with a convulsive pressure, and still retaining hold of my hand, literally dragged me upstairs to what seemed to be a back offshoot from the main building, as high perhaps as the 4th story. In a moment more I found myself in a moderate-sized chamber, lit by a single lamp. In one corner, stretched motionless on a wretched pallet bed, I beheld what I supposed to be the figure of my patient.
"He is there," said the girl. "Go to him. See if he is dead. I dare not look."
I made my way as well as I could through the numberless, dilapidated chemical instruments with which the room was littered. A French chafing dish supported on an iron tripod had been overturned and was lying across the floor, while the charcoal, still warm, was scattered around in various directions. Crucibles, alembics, and retorts were confusedly piled in various corners, and on a small table I saw distributed in separate bottles a number of mineral and metallic substances, which I recognized as antimony, mercury, plumbago, arsenic, borax, etc. It was veritably the apartment of a poor chemist. All the apparatus had the air of being second-hand. There was no luster of exquisitely annealed glass and highly polished metals, such as dazzles one in the laboratory of the prosperous analyst. The makeshifts of poverty were everywhere visible. The crucibles were broken, or gallipots were used instead of crucibles. The colored tests were not in the usual transparent vials, but were placed in ordinary black bottles. There is nothing more melancholy than to behold science or art in distress. A threadbare scholar, a tattered book, or a battered violin is a mute appeal to our sympathy. I approached the wretched pallet bed on which the victim of chemistry was lying. He breathed heavily and had his head turned toward the wall. I lifted his arm gently to arouse his attention. "How goes it, my poor friend?" I asked him. "Where are you hurt?" In a moment, as if startled by the sound of my voice, he sprang up in his bed and cowered against the wall like a wild animal driven to bay. "Who are you? I don't know you. Who brought you here? You are a stranger. How dare you come into my private rooms to spy upon me?" And as he uttered this rapidly with a frightful nervous energy, I beheld a pale, distorted face, draped with long gray hair, glaring at me with a mingled expression of fury and terror. "I am no spy," I answered mildly. "I heard that you had met with an accident and have come to cure you. I am Dr. Luxor, and here is my card." The old man took the card and scanned it eagerly. "You are a physician?" he inquired distrustfully. "And surgeon also." "You are bound by oath not to reveal the secrets of your patients." "Undoubtedly." "I am afraid that I am hurt," he continued faintly, half sinking back in the bed. I seized the opportunity to make a brief examination of his body. I found that the arms, a part of the chest, and a part of the face were terribly scorched, but it seemed to me that there was nothing to be apprehended but pain. "You will not reveal anything that you may learn here?" said the old man, feebly fixing his eyes on my face while I was applying a soothing ointment to the burns. "You will promise me?" I nodded assent. "Then I will trust you. Cure me. I will pay you well." I could scarce help smiling. If Lorenzo de' Medici, conscious of millions of ducats in his coffers, had been addressing some leech of the period, he could not have spoken with a loftier air than this inhabitant of the 4th story of a tenement house in the 7th Avenue. "You must keep quiet," I answered. "Let nothing irritate you. I will leave a composing draught with your daughter, which she will give you immediately. I will see you in the morning. You will be well within a week."
"Thank God,"
came in a murmur from a dusk corner near the door. I turned and beheld the dim outline of the girl standing with clasped hands in the gloom of the dim chamber. "My daughter!" screamed the old man, once more leaping up in bed with renewed vitality. "You have seen her, then? When? Where? Oh, may 1,000
Father, anything but that. Don't curse me."
And the poor girl, rushing in, flung herself sobbing on her knees beside his pallet.
"Ah, brigand, you are there, are you? Sir," said he, turning to me, "I am the most unhappy man in the world. Talk of Sisyphus rolling the ever-recoiling stone, of Prometheus gnawed by the vulture since the birth of time. The fables yet live. There is my rock, forever crushing my back. There is my eternal vulture feeding upon my heart. There!
And with an awful gesture of malediction and hatred, he pointed with his wounded hand, swathed and shapeless with bandages, at the cowering, sobbing, wordless woman by his side. I was too much horror-stricken to attempt even to soothe him. The anger of blood against blood has an electric power which paralyzes bystanders.
"Listen to me, sir," he continued, "while I skin this painted viper. I have your oath you will not reveal. I am an alchemist, sir. Since I was 22 years old, I have pursued the wonderful and subtle secret. Yes, to unfold the mysterious rose guarded with such terrible thorns, to decipher the wondrous table of emerald, to accomplish the mystic nuptials of the Red King and the White Queen, to marry them soul to soul and body to body, forever and ever, in the exact proportions of land and water. Such has been my sublime aim. Such has been the splendid feat that I have accomplished." I recognized at a glance in this incomprehensible farrago the argot of the true alchemist. Ripley, Flamel, and others have supplied the world in their works with the melancholy spectacle of a scientific bedlam. 2 years since," continued the poor man, growing more and more excited with every word that he uttered, 2 years since I succeeded in solving the great problem, in transmuting the baser metals into gold. None but myself, that girl, and God knows the privations I've suffered up to that time.
Food, clothing, sir, exercise, everything but shelter, was sacrificed toward the one great end. Success at last crowned my labors. That which Nicholas Flamel did in 1382, that which George Ripley did at Rhodes in 1460, that which Alexander Sethon and Michael Scudevogius did in the 17th century, I did in 1856. I made gold. I said to myself, I will astonish New York more than Flamel did Paris. He was a poor copyist, and suddenly launched into magnificence. I had scarce a rag to my back. I would rival the Medicis. I made gold every day. I toiled night and morning. For I must tell you that I never was able to make more than a certain quantity at a time, and that by a process almost entirely dissimilar to those hinted at in those books of alchemy I have hitherto consulted. But I had no doubt that facility would come with experience, and that ere long I should be able to eclipse in wealth the richest sovereigns of the earth. So I toiled on. Day after day, I gave to this girl here what gold I succeeded in fabricating, telling her to store it away after supplying our necessities. I was astonished to perceive that we lived as poorly as ever. I reflected, however, that it was perhaps a commendable piece of prudence on the part of my daughter. Doubtless, I said, she argues that the less we spend, the sooner we shall accumulate a capital wherewith to live at ease. So thinking her course a wise one, I did not reproach her with her niggardliness, but toiled on amid want, with closed lips. The gold which I fabricated was, as I said before, of an invariable size, namely a little ingot worth perhaps $30 or $45. In 2 years I calculated that I had made 500 of these ingots, which, rated at an average of $30 apiece, would amount to the gross sum of $15,000. After deducting our slight expenses for 2 years, we ought to have nearly $14,000 left. It was time, I thought, to indemnify myself for my years of suffering, and surround my child and myself with such moderate comforts as our means allowed. I went to my daughter and explained to her that I desired to make an encroachment upon our little hoard. To my utter amazement, she burst into tears and told me that she had not got $1, that all of our wealth had been stolen from her. Almost overwhelmed by this new misfortune, I in vain endeavored to discover from her in what manner our savings had been plundered. She could afford me no explanation beyond what I might gather from an abundance of sobs and a copious flow of tears. It was a bitter blow, doctor, but nil desperandum was my motto, so I went to work at my crucible again with redoubled energy, and made an ingot nearly every second day. I determined this time to put them in some secure place myself, but the very first day I set my apparatus in order for the projection, the girl Marion, that is my daughter's name, came weeping to me, implored me to allow her to take care of our treasure. I refused decisively, saying that having found her already incapable of filling the trust, I could place no faith in her again. But she persisted, clung to my neck, threatened to abandon me, in short, used so many of the bad but irresistible arguments known to women that I had not the heart to refuse her. She has since that time continued to take the ingots. Yet you behold, continued the old alchemist, casting an inexpressibly mournful glance around the wretched apartment, the way we live. Our food is insufficient and of bad quality. We never buy clothes. The rent of this hole is a mere nothing. What am I to think of the wretched girl who plunges me into this misery? Is she a miser, think you, or a female gamester? Or does she squander it riotously in places I know not of? Oh, doctor, doctor, do not blame me if I heap imprecations on her head, for I have suffered bitterly. The poor man here closed his eyes and sank back groaning on his bed. The singular narrative excited in me the strangest emotions. I glanced at the girl Marion, who had been a patient listener to these horrible accusations of cupidity, and never did I behold a more angelic air of resignation than beamed over her countenance. It was impossible that any one with those pure, limpid eyes, that calm, broad forehead, that childlike mouth, could be such a monster of avarice or deceit as the old man represented. The truth was plain enough. The alchemist was mad. What alchemist was there ever who was not? And his insanity had taken this terrible shape. I felt an inexpressible pity move my heart for this poor girl, whose youth was burdened with such an awful sorrow. "What is your name?" I asked the old man, taking his tremulous, fevered hand in mine. "William Blakelock," he answered. I come of an old Saxon stock, sir, that bred true men and women in former days. God, how did it ever come to pass that such a one as that girl ever sprung from our line?"
The glance of loathing and contempt that he cast at her made me shudder. "May you not be mistaken in your daughter?" I said very mildly. "Delusions with regard to alchemy are, or have been, very common."
"What, sir?" cried the old man, bounding in his bed. "What? Do you doubt that gold can be made? Do you know, sir, that M.C. Theodore Tifferot made gold at Paris in the year 1854, in the presence of Monsieur Levol, the assayer of the Imperial Mint, and the result of the experiments was read before the Academy of Sciences on the 16th of October of the same year? But stay, you shall have better proof yet. I will pay you with one of my ingots, and you shall attend me until I am well. Get me an ingot."
This last command was addressed to Marian, who was still kneeling close to her father's bedside. I observed her with some curiosity as this mandate was issued. She became very pale, clasped her hands convulsively, but neither moved nor made any reply.
"Get me an ingot, I say,"
reiterated the alchemist passionately. She fixed her large eyes imploringly upon him. Her lips quivered, and 2 huge tears rolled slowly down her white cheeks.
"Obey me, wretched girl," cried the old man in an agitated voice, "or I swear by all that I reverence in heaven and earth that I will lay my curse upon you forever."
I felt for an instant that I ought perhaps to interfere and spare the girl the anguish that she was so evidently suffering, but a powerful curiosity to see how this strange scene would terminate withheld me. The last threat of her father, uttered as it was with a terrible vehemence, seemed to appall Marian. She rose with a sudden leap as if a serpent had stung her, and, rushing into an inner apartment, returned with a small object in her hand, which she placed in mine, and then flung herself in a chair in a distant corner of the room, weeping bitterly.
You see, said the old man sarcastically, how reluctantly she parts with it. Take it, sir. It is yours.
It was a small bar of metal. I examined it carefully, poised it in my hand. The color, weight, everything announced that it really was gold.
You doubt its genuineness, perhaps, continued the alchemist. There are acids on yonder table. Test it.
I confess that I did doubt its genuineness, but after I had acted upon the old man's suggestion, all further suspicion was rendered impossible. It was gold of the highest purity. I was astounded. Was then, after all, this man's tale a truth? Was his daughter, that fair, angelic-looking creature, a demon of avarice or a slave to worse passions? I felt bewildered. I had never met with anything so incomprehensible. I looked from father to daughter in the blankest amazement. I suppose that my countenance betrayed my astonishment, for the old man said, I perceive that you are surprised. Well, that is natural. You had a right to think me mad until I proved myself sane. But, Mr. Blakelock, I said, I really cannot take this gold. I have no right to it. I cannot in justice charge so large a fee.
Take it, he answered impatiently. Your fee will amount to that before I am well. Besides, he added mysteriously, I wish to secure your friendship. I wish that you should protect me from her.
And he pointed his poor bandaged hand at Marian. My eyes followed his gesture, and I caught the glance that replied, a glance of horror, distrust, and despair. The beautiful face was distorted into positive ugliness. It's all true, I thought. She is the demon that her father represents her. I now rose to go. This domestic tragedy sickened me. This treachery of blood against blood was too horrible to witness. I wrote a prescription for the old man, left directions as to the renewal of the dressings upon his burns, and bidding him good night, hastened toward the door. While I fumbled on the dark, crazy landing for the staircase, I felt a hand laid on my arm.
Doctor,
whispered a voice that I recognized as Marian Blakelock's.
Doctor, have you any compassion in your heart?
I hope so, I answered shortly, shaking off her hand. Her touch filled me with loathing.
Hush, don't talk so loud. If you have any pity in your nature, give me back, I entreat of you, that gold ingot which my father gave you this evening.
Great heaven, said I. Can it be possible that so fair a woman can be such a mercenary, shameless wretch?
Ah, you know not. I cannot tell you. Do not judge me harshly. I call God to witness that I am not what you deem me. Some day or other you will know, but," she added, interrupting herself, "the ingot, where is it? I must have it. My life depends on your giving it to me."
"Take it, impostor!" I cried, placing it in her hand, that closed on it with a horrible eagerness. "I never intended to keep it. Gold made under the same roof that covers such as you must be accursed." So saying, heedless of the nervous effort she made to detain me, I stumbled down the stairs and walked hastily home. The next morning, while I was in my office smoking my matutinal cigar and speculating over the singular character of my acquaintances of last night, the door opened and Marian Blakelock entered. She had the same look of terror that I observed the evening before, and she panted as if she had been running fast.
"Father has got out of bed," she gasped out, "and insists on going on with this alchemy. Will it kill him?"
"Not exactly," I answered coldly. "It were better that he kept quiet, so as to avoid the chance of inflammation. However, you need not be alarmed. His burns are not at all dangerous, although painful."
Thank God! Thank God!"
she cried in the most impassioned accents, and before I was aware of what she was doing, she seized my hand and kissed it. "There, that will do," I said, withdrawing my hand. "You are under no obligations to me. You had better go back to your father."
"I can't go," she answered. "You despise me, is it not so?"
I made no reply.
"You think me a monster, a criminal. When you went home last night you were wonderstruck that so vile a creature as I should have so fair a face."
"You embarrass me, madam," I said in a most chilling tone. "Pray relieve me from this unpleasant position."
"Wait, I cannot bear that you should think ill of me. You are good and kind, and I desire to possess your esteem. You little know how I love my father."
I could not restrain a bitter smile.
"You do not believe that? Well, I will convince you. I have had a hard struggle all last night with myself, but am now resolved. This life of deceit must continue no longer. Will you hear my vindication?"
I assented. The wonderful melody of her voice and the purity of her features were charming me once more. I half believed in her innocence already.
"My father has told you a portion of his history, but he did not tell you that his continued failures in his search after the secret of metallic transmutation nearly killed him. 2 years ago he was on the verge of the grave, working every day in his mad pursuit, and every day growing weaker and more emaciated. I saw that if his mind was not relieved in some way he would die. The thought was madness to me, for I loved him. I love him still, as a daughter never loved a father before. During all these years of poverty I had supported the house with my needle. It was hard work, but I did it. I do it still."
"What?" I cried, startled. "Does not—"
"Patience, hear me out. My father was dying of disappointment. I must save him. By incredible exertions, working night and day, I saved about $35 in notes. These I exchanged for gold, and one day when my father was not looking, I cast them into the crucible in which he was making one of his vain attempts at transmutation. God, I am sure, will pardon the deception. I never anticipated the misery it would lead to. I never beheld anything like the joy of my poor father when, after emptying his crucible, he found a deposit of pure gold at the bottom. He wept and danced and sang and built such castles in the air that my brain was dizzy to hear him. He gave me the ingot to keep and went to work at his alchemy with renewed vigor. The same thing occurred. He always found the same quantity of gold in his crucible. I alone knew the secret. He was happy, poor man, for nearly 2 years, in the belief that he was amassing a fortune. I, all the while, plied my needle for our daily bread. When he asked me for his savings, the first stroke fell upon me. Then it was that I recognized the folly of my conduct. I could give him no money. I never had any, while he believed that I had $14,000. My heart was nearly broken when I found that he had conceived the most injurious suspicions against me. Yet I could not blame him. I could give no account of the treasure I had permitted him to believe was in my possession. I must suffer the penalty of my fault, for to undeceive him would be, I felt, to kill him. I remained silent then and suffered. You know the rest. You now know why it was that I was reluctant to give you that ingot, why it was that I degraded myself so far as to ask it back. It was the only means I had of continuing a deception on which I believed my father's life depended.
But that delusion has been dispelled. I can live this life of hypocrisy no longer. I cannot exist and hear my father, whom I love so, wither me daily with his curses. I will undeceive him this very day. Will you come with me, for I fear the effect on his enfeebled frame?" "Willingly," I answered, taking her by the hand. "And I think that no absolute danger need be apprehended. Now, Marion," I added, "let me ask forgiveness for having even for a moment wounded so noble a heart. You are truly as great a martyr as any of those whose sufferings the Church perpetuates in altarpieces." "I knew you would do me justice when you knew all," she sobbed, pressing my hand. "But come, I am on fire. Let us hasten to my father and break this terror to him." When we reached the old alchemist's room, we found him busily engaged over a crucible which was placed on a small furnace, and in which some indescribable mixture was boiling. He looked up as we entered.
"No fear of me, doctor,"
he said with a ghastly smile.
"No fear. I must not allow a little physical pain to interrupt my great work, you know. By the way, you are just in time. In a few moments the marriage of the Red King and White Queen will be accomplished, as George Ripley calls the great act in his book entitled The 12 Gates. Yes, doctor, in less than 10 minutes you will see me make pure red shining gold."
And the poor old man smiled triumphantly, and stirred his foolish mixture with a long rod which he held with difficulty in his bandaged hands. It was a grievous sight for a man of any feeling to witness.
"Father,"
said Marion, in a low, broken voice, advancing a little toward the poor old dupe,
"I want your forgiveness." "Ah, hypocrite! For what? Are you going to give me back my gold?"
"No, Father, but for the deception that I have been practicing on you for 2 years.
"I knew it!" shouted the old man with a radiant countenance. "She has concealed my $14,000 all this time, and now comes to restore them. I will forgive her. Where are they, Marion?"
"Father, it must come out. You never made any gold. It was I who saved up $35, and I used to slip them into your crucible when your back was turned. And I did it only because I saw that you were dying of disappointment. It was wrong, I know, but, Father, I meant well. You'll forgive me, won't you?" And the poor girl advanced a step toward the alchemist. He grew deathly pale and staggered as if about to fall. The next instant, though, he recovered himself and burst into a horrible sardonic laugh. Then he said, in tones full of bitterest irony,
"A conspiracy, is it? Well done, doctor. You think to reconcile me with this wretched girl by trumping up this story, that I have been for 2 years a dupe of her filial piety. It's clumsy, doctor, and is a total failure. Try again."
"But I assure you, Mr. Blakelock," I said as earnestly as I could, "I believe your daughter's statements to be perfectly true. You will find it to be so, as she has got the ingot in her possession which so often deceived you into the belief that you made gold, and you will certainly find that no transmutation has taken place in your crucible."
"Doctor,"
said the old man, in tones of the most settled conviction,
"you are a fool. That girl has wheedled you. In less than a minute I will turn you out a piece of gold, purer than any the earth produces. Will that convince you?"
"That will convince me," I answered. By a gesture I imposed silence on Marion, who was about to speak. I thought it better to allow the old man to be his own undeceiver, and we waited the coming crisis. The old man, still smiling with anticipated triumph, kept bending eagerly over his crucible, stirring the mixture with his rod and muttering to himself all the time.
"Now,"
I heard him say,
"it changes. There, that's the scum. And now the green and bronze shades flit across it. Oh, the beautiful green, the precursor of the golden red hue that tells of the end attained. Ah, now the golden red is coming, slowly, slowly. It deepens, it shines, it is dazzling. Ah, I have it!"
So saying, he caught up his crucible and a chemist's tongs and bore it slowly toward the table on which stood a brass vessel.
"Now, incredulous doctor," he cried, "come and be convinced,"
and immediately began carefully pouring the contents of the crucible into the brass vessel. When the crucible was quite empty, he turned it up and called me again.
"Come, doctor, come and be convinced. See for yourself."
"See first if there is any gold in your crucible," I answered without moving. He laughed. shook his head derisively, and looked into the crucible. In a moment he grew pale as death.
"Nothing," he cried. "Oh, a jest! A jest! There must be gold somewhere. Marion!"
"The gold is here, father," said Marion, drawing the ingot from her pocket. "It is all we ever had."
"Ah!"
shrieked the poor old man, as he let the empty crucible fall and staggered toward the ingot which Marion held out to him. He made 3 steps and then fell on his face. Marion rushed toward him and tried to lift him, but could not. I put her aside gently and placed my hand on his heart. "Marion," said I, "it is perhaps better as it is. He is dead." End of section 8. Section 9 of The Diamond Lens with Other Stories by Fitz-James O'Brien. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. My Wife's Tempter. 1. A Predestined Marriage. Elsie and I were to be married in less than a week. It was rather a strange match, and I knew that some of our neighbors shook their heads over it and said that no good would come. The way it came to pass was thus. I loved Elsie Burns for 2 years, during which time she refused me 3 times. I could no more help asking her to have me when the chance offered than I could help breathing or living. To love her seemed natural to me as existence. I felt no shame, only sorrow when she rejected me. I felt no shame either when I renewed my suit. The neighbors called me mean-spirited to take up with any girl that had refused me as often as Elsie Burns had done, but what cared I about the neighbors? If it is black weather and the sun is under a cloud every day for a month, is that any reason why the poor farmer should not hope for the blue sky and the plentiful burst of warm light when the dark month is over? I never entirely lost heart. Do not, however, mistake me. I did not mope and moan and grow pale after the manner of poetical lovers. No such thing. I went bravely about my business, ate and drank as usual, laughed when the laugh went round, and slept soundly and woke refreshed. Yet all this time I loved, desperately loved, Elsie Burns. I went wherever I hoped to meet her, but did not haunt her with my attentions. I behaved to her as any friendly young man would have behaved. I met her and parted from her cheerfully. She was a good girl, too, and behaved well. She had me in her power. How a woman in Elsie's situation could have mortified a man in mine, but she never took the slightest advantage of it. She danced with me when I asked her, and had no foolish fears of allowing me to see her home of nights after a ball was over, or of wandering with me through the pleasant New England fields, where the wild flowers made the paths like roads in fairyland. On the several disastrous occasions when I presented my suit, I did it simply and manfully, telling her that I loved her very much, and would do everything to make her happy if she would be my wife. I made no fulsome protestations, and did not once allude to suicide. She, on the other hand, calmly and gravely thanked me for my good opinion, but with the same calm gravity rejected me. I used to tell her that I was grieved, that I would not press her, that I would wait and hope for some change in her feelings. She had an esteem for me, she would say, but could not marry me. I never asked her for any reasons. I hold it to be an insult to a woman of sense to demand her reasons on such an occasion. Enough for me that she did not then wish to be my wife. So the old intercourse went on, she cordial and polite as ever, I never for one moment doubting that the day would come when my roof-tree would shelter her, and we would smile together over our fireside at my long and indefatigable wooing. I will confess that at times I felt a little jealous of a man named Hemmon Brake, who lived in our village. He was a weird, saturnine fellow who made no friends among the young men of the neighborhood, but who loved to go alone with his books and his own thoughts for company. He was a studious and, I believe, a learned young man, and there was no avoiding the fact that he possessed considerable influence over Elsie. She liked to talk with him in corners, or in secluded nooks of the forest when we all went out blackberry gathering or picnicking. She read books that he gave her, and whenever a discussion arose relative to any topic higher than those ordinary ones we usually canvassed, Elsie appealed to Brake for his opinion, as a disciple consulting a beloved master. I confess that for a time I feared this man as a rival, A little closer observation, however, convinced me that my suspicions were unfounded. The relation between Elsie and Hammond Brake was purely intellectual. She reverenced his talents and acquirements, but she did not love him. His influence over her, nevertheless, was none the less decided. In time, as I thought all along, Elsie yielded. I was what was considered a most eligible match. Being tolerably rich, and Elsie's parents were most anxious to have me for a son-in-law. I was good-looking and well-educated enough, and the old people, I believe, pertinaciously dinned all my advantages into my little girl's ears. She battled against the marriage for a long time with a strange persistence, all the more strange because she never alleged the slightest personal dislike to me, but after a vigorous cannonading from her own garrison, in which I am proud to say I did not in any way join, she hoisted the white flag and surrendered. I was very happy. I had no fear about being able to gain Elsie's heart. I think, indeed I know, that she had liked me all along, and that her refusals were dictated by other feelings than those of a personal nature. I only guessed as much then. It was some time before I knew all. As the day approached for our wedding, Elsie did not appear at all stricken with woe. The village gossips had not the smallest opportunity for establishing a romance with a compulsory bride for the heroine. Yet to me it seemed as if there was something strange about her. A vague terror appeared to beset her. Even in her most loving moments, when resting in my arms, she would shrink away from me and shudder as if some cold wind had suddenly struck upon her. That it was caused by no aversion to me was evident, for she would, the moment after, as if to make amends, give me one of those voluntary kisses that are sweeter than all others. I reflected over this gravely, as was my custom, but could come to no conclusion. I dismissed it as one of those mysteries of maidenhood which it is not given to man to fathom. The day came at length on which we were to be married, a glorious autumnal day on which the sweet season of fruits and flowers seemed to have copied the kings of old, and robed itself in the brightest purple and gold, in order to die with becoming splendor. The little village church was nearly filled with the bridal party, and the curious crowd who came to see the persevering lover win his bride. Elsie was calm and grave and beautiful. The sober beauty of the autumn itself seemed to tinge her face. Once only did she show any emotion. When the solemn question was put to her, the answer to which it was decided her destiny, I felt her hand, which was in mine, tremble. As she gasped out a convulsive yes, she gave one brief, imploring glance at the gallery on the right. I placed the ring upon her finger and looked in the direction in which she gazed. Hammond Brake's dark countenance was visible looking over the railings, and his eyes were bent sternly on Elsie. I turned quickly round to my bride, but her brief emotion, of whatever nature, had vanished. She was looking at me anxiously and smiling, somewhat sadly, through her maiden's tears. I kissed her and whispered a loving word or two in her ear, at which she brightened, and her grave, decorous old father and quaint, tender-hearted mother kissed her, and we rode all alone through glories of the autumn woods to our home. 2. The Strange Book. The months went by quickly, and we were very happy. I learned that Elsie really loved me, and of my love for her she had proof long ago. I will not say that there was no cloud upon our little horizon. There was one, but it was so small and appeared so seldom that I scarcely feared it. The old vague terror seemed still to attack my wife. If I did not know her to be pure as heaven's snow, I would have said it was a remorse. At times, she scarcely appeared to hear what I said, so deep would be her reverie. Nor did those moods seem pleasant ones. When wrapped in such, her sweet features would contract, as if in a hopeless effort to solve some mysterious problem. A sad pain, as it were, quivered in her white, drooped eyelids. One thing I particularly remarked: she spent hours at a time gazing at the west. There was a small room in our house whose windows, every evening, flamed with the red light of the setting sun. Here Elsie would sit and gaze westward, so motionless and entranced that it seemed as if her soul was going down with the day. Her conduct to me was curiously varied. She apparently loved me very much, yet there were times when she absolutely avoided me. I have seen her strolling through the fields and left the house with the intention of joining her, but the moment she caught sight of me approaching, She has fled into the neighboring copse with so evident a wish to avoid me that it would have been absolutely cruel to follow. Once or twice the old jealousy of Hammond Brake crossed my mind, but I was obliged to dismiss it as a frivolous suspicion. Nothing in my wife's conduct justified any such theory. Brake visited us once or twice a week. In fact, when I returned from my business in the village, I used to find him seated in the parlor with Elsie, reading some favorite author or conversing on some novel literary topic. But there was no disposition to avoid my scrutiny. Brake seemed to come as a matter of right, and the perfect unconsciousness of furnishing any grounds for suspicion with which he acted was a sufficient answer to my mind for any wild doubts that my heart may have suggested. Still, I could not but remark that Brake's visits were, in some manner, connected with Elsie's melancholy. On the days when he had appeared and departed, the gloom seemed to hang more thickly than ever over her head. She sat on such occasions all the evening at the western window, silently gazing at the cleft in the hills through which the sun passed to his repose. At last I made up my mind to speak to her. It seemed to me to be my duty, if she had a sorrow, to partake of it. I approached her on the matter with the most perfect confidence that I had nothing to learn beyond the existence of some girlish grief, which a confession and a few loving kisses would exorcise forever. "Elsie," I said to her one night as she sat, according to her custom, gazing westward, like those maidens of the old ballads of chivalry watching for the nights that never came. "Elsie, what is the matter with you, darling? I have noticed a strange melancholy in you for some time past. Tell me all about it." She turned quickly round and gazed at me with eyes wide open and face filled with sudden fear. "Why do you ask me that, Mark?" she answered. "I have nothing to tell." From the strange, startled manner in which this reply was given, I felt convinced that she had something to tell, and instantly formed a determination to discover what it was. A pang shot through my heart as I thought that the woman whom I held dearer than anything on earth hesitated to trust me with a petty secret. "Elsie," I said, "don't treat me as if I was a grand inquisitor with racks and thumbscrews in readiness for you if you prove contumacious. You need not look at me in that frightened way. I'm not an ogre, child. I don't breakfast on nice, cozy little women 5 months married. Supposing you do owe a bill to the milliner in Boston. What does it matter? I'm tolerably rich. How much is it?" I knew perfectly well that she did not owe any such bill, but it was a mode of testing her. A look of relief passed over her features as I spoke. "Mark," she said, stroking my hair with her little hand and smiling faintly, "you're a goose. I don't owe any bill to the milliner in Boston, and I have no secret worth knowing. I know I'm a little melancholy at times. I feel weary, but that is not unnatural, you know, just now, Mark dear," kissing me on the lips. "You must bear with my moods for a little while until there are 3 of us, and then I'll be better company." I knew what she alluded to, but God help me, I felt sad enough at the moment, though I kissed her back and ceased to question her. I felt sad because my instinct told me that she deceived me, and it is very hard to be deceived even in trifles by those we love. I left her sitting at her favorite window and walked out into the fields. I wanted to think. I remained out until I saw lights in the parlor shining through the dusk evening. Then I returned slowly. As I passed the windows, which were near the ground, our house being cottage-built, I looked in. Hammond Brake was sitting with my wife. She was sitting in a rocking-chair opposite to him, holding a small volume open on her lap. Brake was talking to her very earnestly, and she was listening to him with an expression I had never before seen on her countenance. Awe, fear, and admiration were all blent together in those dilating eyes. She seemed absorbed, body and soul, in what this man said. I shuddered at the sight. A vague terror seized upon me. I hastened into the house. As I entered the room rather suddenly, my wife started and hastily concealed the little volume that lay on her lap in one of her wide pockets. As she did so, a loose leaf escaped from the volume and slowly fluttered to the floor, unobserved by either her or her companion. But I had my eye upon it. I felt that it was a clue. "What new novel or philosophical wonder have you both been poring over?" I asked, quite gaily, stealthily watching at the same time the telltale embarrassment under which Elsie was laboring. Brake, who was not in the least discomposed, replied,
"That," said he, "is a secret which must be kept from you. It is an advanced copy, and is not to be shown to anyone except your wife." cried I. "I know what it is. It is your volume of poems that Ticknor is publishing. Well, I can wait until it is regularly for sale." I knew that Brake had a volume in the hands of the publishing house I mentioned, with a vague promise of publication some time in the present century. Hammond smiled significantly but did not reply. He evidently wished to cultivate this supposed impression of mine. Elsie looked relieved and heaved a deep sigh. I felt more than ever convinced that a secret was beneath all this. So I drew my chair over the fallen leaf that lay unnoticed on the carpet, and talked and laughed with Hammond Brake gaily as if nothing was on my mind, while all the time a great load of suspicion lay heavily at my heart. At length Hammond Brake rose to go. I wished him good night, but did not offer to accompany him to the door. My wife supplied this omitted courtesy as I had expected. The moment I was alone, I picked up the book leaf from the floor. It was not the leaf of a volume of poems. Beyond that, however, I learned nothing. It contained a string of paragraphs printed in the biblical fashion, and the language was biblical in style. It seemed to be a portion of some religious book. Was it possible that my wife was being converted to the Romish faith? Yes, that was it. Brake was a Jesuit in disguise. I had heard of such things, and had stolen into the bosom of my family to plant there his destructive errors. There could be no longer any doubt of it. This was some portion of a Romish book, some infamous popish publication. Fool that I was not to see it all before. But there was yet time. I would forbid him the house. I had just formed this resolution when my wife entered. I put the strange leaf in my pocket and took my hat.
"Why, you are not going out, surely?"
cried Elsie, surprised. "I have a headache," I answered. "I will take a short walk." Elsie looked at me with a peculiar air of distrust. Her woman's instinct told her that there was something wrong. Before she could question me, however, I had left the room and was walking rapidly on Hammond Brake's track. He heard the footsteps, and I saw his figure, black against the sky, stop and peer back through the dusk to see who was following him. "It is I, Brake," I called out. "Stop, I wish to speak with you." He stopped, and in a minute or so we were walking side by side along the road. My fingers itched at that moment to be on his throat. I commenced the conversation. "Brake," I said, "I'm a very plain sort of man, and I never say anything without good reason. What I came after you to tell you is that I don't wish you to come to my house any more, or to speak with Elsie any farther than the ordinary salutations go. It's no joke. I'm quite in earnest." Brake started, and stopping short, faced me suddenly in the road. "What have I done?" he asked. "You surely are too sensible a man to be jealous, Dayton." "Oh," I answered scornfully, "not jealous in the ordinary sense of the word a bit. But I don't think your company good company for my wife, Brake. If you will have it out of me, I suspect you of being a Roman Catholic and of trying to convert my wife." A smile shot across his face, and I saw his sharp white teeth gleam for an instant in the dusk. "Well, what if I am a papist?" he said with a strange tone of triumph in his voice. "The faith is not criminal. Besides, what proof have you that I was attempting to proselyte your wife?" "This," said I, pulling the leaf from my pocket. "This leaf from one of those devilish papist books you and she were reading this evening. I picked it up from the floor. Proof enough, I think." In an instant, Brake had snatched the leaf from my hand and tore it into atoms. "You shall be obeyed," he said. "I will not speak with Elsie as long as she is your wife. Good night. So you think I'm a papist, Dayton? You're a clever fellow." And with rather a sneering chuckle, he marched on along the road and vanished into the darkness. 3. The secret discovered. Brake came no more. I said nothing to Elsie about his prohibition, and his name was never mentioned. It seemed strange to me that she should not speak of his absence, and I was very much puzzled by her silence. Her moodiness seemed to have increased, and what was most remarkable in proportion, as she grew more and more reserved, the intenser were the bursts of affection which she exhibited for me. She would strain me to her bosom and kiss me as if she and I were about to be parted forever. Then for hours she would remain sitting at her window, silently gazing, with that terrible wistful gaze of hers, at the west.
I will confess to have watched my wife at this time. I could not help it. That some mystery hung about her, I felt convinced. I must fathom it or die. Her honor I never for a moment doubted, yet there seemed to weigh continually upon me the prophet of some awful domestic calamity. This time the prophecy was not in vain. About 3 weeks after I had forbidden Brake my house, I was strolling over my farm in the evening, apparently inspecting my agriculture, but in reality speculating on that topic which latterly was ever present to me. There was a little knoll covered with evergreen oaks at the end of the lawn. It was a picturesque spot, for on one side the bank went off into a sheer precipice of about 80 feet in depth, at the bottom of which a pretty pool lay, that in the summer-time was fringed with white water lilies. I had thought of building a summer house in this spot, and now my steps mechanically directed themselves toward the place. As I approached, I heard voices. I stopped and listened eagerly. A few seconds enabled me to ascertain that Hammond Brake and my wife were in the copse talking together. She still followed him, then, and he, scoundrel that he was, had broken his promise. A fury seemed to fill my veins as I made this discovery. I felt the impulse strong upon me to rush into the grove, and then and there strangle the villain who was poisoning my peace. But with a powerful effort I restrained myself. It was necessary that I should overhear what was said. I threw myself flat on the grass, and so glided silently into the copse until I was completely within earshot. This was what I heard. My wife sobbing.
"So soon? So soon? Oh, Hammond, give me a little time."
"I cannot, Elsie. My chief orders me to join him. You must prepare to accompany me."
"No, no," murmured Elsie. "He loves me so, and I love him. Our child, too. How can I rob him of our unborn babe?"
"Another sheep for our flock," answered Brake solemnly. "Elsie, do you forget your oath? Are you one of us, or are you a common hypocrite, who will be of us until the hour of self-sacrifice, and then fly like a coward? Elsie, you must leave tonight."
"Ah, my husband, my husband!"
sobbed the unhappy woman.
"You have no husband, woman," cried Brake harshly. "I promised Dayton not to speak to you as long as you were his wife, but the vow was annulled before it was made. Your husband in God yet awaits you. You will yet be blessed with the true spouse."
"I feel as if I were going to die," cried Elsie. "How can I ever forsake him, he who was so good to me?"
"Nonsense. No weakness. He is not worthy of you. Go home and prepare for your journey. You know where to meet me. I will have everything ready, and by daybreak there shall be no trace of us left. Beware of permitting your husband to suspect anything. He is not very shrewd at such things. He thought I was a Jesuit in disguise. But we had better be careful. Now go. You have been too long here already. Bless you, sister."
A few faint sobs, a rustling of leaves, and I knew that Brake was alone. I rose and stepped silently into the open space in which he stood. His back was toward me. His arms were lifted high over his head with an exultant gesture, and I could see his profile as it slightly turned toward me, illuminated with a smile of scornful triumph. I put my hand suddenly on his throat from behind and flung him on the ground before he could utter a cry. "Not a word," I said, unclasping a short-bladed knife which I carried. "Answer my questions, or by heaven I will cut your throat from ear to ear." He looked up into my face with an unflinching eye, and set his lips as if resolved to suffer all. "Who are you? Who are you? What object have you in the seduction of my wife?" He smiled, but was silent. "Ah, you won't answer. We'll see." I pressed the knife slowly against his throat. His face contracted spasmodically, but although a thin red thread of blood sprang out along the edge of the blade, Brake remained mute. An idea suddenly seized me. This sort of death had no terrors for him. I would try another. There was the precipice. I was twice as powerful as he was, so I seized him in my arms, and in a moment transported him to the margin of the steep, smooth cliff, the edge of which was garnished with the tough stems of the wild vine. He seemed to feel it was useless to struggle with me, so allowed me passively to roll him over to the edge. When he was suspended in the air, I gave him a vine stem to cling to and let him go. He swung at a height of 80 feet, with face upturned and pale. He dared not look down. I seated myself on the edge of the cliff and with my knife began to cut into the thick vine a foot or two above the place of his grasp. I was correct in my calculation. This terror was too much for him. As he saw the notch in the vine getting deeper and deeper, his determination gave way.
"I'll answer you,"
he gasped out, gazing at me with starting eyeballs.
"What do you ask?"
"What are you?" was my question as I ceased cutting at the stem.
"Mormon,"
was the answer, uttered with a groan.
"Take me up. My hands are slipping. Quick!"
"And you wanted my wife to follow you to that infernal Salt Lake City, I suppose?"
"For God's sake, release me. I'll quit the place never to come back. Do help me up, Dayton. I'm falling."
I felt mightily inclined to let the villain drop, but it did not suit my purpose to be hung for murder, so I swung him back again on the sward, where he fell panting and exhausted. "Will you quit the place tonight?" I said. "You'd better. By heaven, if you don't, I'll tell all the men in the village and we'll lynch you as sure as your name is Brake."
I'll go, he groaned. "I swear never to trouble you again."
"You ought to be hanged, you villain. Be off!" He slunk away through the trees like a beaten dog, and I went home in a state bordering on despair. I found Elsie crying. She was sitting by the window as of old. I knew now why she gazed so constantly at the west. It was her Mecca. Something in my face, I suppose, told her that I was laboring under great excitement. She rose, startled, as soon as I entered the room. "Elsie," said I am come to take you home."
"Home? Why, I am at home, am I not? What do you mean?"
"No, this is no longer your home. You have deceived me. You are a Mormon. I know all. You have become a convert to that apostle of hell, Brigham Young, and you cannot live with me. I love you still, Elsie, dearly, but you must go and live with your father." She saw there was no appeal from my word, and with a face hopeless with despair, she arranged her dress and passively went with me. I live in the same village with my wife, and yet am a widower. She is very penitent, they say, yet I cannot bring myself to believe that one who has allowed the Mormon poison to enter her veins can ever be cured. People say that we shall come together again, but I know better. Mine is not the first hearth that Mormonism has rendered desolate. End of section 9.